Chapter 1-1, Operation Fruit. Chapter 1-1, Operation Fruit. Xiao Luo, the spirit master from the spirit hall, has just arrived in the village. Hurry up and gather at the spirit hall in the village so that the spirit master can help you awaken your spirits. An old voice sounded in the yard, and then the voice left in a hurry, anxious to inform the children of other families in Holy Soul Village. When Luo heard the voice, he shouted in the house, "I know, Grandpa Jack, I'll be out right away." After a quarter of an hour, a boy with black hair, black eyes, red lips, white teeth, and a tall figure, who looked quite handsome, walked out of the house leisurely. In his previous life, Luo was a stupid college student. On his way home from picking up a newly arrived surgery fruit figurine, he unfortunately encountered good luck, and the next time he opened his eyes, he traveled to the world of Douluo continent. The owner of this body is an orphan who was picked up by the village chief Jack of Holy Soul Village by accident when he was doing business in Notting City. When village chief Jack picked up Luo, his young body was wrapped in a quilt. There was nothing else in the bedding except a small piece of paper with the word Luo written crookedly in blood. Village chief Jack guessed that the word Luo should be the surname of the original body, so he did not give him any other name and just called him Luo. From then on, Luo became the adopted grandson of village chief Jack and lived with him in the Holy Soul Village. By the time Luo arrived at the spirit hall in the center of the village, all the children who needed to awaken their spirits were already there. It is called the spirit hall, but in fact it is just an uninhabited wooden house. However, village chief Jack would go in to clean every day, so the wooden house was very tidy. A young man wearing the spirit hall's deacon uniform stood in the middle of the cabin with his hands behind his back and his head held high, looking quite confident and calm. In front of him, there was a hexagram array formed by 6 black stones, and there was also a light blue crystal ball on the table. "Xiao Luo, I remember I was the first one to notify you. Why are you here so late?" Village chief Jack pulled Luo, who had arrived late, to the back of the group of children, stroked his hair gently, and gave him a scolding in a neither light nor heavy tone. But before Luo could make an excuse for himself, village chief Jack walked straight up to Su Yun Tao, bowed deeply, and asked him to awaken the martial spirits of the 9 children in the Holy Soul Village. Su Yun Tao nodded lightly without saying anything, but suddenly he was possessed by his martial spirit. Martial spirit lone wolf, possessed. Su Yun Tao, who had turned into a werewolf, signaled the child standing at the front of the team to stand in the middle of the hexagram formation in front of the horrified eyes of the children. "Don't be afraid, close your eyes and feel it with your heart." Su Yun Tao channeled his soul power into the hexagram formation, and soon the first child's martial soul appeared. Martial soul farming scythe, generally, put your hand on the crystal ball again. Su Yun Tao said expressionlessly, "Without innate soul power, you can't become a soul master." Next. Afterwards, one after another, the children awakened their martial souls. They were all the most common useless martial souls, and none of them had innate soul power. Luo stood at the back of all the children, watching with interest the scene of these children awakening their martial spirits. Although he didn't know what kind of martial soul he would awaken next, he was sure that he would have innate soul power enough to become a soul master. The reason why Luo was late just now was because when village chief Jack called him, he was practicing hard in his room. Although he didn't know the exact level of his innate soul power, Luo did feel a special energy in his body. Luo guessed that this special energy should be the soul power used by soul masters on Douluo continent. Otherwise, Luo would not be able to use the power of the surgery fruit to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth energy for cultivation. It happened one day 2.5 years ago. Law was imitating Trafalgar Law from One Piece in his room. When he stretched out his hand and shouted "room," a light blue round transparent ball of light actually appeared in the palm of his hand. At the same time, Luo also felt the awakening of the innate soul power in his body for the first time. However, at that time, Luo's innate soul power was still very weak and could only support him to use the ability of the surgery fruit once. Fortunately, with the powerful control ability of the surgery fruit. Luo can gather all the vitality of heaven and earth in the room space in one breath and absorb it into his body for cultivation. After practicing like this for 2.5 years, the soul power in Luo's body can now support him to use the ability of the surgery fruit almost 14 times. The spherical room space that comes with the surgery fruit has also grown from the initial radius of about 1 meter to the current radius of nearly 14 meters. At this moment, Tang San, who was in front of Luo, had completed the awakening of his martial soul, and as expected, it was the blue-silver grass martial soul with innate full soul power. When Luo was called up by Su Yun Tao, he just happened to pass by Tang San, who was coming down. Luo glanced at Tang San, who looked a little malnourished, and quickly stood in the center of the hexagram formation. With his sharp eyes, he had actually seen the clear sky hammer spirit held in Tang San's other hand when he awakened his spirit. It's just that it wasn't shouted out in public. After all, even if he revealed the secret of Tang San's twin martial spirits in public, he would not gain any benefits, but would instead get himself into trouble. It's better to pretend to be an ostrich and know nothing. In fact, Luo had thought about whether he should secretly report Tang Hao's existence to the spirit hall. But after thinking it over carefully, Luo gave up this risky plan. It is better to have less things to do than more, and it is better to have nothing to do than less things to do. No zo no die. If the battle that broke out during the Spirit Hall's pursuit of Tang Hao affected himself or other people in the Holy Soul Village, he would not want to see that. Village Chief Jack has been taking care of him over the years and treating him as his own grandson. Luo still respects Grandpa Jack very much. Of course, Luo didn't want Village Chief Jack to be in any danger of his life because of his willful behavior. For Village Chief Jack, who is now in his 60s, being able to live peacefully until he is buried is considered a good life. What's more, Luo knew that the 100,000-year soul bone and body of Tang San's mother, A Yin, were hidden by Tang Hao in a very tall waterfall in the mountains near the Holy Soul Village. After Luo knew about the existence of Tang Hao and his son, he had already included A Yin's 100,000-year soul bone in his future goals. He didn't want to lose the chance to obtain A Yin's 100,000-year soul bone because of an accident. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, Martial Soul Awakening Tetanus Knife. Chapter 2, Martial Soul Awakening, Tetanus Knife. Thanks to the powerful teleportation ability of the surgery fruit, even the waterfall where Jin's body was hidden was 100 meters high, but in front of Luo it was as flat ground. For Luo, the only problem is how to determine the day when Tang Hao leaves. Otherwise, if he was stealing A Yin's body, he would have bumped into Tang Hao head-on. Even if Luo possessed the powerful ability of the surgery fruit, it would be difficult for him to escape from Tang Hao. Unless Luo's strength grows to the point where he is no longer afraid of Tang Hao, or can completely escape from his hands, he will be able to steal A Yin's body openly. Otherwise, Luo felt that it would be better for him not to take too many risks. In this life, Luo traveled to the world of Douluo continent. Whether it was the martial soul that was about to awaken or the ability of the surgery fruit, it could make Luo live a very comfortable life. He doesn't want to add unnecessary troubles to his future life. Just as Luo was thinking about how to find the right opportunity to steal A Yin's body, Su Yun Tao spoke in his ear. "Hold out your right hand." Su Yun Tao said this in a very dignified tone, his vertical pupils glowing green as he stared closely at the handsome Luo in front of him. Having watched the martial spirit awakening process of so many children, Luo Xiren stretched out his right hand very skillfully, while closing his eyes and feeling the throbbing in his body. Soon, specks of golden light gathered in Luo's palm, forming a katana about 1 meter and 3 meters long. The handle of the katana was tied tightly with a black rope, and 12 blood-red diamond patterns connected in a straight line were deliberately hollowed out in the middle. Looking up, the katana's guard is shaped like a blooming black lotus, and the slightly curved blade extends from the lotus pistil, looking quite imposing. If you only look at the shape, this katana can be said to be a peerless sword. It's a pity that this is a rusty knife. Su Yun Tao stared at the katana in front of him with regret and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Although this knife is extremely gorgeous, unfortunately the entire blade is covered with a thick layer of dark red rust, just like a pearl covered in dust. If it weren't for the layer of rust on the surface of the blade, I would dare to say that this sword is definitely an extraordinary martial spirit. It is even possible to be promoted to a high-level martial spirit. But now, Su Yun Tao shook his head helplessly and sighed. However, judging from the appearance of this sword, you might be able to possess 1 or 2 levels of soul power. Forget it. Anyway, let's test the innate soul power first. Then, Su Yun Tao placed the crystal ball in front of Luo and motioned him to put his hand on it. Luo did as he was told. The moment he placed his hand on the crystal ball, it emitted a light blue light that was not too glaring but not too dim. Innate soul power level 7. Su Yun Tao exclaimed immediately, staring at Luo with wide eyes and enthusiasm, looking like a werewolf who was ready to eat its prey. Then, as if he remembered something, Su Yun Tao quickly retracted his lone wolf martial spirit and turned back into a human. You are very talented, young man. I was only at the 2nd level of innate soul power at the beginning, but now I am a 26th level Great Soul Master. Your innate soul power is 5 levels higher than mine. Your future achievements will definitely be higher than mine. It is not impossible for you to become a soul emperor or even a soul sage. Su Yun Tao hugged Luo's shoulders tightly as if he had seen his own relative, not afraid that the sword in Luo's hand would hurt him. By the way, do you want to join our spirit hall? Not only will your living expenses be waived after enrollment, but you can also get more subsidies every year. Then, Su Yun Tao began to introduce to Luo Yi the benefits of joining the spirit hall. What? Starting from Soul Master in advance, you can receive an extra subsidy of 5 gold soul coins every year. When obtaining the first 2 spirit rings, the spirit hall can send people to help hunt spirit beasts, etc., etc. As for the price, after Luo Wei becomes an adult, he can only join the spirit hall and work for the spirit hall, and cannot join other forces. Of course, Su Yun Tao gave Luo 2 choices here, either to follow him and enter the Wuhan Academy to study, or he would issue a work-study certificate for him to study at Notting Junior College. If he went to study at the Wuhan Academy, with Luo's 7th level innate soul power, he could enjoy higher treatment, and the Wuhan Academy would also have better faculty. To be fair, Luo is actually unwilling to join any force, and he doesn't want his freedom to be restricted. However, based on the current actual situation, Luo felt that joining the Spirit Hall and enjoying many benefits in advance was not a bad thing. Although Luo is now adopted by Village Chief Jack, Village Chief Jack cannot provide him with much financial help. After all, Village Chief Jack has several grandchildren of his own. Even if he wants to support Luo to go to school, he is unable to do so. Luo was also very clear about this. He could not ask Village Chief Jack to do more for him. Village Chief Jack had done his best to raise Luo from childhood to adulthood, making him have rosy lips, white teeth, a handsome face, and not be lacking in food and clothing like Tang San, who looked malnourished. If he does not join the Spirit Hall, Luo will have to work and study on his own, which will inevitably affect his training after entering school. Even with the power of the surgery fruit, Luo was confident that he would have no problem making money to support himself, but after all, it was not as comfortable as practicing peacefully every day. Su Yun Tao just said that as long as he joined the Spirit Hall now, he would be able to immediately enjoy the Soul Warrior subsidy of 5 gold soul coins per year. When he officially becomes a Soul Master, his annual additional allowance will increase from 5 gold soul coins to 50. After he becomes a Great Soul Master, it will increase from 50 to 500, and so on. It doesn't prevent him from continuing to go to the Spirit Hall to collect subsidies every month. As long as he has these gold soul coins, Luo won't have to worry about his living expenses every day. What's more, Su Yun Tao also said that once you join the Spirit Hall, all living expenses for attending Notting Junior College will be waived. Luo doesn't have to waste time working part-time just to earn money for school. You can even use the subsidies every year to do other things. For example, buying yourself 2 more handsome clothes. For example, buying yourself some soul beast meat to nourish your body. For example, buying some New Year's goods for Village Chief Jack. As long as he tells Su Yuntao that he is willing to join the Spirit Hall, Village Chief Jack, who has always taken care of him, will be able to live a better life. The conflict between the reality and the ideal of freedom made Luo fall into deep thought. Su Yuntao did not urge him too much, but just stood in front of Luo and looked at him eagerly. After a long time, Luo clenched the handle of the sword in his right hand, lowered his head slightly, and said softly, "I am willing to join the Spirit Hall." Su Yuntao smiled when he heard this. End of this chapter. Chapter 3-3, Yama. Chapter 3-3, Yama. It's great to join the Spirit Hall. Luo put the gold soul coin that Su Yuntao had just given him in his pocket and sighed in his heart. Just after hearing that Luo agreed to join the Spirit Hall, Su Yuntao directly took out a gold soul coin from his arms and forced it into his hand, indicating that it was a greeting gift for the two of them to be colleagues in the future. Although it is just 1 gold soul coin, if you use it sparingly, it is enough to cover the living expenses of a family of 3 for a month. From this, it can be seen that Su Yuntao is indeed optimistic about Luo's future achievements, and is even willing to invest in him in advance. The premise of all this is that Luo awakened a rusty katana with innate soul power level 7. The prices in the original book are too outrageous, so I set 1 copper coin to be roughly equivalent to 1 yuan, 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins equals 1,000 copper coins. Afterwards, Su Yuntao hugged Luo's shoulders tightly, as if afraid that he would run away, walked outside the wooden house, and talked to Village Chief Jack about Luo's plan to join the Spirit Hall. As for Tang San, who awakened the blue-silver grass martial soul, a rare innate full soul power, Su Yuntao only mentioned it briefly and did not talk about it further. Village Chief Jack didn't care too much about this, although he liked the well-behaved and sensible Tang San very much in his heart. But Tang San is someone else's child after all, while Luo is his own child. Compared with the two, it is naturally more important to pay more attention to your own children. Originally, there was only 1 place for a work-study student from Nottingham Junior College in Chengun Village, but fortunately, out of Luo's face, Su Yuntao gave him an extra place for a work-study student. Although Luo can be exempted from living expenses and other miscellaneous fees now that he has joined the Spirit Hall, he still has to pay tuition fees. In order to be exempted from these expensive tuition fees, he could only work as a part-time student and be responsible for some sanitation work in the school. Of course, these sanitation tasks are a piece of cake for Luo and do not waste much of his time at all. With the power of the EPUB fruit, Luo is the best cleaner in the world. No one knows how to clean better than Luo. Then, Su Yuntao carefully explained to the Village Chief Jack that when Notting Junior College opened in 3 months, Luo must go to the Spirit Hall in Notting City to apply for a contract to join the Spirit Hall in the future. If Luo does not sign the contract, he will not be able to enjoy the various subsidies mentioned by Su Yuntao. After explaining everything clearly, Su Yuntao left the Holy Soul Village directly. There are still several villages waiting for him to go there today to hold the ceremony of awakening martial spirits, so he can't waste too much time in the Holy Soul Village. Otherwise, it will be dark soon. After Su Yuntao left, Luo put away his martial spirit. The total length of this katana is nearly 1.3 meters, almost as long as Luo's height. Although it looks rusty on the outside and seems like it will break if the wind blows, it is not light at all. Even if Luo used both hands to lift the katana, it would be difficult for him to hold it up for too long. He estimated that the weight of the sword was at least 10 kilograms. What should I name my martial spirit? Luo was walking on the road to the back mountain, thinking in his heart. Soon, the names of famous swords emerged in his mind: Shusui, Yanma, Kusanagi sword, Bailei, Gaikuru, Ryatojaka, higher in Meru. After struggling in his heart for a long time, Luo finally decided to give up Shusui and named his own katana martial spirit Yanma, because he felt that Yama's lotus-shaped sword handle had a very Buddhist and Zen flavor. It just so happens that the name Yanma also comes from Buddhism. Autumn water is beautiful, but it is too elegant and quiet. Luo still prefers the kind of domineering majesty that commands the world and sweeps across the world. Luo came to a big rock behind the mountain and sat on the ground with his legs crossed. After scanning the surroundings and finding no one present, Luo stretched out his left hand, palm facing down, and whispered in his heart. Room. In an instant, a white whirlwind appeared under Luo's palm, quickly forming a light blue transparent spherical light shield. The light shield suddenly expanded, covering Luo's figure, forming a bowl with a radius of about 10 meters, upside down on the ground. Then the light shield disappeared completely, leaving only some fuzzy light blue at the edge close to the ground. In fact, Law doesn't need to shout room to use the power of the surgery fruit, but he thinks it will look cooler to shout like this. After summoning the room space, Luo closed his eyes and carefully sensed the energy of heaven and earth in the space. The so-called surgery fruit means that the user can completely control everything in the room space, just like a doctor performing surgery on a patient. Whether it's cutting without damage, exchanging positions, teleporting, electric pulse shock, eliminating sound. It can all be done. It is natural to control the energy of heaven and earth in the room space. In the 2.5 years since awakening the ability of the surgery fruit, Luo has been using up all of his soul power every day without fail, controlling the vitality of heaven and earth in the room space, and absorbing it all into his body for cultivation. If the soul power in a soul master's body is compared to experience points, then the soul power level of the soul master is equivalent to the experience bar that contains these experience points. The essence of soul master training is to breathe in the vital energy of heaven and earth during meditation, expanding the experience bar in the body to accommodate more soul power. Luo couldn't figure out the specific situation of his cultivation for a while. He just stuffed a large amount of heaven and earth energy into his body. As for how much of the essence of heaven and earth can be successfully retained in the body and converted into an experience bar that can accommodate soul power, Luo did not do any specific tests. Anyway, just practice. There is nothing that cannot be solved through cultivation. If there is, then continue to practice. While Luo was practicing in the back mountain, Tang San also showed Tang Hao his clear sky hammer spirit. Tang Hao was so excited that he hugged Tang San and tearfully told Tang San to use the hammer in his left hand to protect the grass in his right hand. After the father and son had a deep conversation for a while, Tang San suddenly told Tang Hao that he wanted to join the spirit hall. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's face suddenly changed. He slapped Tang San in the face and sternly stated that Tang San must not join the spirit hall. Otherwise, he would kill Tang San right now. Although Tang San was very puzzled, he did not resist, but just blamed Luo in his heart. If he hadn't seen that Luo would receive a lot of subsidies by joining the spirit hall, he wouldn't have thought of asking Tang Hao to join the spirit hall as well. Then he wouldn't have been slapped by Tang Hao. Tang San naturally didn't dare to blame his father Tang Hao, so he could only vent his anger on Luo. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Enrollment. Chapter 4, Enrollment. 3 months passed quickly. Early in the morning of that day, Village Chief Jack took Luo and Tang San to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. Originally, Su Yun Tao wanted to take Luo to the Wuhan Academy to study so that Luo could enjoy better treatment. However, Luo had a special plan in mind, so he rejected his kindness and asked him to issue him a work-study certificate for Nottingham Junior College. After practicing intensively during this period, Luo's soul power level made another breakthrough and was successfully promoted to level 8. At the same time, the spherical room space of the Operation Fruit also expanded significantly. Its radius increased by nearly 4 meters and now has expanded to a wide range of about 18 meters. At the beginning, Luo's cultivation progress was relatively slow. This is mainly because the size of the room space at the beginning is still small, and the concentration of the heaven and earth energy that can be gathered and controlled is naturally relatively thin, which restricts the speed of cultivation to a certain extent. However, I don't know why, maybe it's because the root bones of Luo's body are relatively poor. Every time, the amount of heaven and earth's vital energy that entered his body was only 1 in 100. A large amount of heaven and earth energy would quietly escape from his body and dissipate between heaven and earth before it could be transformed into experience bars for the growth of soul power, which made Luo very regretful. Luo guessed that his true innate soul power was definitely not as high as level 7. The reason why it was level 7 when it was tested was probably because it was obtained through cultivation after awakening the ability of the surgery fruit. After all, although his Yama martial spirit sounds very powerful, it is actually just a rusty katana. The amount of innate soul power a soul master has is obviously significantly related to the quality of his martial soul. In other words, the level of a person's innate soul power also determines the quality of his martial soul. The quality of a martial soul is actually the embodiment of a person's innate aptitude. This person's martial soul is of high quality, so his innate soul power is naturally high, his physique and aptitude are better, and his cultivation progress will be faster. The best example is the master, whose martial spirit Luo Sanbao is actually the Golden Holy Dragon, that is, the Light Holy Dragon martial spirit. Is it just because the master's innate soul power is only half level that the martial soul Luo Sanbao failed to transform and became a farting pig, or in other words, it is actually because the martial soul Luo Sanbao failed to transform, so the master's innate soul power is only half level? The relationship between martial soul quality and innate soul power is obviously an extremely complex issue. But no matter what, the master could never break through to level 30 in his life, which must be because of the quality of his martial soul, that is, his root bone aptitude is really too poor. Luo is not able to start research on this now. He can only wait until his strength improves before he can spend time on research. At this time, Luo and the other two had already arrived at the gate of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. As expected, they were harassed by the gatekeeper. As the saying goes, it's easier to deal with the king of hell than with the little devils. Once these little people have a little power, they will always think about getting some benefits from others. At some point in Luo's previous life, he had a deep understanding of how these people made things difficult for others. Originally, Village Chief Jack was going to take out 2 bronze soul coins from his inner pocket in order to calm the situation and hand them to the doorman for peace. However, when Luo saw the village chief Jack being bullied but still being humble, he suddenly became furious. He summoned his martial spirit without hesitation, raised Yama in his right hand, and accurately pressed the sharp tip of the knife against the doorman's throat. He warned in an icy tone, "If you say another word, I'll chop off your head. Now, get out of here." Before he finished speaking, Luo took another small step forward, and the tip of Yan Mo's knife instantly left a long scar on the doorman's neck. A trace of blood flowed out from the wound on the neck, dripping onto the ground, accompanied by a heart-pounding tingling sensation. Seeing this scene, Tang San, who was hiding aside, quietly put away his hidden arrow. And his eyes flashed with some strangeness when he looked at Luo. Gudong! The doorman felt the cold touch on his throat, and in fear, he swallowed his saliva involuntarily, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Although he was still somewhat unwilling in his heart, he wanted to utter a few more words and teach these 3 country bumpkins in front of him a lesson. But as soon as he came into contact with Luo's cold and narrow eyes, all the doorman's courage disappeared in an instant, and he was so frightened that he couldn't utter a word. Just when the doorman was in a dilemma, a hoarse and deep voice suddenly sounded from the side. "That's enough, stop it." When the voice reached Luo's ears, he immediately realized that it was the master who came to rescue them. So, Luo slowly put down the Yama in his hand, turned his body sideways, and stepped aside. Although the Yama martial spirit has not been cancelled, the intimidating aura on Luo's body has been restrained a lot. The master then stepped forward and carefully examined the Spirit Hall certification documents in Luo and Tang San's hands. After confirming that everything was correct, he turned around and gave the doorman a stern and majestic look. The brief but powerful warning made the doorman shudder. After everything was settled, the master led Luo and Tang San into the gate of the academy. Along the way, the master kept asking about Luo and Tang San, but he mostly asked about Tang San's situation and only asked a few questions about Luo in passing. Luo could see that the master had taken a liking to Tang San and wanted to take him in as his apprentice. It's just that Luo is just a light bulb here, so master can't tell Tang San the secret of having twin martial spirits in person. So Luo looked up at the master and asked tactfully. "Excuse me, master, do you know where the store that sells quilts is in the academy? I want to buy 2 quilts before reporting to the academic affairs office. I didn't bring any quilts with me today." Upon hearing this, the master forced a smile at Luo with a stiff expression on his face. He pointed to a place not far away and said, "The store is near the college. Just walk along this road and you will get there. The store sells basically all kinds of daily necessities." Afterwards, the master pointed out the location of the academic affairs office and the work-study student dormitory to Luo, and then pulled Tang San to a secluded corner, ready to accept him as his disciple. Luo touched the 6 silver soul coins in his arms and walked towards the store. Luo asked village chief Jack to spend the gold soul coin that Su Yun Tao had given him before, and there were still 9 silver soul coins and 3 bronze soul coins left. Luo kept 6 silver soul coins for himself as living expenses in the future, and gave the rest to village chief Jack. After all, it was village chief Jack who raised him since he was a child. If he becomes successful, he naturally will not forget his grandfather. End of this chapter. Chapter 5, Sending Bedding. Chapter 5, Sending Bedding. Luo actually didn't have any feelings towards the master. He neither liked him nor disliked him. Luo's personality tends to be more lawful neutral. As long as a person does not actively provoke him, he generally will not dislike that person for no reason. If someone is nice to him, then Luo will also be nice to that person. Village Chief Jack is the best example. No matter what the master's character is like, good or bad, kind or evil, he didn't provoke Luo, so Luo naturally wouldn't target the master for no reason. Not long after, Luo bought 2 quilts in the store, one of which was actually prepared for Xiao Wu. Luo knew about the relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu from the first time they met in the work-study dormitory, when Xiao Wu did not prepare a quilt in advance and insisted on sleeping in the same bed with Tang San. Luo prepared a quilt for Xiao Wu, not because he wanted to pursue Xiao Wu, but because he was interested in Xiao Wu's body structure. That's right, Luo Chan had his hands on Xiao Wu's body. As a surgical student in his previous life, Luo naturally had a good understanding of the human body structure. He wanted to use the power of the surgery fruit to carefully study Xiao Wu's body and see what the differences were between the body structure of a human being formed by a soul beast that had transformed for 100,000 years and that of real humans like them. Why is it that after 100,000-year soul beast transforms into a human, before it is promoted to level 70, its true identity will be discovered by a strong person above the soul Douluo level? And Luo also has a whimsical idea. That is, whether it is possible to use the power of the surgery fruit to peel off Xiao Wu's 100,000-year soul bone without anyone noticing, without harming Xiao Wu's life. Soon, Luo reported to the academic affairs office carrying 2 beds and received a set of college uniforms. Then, he came to the work-study dormitory according to the location pointed out by the master. At this moment, Tang San had already arrived at dormitory 7, which was the dormitory for work-study students. Just like in the original novel, he defeated Wang Sheng and became the boss of dormitory 7. Seeing Luo coming in with 2 sets of bedding, Wang Sheng didn't know that he and Tang San were from the same village, so he walked over and decided to give him a warning. "Hey, new part-time student, why don't you come over and greet the boss of our dormitory 7? Wang Sheng walked up to Luo, looking down at him condescendingly, and pointed at Tang San not far away, motioning Luo to go to Tang San and recognize himself as the boss. Luo glanced at Wang Sheng and ignored him. He walked straight to an empty bed by the window and put the 2 quilts on his back on the bed. Wang Sheng felt angry when he saw that he was being blatantly ignored, and veins popped out on his forehead. He just clenched his right fist and wanted to beat Luo up. Tang San suddenly said, "Okay Wang Sheng, Luo is my buddy from the same village, don't bully him." Hearing Tang San's words, Wang Sheng looked at Luo in surprise, but eventually put down his raised fist and extended a handshake to Luo instead, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, Luo, my name is Wang Sheng. I didn't expect you and the boss are from the same village. I'm sorry for offending you just now. I hope you don't take it to heart." Seeing Wang Sheng actively showing goodwill to him, Luo did not mind Wang Sheng's attempt to beat him up just now. He has always been like this, he will be friendly to anyone who is friendly to him. So Luo also stretched out his right hand, shook hands with Wang Sheng, and took the initiative to introduce himself. "My name is Luo, and I am from the Holy Soul village like Tang San. My martial soul is called Yan Mo, which is a long sword, and my innate soul power is level 7. Innate soul power level 7. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng looked at Luo in great surprise, with an incredible expression on his face, as if he had seen a monster. "Why are all the students who come out of your Holy Soul village like monsters?" After holding it in for a while, Wang Sheng finally spoke out his true feelings. The boss just said that his martial spirit is not only the blue-silver grass, but also has full innate spirit power. I thought the boss was already a monster, but I didn't expect that Luo's innate spirit power is not low either, it's actually level 7. At this moment, a crisp voice that sounded quiet was heard at the door. "Hello, is this the work-study dormitory?" Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a cute little girl with pink skin standing at the door. She looked to be about the same height as Luo. His handsome face was fair and rosy, as charming as a bright peach blossom in full bloom, and his long, dark hair was tied into a scorpion tail braid that hung down to his thighs. Although this lowly is dressed simply, she exudes a rare youthful aura, and with her pretty face, she looks extremely cute. Who else could it be but Xiao Wu in her childhood? Wang Sheng, who was beside Luo, couldn't help but stare at Xiao Wu the moment he saw her. It was not until Luo coughed softly beside him that he came back to his senses. Luo had seen countless people in his previous life, and he had seen countless little Lolas like Xiao Wu. Naturally, he would not be like Wang Sheng, who had an expression of an inexperienced person on his face. What's more, the types that Luo really likes are mature women and young ladies. He actually has no interest in lowly type girls. Of course, if there is a pretty lowly girl who wants to get along with him, Luo will not refuse. What happened next in Shelter 7? Tang San stepped forward to compete with Xiao Wu, but was defeated by Xiao Wu due to his carelessness. Xiao Wu then became the new boss of Dormitory 7. A teacher named Mo Hen was entrusted by the master to come and deliver a quilt to Tang San. He also explained many things that these working students needed to pay attention to. After teacher Mo Hen left Dormitory 7, Luo suddenly spoke. "Xiao Wu, I see you don't have any quilts yet? Originally I bought 2 quilts, and one was reserved for Tang San. Now that he has a quilt, I'll give this one to you." Originally, Xiao Wu subconsciously wanted to rub against Tang San's quilt because of the soul beast aura hidden in his body. Now hearing what Luo said, she took the bedding that Luo handed to her and spread it on a bed not far from Luo. It was not until this moment that Xiao Wu took a closer look at Luo's face, and she couldn't help but feel amazed. Luo's skin is very white, but not the kind of white that makes people feel unhealthy. Instead, it is a soft ivory white like moonlight, with a hint of yellow. He had a handsome face, his features were clear like the waves in a quiet river, his figure was elegant like a beautiful jade tree, and his black hair was as black and shiny as obsidian. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Challenge. Chapter 6, Challenge. So hot! Xiao Wu exclaimed in her heart, her big, sparkling eyes fixed on Luo's narrow eyes that were as shining as black gemstones. Although Luo's appearance was extraordinarily handsome, comparable to those handsome young men who were all the rage in his previous life, his expression was as cold as an iceberg standing on the top of a snowy mountain, making him difficult to approach. However, this indifference not only did not weaken Luo's charm, but instead added a noble and mysterious temperament to him, as if he was a prince of distinguished status, high above and inviolable. In addition, Luo has a tall figure, neither fat nor thin. Although his clothes are very simple, they are much better than Tang San's patched clothes, and they further highlight Luo's outstanding figure. Xiao Wu quietly looked around at all the boys in the dormitory and found that Luo was still the most handsome, much more handsome than the Tang San she had fought with before. At this time, Wang Sheng suggested that everyone go to the cafeteria to have lunch first. This suggestion received a warm response from all the working students, and Luo also silently joined them. Since Tang San and Xiao Wu had no money, Wang Sheng generously offered to treat them to 2 days of meals. Although Luo had some money on him, he did not deliberately try to show off. So, under the leadership of Wang Sheng, the 12 people from Dormitory 7 left the dormitory building in a mighty manner, crossed the wide playground, and walked towards the college cafeteria. However, just as they were about to reach the edge of the playground, they ran into a group of well-dressed students. These students were dressed neatly and cleanly, and one could tell at a glance that their family backgrounds were far superior to those of Luo and other working students. "Hey, aren't these Wang Sheng and his fellow part-time students? You poor bastards are willing to come downstairs to eat? Don't you usually rely on rummaging through trash cans to find food?" One of the students who looked like the leader of the group taunted. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng immediately clenched his fists, glared at the student who spoke, and shouted, "Xiao Chinayu, do you want to cause trouble?" The student named Xiao Chinayu was about the same height as Wang Sheng. Although he still looked a little immature, one could tell at a glance that he was a senior student. He held his head high and looked at Wang Sheng and his men with contempt. He looked so arrogant that he seemed to want to lift his tail up to the sky. "You guys!" Just as Xiao Chinayu was about to say something, Luo suddenly walked out from the work-study team, stood in front of these senior students, and interrupted him. "It seems like you seniors look down on us working students. How about this? I will fight you one-on-one. If you lose, from now on, you must stay away from wherever I am and never appear in front of me. If I lose, from now on I will recognize you, Xiao Chinayu, as my boss and serve under you as your younger brother. How is it? This condition is pretty good, isn't it? I think as a senior student, Xiao Chinayu, you should not refuse the challenge of a freshman, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the laughter of Xiao Chinayu and his group. They couldn't help but look at the expressionless Luo with smiles on their faces as if they were looking at a fool. Even Wang Sheng and his people changed their expressions, and all of them stood in front of Luo in surprise, as if trying to persuade him to give up the challenge. After all, in the common sense of a person, a freshman who has just entered school and has not yet obtained the first spirit ring and whose spirit power level is only a few levels at most, how could he possibly be a match for a senior student? Not to mention Xiao Chinayu, the senior student, who must have obtained his first soul ring, and his soul power level is at least above level 11, and his strength far exceeds that of the average senior students. Only Tang San and Xiao Wu stood there motionless, with their arms folded across their chests, appearing very calm, as if they were not worried at all that Luo would fail in the challenge. Xiao Wu thought that since Luo was so handsome, he must not be a stupid person. He must have some hidden tricks to challenge a senior student who was several years older than him. Tang San's reason was similar to Xiao Wu's. Luo and he were the only 2 children in the Holy Spirit village who would not play crazy with those other children. They usually behaved like mature adults. Therefore, Tang San firmly believed that since Luo dared to take the initiative to challenge, he would definitely not do something aimless and must have his own confidence. Just when Wang Sheng was sweating profusely and running around like an ant on a hot pot, but could do nothing about it, Xiao Chenyu suddenly spoke. Ha ha ha, since you, a shameless freshman, want to be my younger brother so much, then I, Boss Xiao, cannot let you down. Okay. I accept your challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chenyu suddenly summoned his martial soul and completed the martial soul possession. Xiao Chenyu, 6th year student, martial spirit, wolf, 11th level combat spirit master. Xiao Chenyu spoke his information in public, and a faint green light emerged from his whole body. He had transformed into a werewolf. He stared fiercely at Luo, who had an indifferent expression. At the same time, a white soul ring appeared under his feet. Facing the ferocious-looking Xiao Chenyu, Luo calmly summoned Yama, held the hilt of the knife with both hands, and said in a deep voice, Luo, a freshman, martial soul, Yan Mo, a 7th level soul warrior. Hearing what Luo said, the senior students burst into laughter, as if they were mocking Luo for being so presumptuous. This is really hilarious. A level 7 soul warrior who is not even a soul master actually wants to challenge Boss Xiao, who is already a first ring soul master. That's right, let's watch a good show later. Look at how embarrassed this part-time student is when he is easily defeated by Boss Xiao. Ha 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 ha, Boss Xiao, you better be gentle. It would be a big trouble if you beat this kid up to anything bad. By the way, look at the knife in his hand. Why is it rusty? Why is his martial spirit a rusty knife? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Just now this kid was talking about Yama. I thought it was some amazing martial spirit, but I didn't expect it to be a rusty knife. Does he want to challenge Boss Xiao with just a rusty sword spirit? He is simply overestimating his own abilities. The mocking voices from senior students continued to be heard, and Wang Sheng felt that he could not care less. He gritted his teeth and wanted to ask Luo to give up the challenge. At worst, he can just come forward and kowtow to Boss Xiao in public to apologize. We can't just stand by and watch Luo really become Boss Xiao's little brother. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, The First Battle with Yan Mo. Chapter 7, The First Battle with Yan Mo. Seeking follow-up reading, Wang Sheng may not care about his reputation, but these working students cannot be bullied by others. However, just when Wang Sheng was about to speak to stop the challenge, Luo suddenly tightened the grip of Yama in his hand and rushed towards Xiao Chenyu like an enraged beast. You are really overestimating your capabilities. Xiao Chenyu spat out these words with contempt, then put on a calm fighting posture, standing in place waiting for Luo to approach. However, at the moment when Luo took a step forward, he suddenly stretched out his left hand and whispered, "Room." The next second, a light blue spherical room space spread out from Luo's palm, quickly covering the area where he and Xiao Chenyu were. What the hell is this? Xiao Chenyu looked at the birth of the room space in astonishment, and then it seemed to merge into the air and disappeared from his sight in an instant. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind suddenly sounded. Luo aimed at the place where Xiao Chenyu was originally standing, and threw the Yama in his hand out without hesitation. The sharp tip of the knife cut through the air and, with a heart-pounding force, shot towards Xiao Chenyu's face. Seeing this, Xiao Chenyu no longer had time to think about what the light blue spherical light shield was. He quickly turned his head to avoid the sudden attack. Is this all you are capable of? You are simply rubbish. Xiao Chenyu dodged Luo's attack easily and then made a sarcastic remark. However, before he could finish his words, his eyes widened and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Luo suddenly appeared beside Yan Mo, and without any hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the hilt of the knife. He gathered all his soul power and activated the ability of the surgery fruit. Flying Thunder God Slash, get started. Knife fall. Xiao Chenyu's head fell under Yan Mo's blade and rolled to the ground like a football that no one kicked. What is surprising is that even though Xiao Chenai's head had been chopped off, there was no large amount of blood gushing out of the wound. Instead, his body was still dancing and moving around. "Where's my head? Where's my head? Where is my head?" Xiao Chenai's head rolled on the edge of the playground, shouting desperately. His body was walking unsteadily on the playground with his hands outstretched, groping around, as if trying to find his head. This horrifying scene instantly shocked all the students present. Their hair stood on end and their legs went weak. Some girls were even so frightened that they sat down on the ground. Even the experienced Tang San and Xiao Wu were dumbfounded at this moment and could not utter a word. Although they had more experience than ordinary people, they had never witnessed such a horrifying scene, and the shock in their hearts was naturally beyond words. However, facing this situation, Luo's face remained calm and he showed no surprise at all. Since he awakened the power of the Operation Fruit, all the dogs in the Holy Soul Village have been dismembered by him. He has long been accustomed to such strange scenes and is not surprised. At this time, Luo held the handle of the knife with his right hand, dragged Yan Mo to the ground, and walked to Xiao Chenai's head calmly. He stretched out his left hand, grabbed Xiao Chenai's hair, lifted his head up, and faced his face. Staring at Xiao Chenai's terrified eyes, Luo's tone was cold and resolute. "If you take the initiative to admit defeat, I will remove my ability and put your head back on your body. Otherwise, I will use your head as a ball to kick." Xiao Chenai was so frightened when he heard this that he shook his head desperately and begged for mercy. "I give up. I give up. Don't kick my head like a ball. Put my head back." At this time, Xiao Chenai also realized that his head was chopped off by Luo Yang's knife. Although he was wondering why he didn't die, he was more eager to put his head back in place as soon as possible to avoid dying here. What Luo was waiting for was Xiao Chenai's words of surrender, and seeing that he had admitted defeat and surrendered, he did not continue to humiliate him. He picked up Xiao Chenai's head, walked calmly to his body, and gently put the head back to its original position. Immediately afterwards, Luo immediately cancelled the ability of the surgery fruit, and Xiao Chenai's head was perfectly restored to his body. Xiao Chenai felt his head return to its place, and he quickly stretched out his trembling hand and gently stroked from the hair on top of his head to his cheek, and then slowly slid to his jaw. He did not dare to miss any inch of the head, and his face was still filled with fear. Only after he was sure that his body was intact did Xiao Chenai let out a long sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, "Since I have already admitted defeat, if I meet you again in the future, I will definitely stay away from you and will not appear in front of you." After a short pause, Xiao Chenai finally asked the question in his mind, which was also the question that everyone present was curious about. "Why am I still alive even though you chopped off my head? Is it because of the rusty knife in your hand? Does your martial spirit have any special abilities?" As soon as these words were spoken, the other students pricked up their ears and cast their focused eyes on Luo, who was standing calmly at the side, waiting for his answer. Even Tang San, who always prided himself on being able to remain calm in the face of danger, couldn't help but cast a curious look at Luo at this moment, and his heart was full of doubts about Luo's Yama martial spirit. Since they awakened their respective martial spirits 3 months ago, Tang San and Luo have never had any communication, and he has never heard Luo take the initiative to mention any information about his Yama martial spirit. Of course, the reason why Tang San was unwilling to take the initiative to talk to Luo was mainly because he had mentioned to Tang Hao before that he also wanted to join the Spirit Hall and receive subsidies like Luo, but was slapped hard by Tang Hao. At this moment, Luo was silent for a moment, and finally, under everyone's expectant gaze, he explained his abilities in detail. "As you have seen before, my Yama martial spirit does have an extremely special ability. I can create a light blue spherical light shield. As long as I am within the range of the spherical light shield, I can instantly move to the vicinity of my Yama martial spirit. This is exactly why I was able to catch Xiao Chenai off guard and chop off his head." After saying this, Luo slowly raised the Yama in his hand, as if holding a torch, and everyone's attention was focused on this seemingly inconspicuous rusty blade. Luo Qinglen's cold voice continued to echo in the air. However, the price of having this special ability is that Yan Mo is a rusty knife that cannot hurt others. Even if it cuts off a person's head, the person will still be unharmed and can recover. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Best Assistance. Chapter 8, Best Assistance. After hearing the information about Luo's Yama martial spirit, everyone present couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in their hearts. They had never heard of any kind of martial spirit in this world that could possess such strange abilities. It has not yet been attached to any spirit rings, but the user can instantly move to the vicinity of the spirit as long as it is within the range of the ability. This ability can only be described as average. It has some highlights and can be used to accomplish a lot of cool operations, but it is not particularly outstanding. However, what is most surprising is the side effects that come with the Yama martial spirit. The most special thing about this side effect is that even if the user can attack the enemy, even if he cuts off the enemy's head with a knife, he cannot cause any harm to the enemy and can only produce a split effect. This effect was so bizarre that they couldn't understand what the use of this ability that couldn't hurt others was. The reason why these soul masters work hard to cultivate their martial souls and try their best to improve their own cultivation is simply to hurt others, heal others, control others, and defend against others. That is, it is divided into offensive, healing, control, and defensive systems. This kind of martial spirit that can neither hurt nor heal others, nor control or defend, even if the user can use the martial spirit to teleport, what role can it play in the fighting spirit team? Is it because of the mutated martial soul? Everyone guessed the same thing in their hearts. After hearing about Luo's martial spirit ability, Xiao Chenai couldn't help but laugh out loud and said mockingly, "I thought your martial spirit was so powerful, but it turns out that it only has this kind of weird ability? The reason why I was careless just now and fell into your hands was only because I didn't understand the ability of your martial spirit. Now that I know your ability, there is no way I will lose to you again. Want to compete again?" Luo heard this and said coldly, raising Yama with one hand and pointing the tip of the knife at Xiao Chenai's face, with no fear on his face. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chenai just waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "I, Boss Xiao, am a man of my words. Since I lost to you, I will not go back on my word and deny it. At worst, I will just not come near you every time I see you. After all." He paused, a scornful smile on his face. Who would bother with a useless soul master? After saying that, Xiao Chenai turned around and told his younger brothers to leave the playground and go outside the college to have lunch. Before leaving, he gave Luo another contemptuous smile. Luo didn't care much about his ridicule. After cancelling his Yama martial spirit, he walked towards the cafeteria alone, like a lone hero who had defeated a dragon. Behind him, Wang Sheng and Tang San looked at each other, and quickly followed with the other part-time students, surrounding Luo. No matter what, Luo Gang defeated Xiao Chenai, which also won face for these working students. They were naturally happy to see this kind of thing. The information about Yama's martial spirit that Luo just revealed was of course false. Yama's martial spirit had no abilities at all and was simply a rusty katana. The martial soul ability he deliberately displayed this time was just one of the abilities of the surgery fruit. There were actually only two real reasons why Luo stood up to challenge Xiao Chenai today. Firstly, he was very aware of the conflicts between the working students and the other aristocratic students. In order to prevent his future study and life from being affected by others, he decided to nip the problem in the bud. After the challenge just now, Luo has established his own reputation among these students. In the future, if any short-sighted noble students want to cause trouble for him, they should also think about the scene of Xiao Chenai being beheaded today, and think about whether they can accept having their head chopped off and kicked around like a ball. Secondly, Law deliberately revealed these two abilities in front of everyone as a disguise for the full capabilities of the Op no Mi. The complete power of the Op fruit is so incredible that it is hailed as a devil fruit worthy of a pirate king. teleportation, sound elimination, limb transplantation, piercing waves, object manipulation, antibacterial weapons, anti-aging surgery. An operation fruit is a combination of partial abilities of many devil fruits. The Flying Thunder God skill that Law used in the competition just now actually does not require the use of Yama as a medium. He can appear anywhere in the room space. Of course, if it is within a short distance, he can indeed teleport at will, as long as he is not afraid of making a mistake in the placement of his sights. However, if the object needs to be moved over a long distance and still ensure the accurate landing point, Luo is better off using Heavenly Hand power to exchange with the object at the landing point to ensure that there will be no mistake in the landing point. Just relying on this Heavenly Hand power skill of changing position, Luo has become invincible in the fighting spirit competition. Of course, if Luo were to use the Heavenly Hand power to teleport alone or on a small inanimate object, the amount of soul power consumed would not be that much. With Luo's current 8th level soul power cultivation, he can teleport himself at least a dozen times. If he wanted to replace someone with a higher soul power level than him, he would need to spend a huge amount of soul power, or even not be able to do it at all. It's just like Trafalgar Law in One Piece wanted to move Kaido and Big Mom, but he couldn't do it at all because Kaido and Big Mom's domineering power was too strong. If a soul master whose soul power is much stronger than his is resisting, it will be difficult for Luo to forcibly exchange their positions, and it will also be difficult for Luo to cut their bodies with a knife. Even for a first-ring soul master like Xiao Chinayu who only had the cultivation base of level 11, Luo had to use nearly 1/3 of his soul power to successfully use the power of the surgery fruit to chop off his head. However, if this soul master is willing to cooperate with Luo, then he will enjoy the most powerful auxiliary experience in the world. On a Nagashima in Wano country, when Kaido and Big Mom teamed up to fight 5 supernovas, even someone as powerful as Kaido couldn't help but complain that the power of the Ope no Mi was really disgusting. The first time Big Mom was knocked off a Nagashima, it was Trafalgar Law who first replaced Prometheus from under Big Mom, and then used a huge rock to push Big Mom off a Nagashima. As for the later battle between Trafalgar Law and Kid against Big Mom, it was all thanks to the awakening skill of the Ope no Mi, Piercing Wave, which inflicted tons of real damage to Big Mom. Finally, after using voice cancelling to silence Big Mom's soul spell, Kid had the opportunity to use the electromagnetic cannon to forcibly push the seriously injured Big Mom off a Nagashima. If we were to choose the best support in the battle of a Nagashima, it would definitely be Trafalgar Law who possesses the power of the Ope fruit. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, The Head-Chopping Devil. Chapter 9, The Head-Chopping Devil. Arriving at the first floor of the cafeteria, Luo bought his lunch and then sat alone in an empty corner to eat. Wang Sheng and his group wanted to step forward to express their admiration. After all, Luo had just defeated Xiao Chinayu, and he had aroused great anger for them, the part-time students. However, looking at Luo's cold and indifferent attitude that kept people at a distance, everyone was speechless for a moment. After looking at each other, they didn't know how to start. Some girls originally wanted to go over and sit with Luo to have lunch, relying on their status as girls, but under Luo's cold gaze, they gave up the idea one after another. Only Xiao Wu sat opposite Luo carelessly, as if she didn't notice his cold gaze at all. Seeing this, Luo looked at her speechlessly. He had already acted so cool, why did this rabbit spirit act as if he didn't see anything and insisted on coming forward? It's not that he didn't see the passionate looks those girls gave him, and he knew very well how handsome he was. Comparable to the reader's godfathers. As long as he waves his hand, there will definitely be many girls in the college willing to sit next to him and take the initiative to be his girlfriend. However, Luo did not want to waste his precious study time on useless socializing and love, so he deliberately acted in a cold and aloof manner, in order to avoid being disturbed by others. If he is enthusiastic towards one person, then he must be enthusiastic towards everyone. Such a life is too tiring. It is easier to be indifferent to everyone equally. At this time, Luo was eating lunch silently, without even looking at Xiaowu, who was deliberately giving him a sweet smile. Xiaowu maintained her reserved ladylike demeanor for a while, but when she saw that Luo remained indifferent to her smile, an angry expression suddenly appeared on her face. "Hey, beheading devil, I've been smiling at you, why don't you say a word to me?" Xiaowu patted Luo's arm, trying to force his attention. When Luo heard Xiaowu give him the nickname Head-Chopping Devil, he immediately raised his head with a dead fish eye expression, stared into her wine-red eyes, and said speechlessly, "Hey! Xiaowu, you little rabbit spirit, stop calling me names randomly, okay? The Head-Chopping Devil is too ugly." The name Head-Chopping Maniac reminded Luo of a king of glory anchor in his previous life who loved to play Cheng Yaojin. He felt that he had been greatly insulted. After all, using the word beast to praise the anchor is an insult to the word beast, and Luo naturally does not want to be called a madman. When Xiaowu heard Luo calling her a rabbit spirit, she felt as if some part of her body had been hit. A blush quickly rose on her face, making her bright face even more charming. She opened her big wine-red eyes and glared at Luo fiercely. Her cheeks were puffed up with anger, as if there were two mochi stuffed in her mouth. "Beheading demon! Beheading demon! Beheading demon! I will call you a beheading demon! I will call you a beheading demon!" Xiaowu deliberately shouted this nickname loudly in front of Luo, obviously confronting him. Luo caught a glimpse of the curious eyes of some teachers and students who were eating not far from them. They were all attracted by Xiaowu's loud voice. He suddenly felt his scalp tingling and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. As a patient with social phobia in his previous life, what he feared most was the attention of others. This made him feel as if he was standing in the square with no clothes on, dancing to paradise in front of many people. So Luo quickly stretched out his hand and whispered in his heart, "Room silence." Before he finished speaking, a light blue spherical room space appeared, covering the place where he and Xiaowu were. In an instant, all sounds were erased, whether it was Xiaowu shouting Luo's nickname Head-Chopping Devil or the sounds of other people talking to each other in the cafeteria. All the sounds disappeared completely. Seeing that his ears were quiet, Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He picked up the chopsticks on the plate and started to eat his lunch slowly. At this moment, Xiaowu was looking at Luo in surprise, her mouth opening and closing constantly, as if she was saying something, but no sound came out at all. "Why can't I speak? Why is this happening?" Unwilling to give up, Xiaowu tried several more times, but the result was still that she couldn't speak at all, and couldn't hear any sound from the outside world. Suddenly, Xiaowu seemed to remember something, her eyes lit up, and she thought, "Domain. This is definitely the power of a domain. This rubbish martial spirit of the head-chopping maniac actually awakened a natural domain. How is this possible? Just based on who he is?" Xiaowu didn't believe in her heart that Luo actually possessed an innate domain, even though he was very handsome. But the facts before us prove that this is the power of the domain, because only the domain can do all this, making all voices, including hers, disappear completely. Just like that, with Xiaowu looking at Luo with a complicated gaze, Luo finally finished his lunch peacefully. Afterwards, he calmly released the room space, restored all sounds to normal, and stood up to leave the cafeteria. When Xiaowu saw this, she didn't care that there was still half of food left on her plate, and hurriedly got up and followed Luo. "Head-chopping devil, why is the skill you just used different from the two martial spirit abilities you mentioned before?" The little dancing dog sneaked up to Luo's head and bit his ear quietly. Luo felt a little itchy in the center of his ears from the hot air from Xiaowu's mouth, so he quickly reached out and pushed her cheek away from his ear, and whispered, "Rabbit spirit, this is none of your business." Xiaowu did not feel angry when Luo called her a rabbit spirit this time. After all, she had just called Luo a head-chopping devil, so they were even. Xiaowu didn't give up when she didn't get the answer she wanted. She still leaned against Luo's side and asked in a low voice, Do you know that the ability your broken sword spirit possesses is called domain? What is a field? Luo glanced around quietly and found that there was no one near them, so he felt at ease and spoke to Xiaowu normally. Xiaowu didn't think too much about it. She even took the initiative to explain the concept of domain. Domain is an extremely special power. Different domains will produce different effects. Soul masters who are born with domains are much stronger than soul masters without domains, and the ability you use is actually some unknown domain. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, You are mentally ill. Chapter 10, You are mentally ill, but a domain is not something that an ordinary soul master can possess. Generally, only those with the most top-level martial souls, or powerful soul beasts with super bloodlines, can awaken the ability of a domain. Xiaowu hasn't realized that her true identity is about to be exposed, and she is still talking in front of Luo, and gradually forgets to restrain her voice. For example, the two soul beast kings that live deep in the Xingda Great Forest, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, are born with two domains of different effects. The Azure Bull Python's territory is called the slowness territory. Any creature within the slowness territory will move slower and slower. The domain owned by the Titan Ape is called the gravity domain. As the name suggests, creatures within the gravity domain will be affected by the stronger gravity swamp. Finally, Xiaowu expressed her guess about Luo's ability. I guess your broken sword martial soul is some kind of mutated martial soul, which is why it awakened such a strange innate domain. Whether it's the two abilities mentioned above or the ability to eliminate sound just now, they are all the effects of this unknown area. After she finished speaking, Xiaowu looked at Luo with her head held high and her chest puffed out with a smug look on her face, totally unaware that the information she had just mentioned was not something a country orphan could access. Luo did not reveal this, but said meaningfully, Xiaowu, I didn't expect you to know so much. I don't even know what a domain is. Xiaowu's face froze immediately upon hearing this, and she was shocked to realize that she had revealed so much information that she shouldn't have said just to show off in front of Luo. Damn it! Why did I suddenly get carried away and talk so much about Deming and Ming? I don't think this beheading devil will figure it out, right? However, just when Xiaowu was feeling uneasy and afraid of exposing her true identity, Luo did not dwell on it. Instead, he changed the subject and started arguing loudly with Xiaowu. By the way, Rabbit Spirit, I have tolerated you for a long time. I have been tolerating you since just now. Why do you keep saying broken sword martial spirit? Where is my Yama martial spirit broken? What? Xiaowu's eyes widened when she heard that, and she looked at Luo, who was filled with righteous indignation, at a loss, not understanding why he looked so angry, but the panic and uneasiness in her heart were relieved. What are you saying? Rabbit Spirit. Apologize to me now. Who told you to call my Yama the broken sword spirit? However, Luo continued to argue relentlessly, and it seemed that he would not give up until Xiaowu apologized to him. Xiaowu had already put her worries behind her at this time, and instead started arguing with Luo Shengsheng. Head-chopping devil! Your Yama martial soul is obviously very broken, so what's wrong with me calling it broken sword martial soul? Broken sword martial soul. Broken sword martial soul. I am willing to be called broken sword martial soul. Yan Mo. Yan Mo. My katana martial spirit is called Yan Mo. It's not some broken sword martial spirit. You damned rabbit spirit. My name is broken sword martial spirit, what can you do to me? Head-chopping devil. When the two were arguing, Tang San happened to walk by. He took a curious look at the quarreling people, shook his head and left. As soon as Tang San left, Luo's face immediately calmed down, as if he couldn't tell that he was the one who had just quarreled with Xiaowu. What's wrong? Did you realize that you can't win the argument with me, so you surrendered to your sister Xiaowu? Xiaowu thought that Luo was afraid of her, so she crossed her arms over her chest and looked at him proudly. Unexpectedly, Luo looked at Xiaowu seriously, and after carefully examining her from head to toe, he slowly said, "Rabbit spirit, I found something is wrong with you. You are not a normal person." Hearing these words, Xiaowu's heart skipped a beat and she became uneasy again. Her eyes roamed around everywhere but she didn't dare to look at Luo. After Luo finished saying this, he suddenly became silent and just stared at Xiaowu's face expressionlessly. Xiaowu felt her whole body go numb when Luo Bing stared at her with cold eyes. Goosebumps appeared on both arms and her heart sank a little bit. She even began to wonder in her mind which direction she should escape to ensure her own safety. After a long while, Luo spoke again. "Rabbit spirit, I find that your brain is not normal. You must be mentally ill. You are crazy." Xiaowu's defense was broken instantly. She couldn't help but kick Luo hard on the calf, then reached out to tear his cheek. Luo quickly turned around and dodged, whispered something in her ear, then ran away waving his hand as if he was escaping. "Tonight at 12 o'clock, sneak over to the grove next to the playground and I'll cure you." After running out of the college gate, Luo's pace gradually slowed down, and his face was replaced with a cold and arrogant expression. In fact, he did catch a glimpse of an unusual aura in Xiaowu's body just now, which made him start to speculate. When eating in the cafeteria before, Luo not only used the room silence skill to eliminate Xiaowu's voice. He also secretly used the room scan skill to conduct a secret comprehensive scan of Xiaowu's body, trying to spy on the specific structure of her internal body. This action was unintentional, but unexpectedly it made Luo discover that there was a foreign object in Xiaowu's body that he had never felt before. It was difficult for Luo to describe exactly what this alien object was, but in the perception of the room space, it was like a lingering soul power, and also like some strange solid matter, and the waves it emitted were completely different from the soul power of ordinary soul masters. This unique soul power aura was something he had never felt before in his life. Luo guessed that the foreign object in Xiaowu's body was probably the reason why the true identity of the 100,000-year-old soul beast was discovered in its infancy after it transformed into a human. The reason why he teased Xiaowu just now and asked her to meet in the woods after 12 o'clock in the evening was actually to secretly knock Xiaowu unconscious, and then take the opportunity to use the ability of the surgery fruit to study her body structure and see what the true form of this strange foreign object was. Luo made many speculations in his mind, the biggest possibility being that this foreign object was actually Xiaowu's 100,000-year soul bone. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, Contract. Chapter 11, Contract. Why is it that after 100,000-year soul beast transforms into a human, not only can it automatically obtain soul rings of each level without having to hunt soul beasts, but even after being killed, it can still explode 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones like a normal soul beast? And this is not the main problem. The most bizarre thing is that since these 100,000-year-old soul beasts have already transformed into humans, why can their true forms still be seen through by those who are stronger than Soul Douluo? It's probably difficult to explain the problem clearly just by saying that it's still in its infancy and hasn't yet entered the mature stage after level 70, right? Luo's inner intuition told him that there must be some mysterious connection here. That was why he was thinking about how to lure Xiaowu out so that he could study her carefully. But this is what needs to be done tonight. Luo now has to go to the Spirit Hall to complete the contract before he can receive the subsidy he deserves. By asking a passerby for directions, Luo quickly arrived at the Wuhan branch hall in Notting City. After clearly explaining his purpose to the guard, Luo was led into the reception hall by a guard, and happened to run into the blind Douluo Su Yun Tao, who had awakened his martial spirit for him before. He was talking face to face with a white-haired old man. "Brother Su. What a coincidence, we meet again. I'm here to handle the contract." Luo quietly walked behind Su Yun Tao and greeted him softly. Su Yun Tao turned around when he heard the voice, and Luo's extremely handsome face instantly came into his eyes, which immediately reminded him of Luo's identity. "Oh, I remember you. You're the guy in Holy Spirit Village 3 months ago. If I remember correctly, your name is Luo, right? Su Yun Tao smiled and nodded to Luo, and continued, nice to see you again, Luo. You should have enrolled in school, right? Luo didn't say much, just nodded quietly. Then, Su Yun Tao introduced the old man next to him. This is Master Machinyo, who is also a great soul master like me. You can call him Grandpa Machinyo. This time, Master Machinyo will be responsible for processing the contract for you. Luo bowed respectfully to Machinyo and said politely, hello, Grandpa Machinyo, my name is Luo, and I am from the Holy Soul Village. Brother Su held a martial soul awakening ceremony for me before. Matthew looked to be in his 80s. Seeing Luo being so polite, he was very happy and couldn't help but reach out and touch Luo's hair. Then, he happily pulled Luo towards his office, muttering. 3 months ago, Su Yun Tao mentioned you to me. I didn't expect that a small and inconspicuous Holy Soul village could produce a genius like you. It must be the blessing of His Holiness the Pope. I have been waiting for you to come to sign the contract these days, but I didn't expect you to come today. After arriving at the office, Machinyo personally poured Luo a cup of tea and asked him to sit in a comfortable chair. He then took out a piece of parchment from a pile of documents on the desk and handed it to Luo. This is the contract to join our spirit hall. As long as you sign this parchment, when you reach the age of 18 and become an adult, no matter which city you are in, you must join our spirit hall and serve our spirit hall. Machinyo explained the contents of the contract to Luo with a serious face, explaining every item and every sentence clearly without concealing anything. Before you become a first-ring spirit master, you can go to the spirit hall every year to receive an extra 5 gold soul coins for living allowance. After the first ring, you can receive an extra 50 gold soul coins every year, and after the second ring, 500 gold soul coins every year, and so on. Also, no matter which college you go to in the future, as long as you take out this contract, you can directly waive your tuition and living expenses. Luo listened to the explanation carefully, while also carefully examining the contents of the contract on the parchment. After confirming that there was no problem with the contract, Luo raised his head and said to Machinyo with a serious face, I'm sure, we can sign the contract now, Grandpa Machinyo. Machinyo nodded when he heard this, and then took out a feather pen and a box of red clay, and instructed Luo to sign his name, innate soul power level, martial soul name, date of birth, place of birth and family relationship at the bottom of the parchment, and finally put a thumbprint on his name. This contract was made in duplicate, with one copy kept by Matthew and one by Luo. If Luo left Notting City in the future to go to school somewhere else, he would have to rely on this contract document in his hand to receive subsidies from the local Wuhan Hall. After all the procedures were completed, Machinyo stood up and took out 5 gold soul coins from the cabinet behind him. He placed them in Luo's palm with a solemn face and warned him earnestly, Luo, when you reach the age of 18, you must strictly abide by this contract and never betray it. Otherwise, you will face a severe wanted order from our spirit hall. No matter where you flee to on the continent, or join any other forces, you will not be able to escape the pursuit of our spirit hall. Luo carefully put the 5 gold soul coins into his arms. Hearing Matthew's serious warning, he nodded firmly, indicating that he would never violate the contract. Afterwards, Matthew returned to his previous kind and amiable appearance, and after asking Luo about his recent situation with concern, he instructed Su Yun Tao to personally escort Luo out of the Spirit Hall's gate. In an office at Notting Junior College, after listening to Tang San's description of the Yama martial spirit ability displayed by Luo, the master fell into deep thought, as if he was tightly entangled by some problem. Teacher, is there anything special about Luo's martial spirit? Seeing that the master had been silent for a long time, Tang San was extremely curious and finally couldn't help asking softly. Upon hearing this, the master first shook his head slightly, then nodded as if he understood something. This contradictory behavior made Tang San confused for a moment, and he asked doubtfully, "Teacher, don't you think that Luo's martial spirit is just a useless waste martial spirit?" At this moment, the master finally spoke slowly, with a hint of firmness in his voice. "I always say, there is no most useless martial soul, only the most useless soul master. Each martial soul has its unique role, and only those useless soul masters will not be able to play the role of their martial soul. Then teacher, do you think Luo's martial spirit ability is very powerful?" However, the master shook his head again, and this action completely confused Tang San. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped, his heart full of confusion. At this moment, the master suddenly raised his head, stared at Tang San with a sharp gaze, and asked in a serious tone, "Xiao San, if you had Luo's martial spirit, how would you start to develop it?" End of this chapter. Chapter 12, Anatomy of a Rabbit. Chapter 12, Anatomy of a Rabbit. Hey? Me? Tang San pointed at himself in surprise, his eyes flickering with confusion and his heart filled with doubts. He honestly said that he had never thought about this question. If he had Luo's Yama martial spirit, how would he develop its abilities? Although he deeply agreed with the master's words, there is no most useless martial soul, only the most useless soul master. However, what use is a martial spirit that cannot cause harm? Tang San was born a killer, and he had been taught since childhood how to kill people quickly and effectively. Now he was asked to develop an ability that made it impossible to kill people, which was indeed beyond his imagination. Tang San did not pretend to be rich, but frankly admitted his confusion in front of master. "Teacher, to be honest, I really don't know how to develop Luo's ability." Upon hearing this, the master nodded slightly, seeming to admire Tang San's honesty. He comforted her, "It's okay, Xiaosan. After all, you are not like me, your teacher, who possesses the most comprehensive martial arts theory knowledge in the world. It is already very rare that you can recognize your own theoretical deficiencies and speak out honestly without pretending to know." As soon as the master said this, Tang San immediately cast a look of admiration, his heart full of respect for the master. Then, the master slowly expressed his thoughts. "The ability of Luo's Yama spirit that cannot cause damage is indeed a bit useless. However, the other ability to teleport to the spirit's location is not so bad." As soon as these words fell, Tang San instantly perked up, staring at the master with sharp eyes, waiting for him to continue speaking with full expectation. "If I were Luo, I would definitely choose a first spirit ring that can create multiple martial spirits. In this way, I can have multiple locations for teleportation. According to my research, only a few soul beasts that can split can give birth to soul rings with similar effects, such as the Twin Lotus, Earth Dragon Beast, and Split Ring Leech. If Luo's first spirit ring can really create multiple martial spirits as I imagined, then with the ability to teleport, he can still deal with the enemy even if he cannot cause damage to the enemy. Even in this way, Luo also possesses an extremely powerful instant kill ability. As long as he is equipped with a handy weapon, he can control the landing point of his martial spirit and appear in any unexpected position to assassinate the enemy instantly." The master expounded his views leisurely, with a confident look on his face. If Luo could hear what the master said at this moment, he might look at the master with new eyes. Because what the master said is exactly the core of the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze's specialty skill, Flying Thunder God. Unexpectedly, the master could immediately infer the most correct use of this ability simply based on the ability that Luo deliberately demonstrated. Having said that, although the master is extremely useless in terms of hard power and responsibility as a man, he is indeed quite outstanding in theoretical knowledge and intelligence, at least much stronger than many soul masters who are stronger than him. However, the master's biggest problem is that he believes too much in and advocates his own theory of the competition among the 10 martial spirits. This theory cannot be said to be completely wrong. It can only be said that some of its views are valid only under certain specific circumstances. In fact, Tang San's future achievements are the best counterexample. which completely overturns Master's theory of the competition among the 10 martial spirits. As for the sentence "there is no most useless martial soul, only the most useless soul master," it is simply a bunch of bullshit. A powerful martial soul must be really powerful, otherwise, why has the master failed to break through the bottleneck of level 30 soul master in his life? If the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit and the blue silver grass spirit were placed in front of others for them to choose from, there is no doubt that everyone would choose the more powerful blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit without hesitation, rather than the blue silver grass spirit, which is regarded as a useless spirit. In this world, how many soul masters can be like Ji Jueshan in Douluo 2, who has both excellent opportunities and extraordinary talents, and ultimately achieves a reversal of fate? For the vast majority of soul masters, their fate is completely determined from the moment their martial spirit awakens. At this moment, after listening to the theoretical assumptions put forward by the master, Tang San couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, and inexplicably developed a sense of fear towards Luo. This mysterious teleportation ability is exactly what a hidden weapon master like him who is good at sneak attacks fears the most, and it is also the ability that he dreams of the most. The fear is that the opponent can easily avoid the hidden weapon attack by teleporting, and the desire comes from the fact that if Tang San can teleport unlimitedly, coupled with his superb hidden weapon skills, his assassination ability will surely be improved to a higher level. For a moment, Tang San didn't know whether he should despise Luo Na's weird martial spirit ability, or be envious of him. After 8 o'clock in the evening, the lights in Dormitory 7 were turned off and everyone went to rest. The living management of Nottingham Junior College is quite strict. Students are not allowed to live outside or stay out overnight. Every night, teachers come in to check on the students to ensure that every student is in the dormitory. Of course, this is also for the sake of the students. After all, there are evil soul masters in this world. If a student is out all night and is killed by an evil soul master, the academy will have to bear a heavy responsibility. But this is not a problem for Law. With the ability of the surgery fruit, he cannot be stopped by a mere dormitory building. After feeling that almost everyone in Dormitory 7 had fallen asleep, Luo quietly lifted the quilt, stood up, opened the door and slipped out of the dormitory room. With a low cry in his heart, Luo activated the room space to cover the entire dormitory building, and exchanged his position with a small stone downstairs. After arriving at the downstairs of the dormitory, Luo looked up at the work-study dormitory on the 7th floor, then strode towards the grove beside the playground. The dormitory building of Nottingham Junior College has a total of 7 floors. The 7th floor, which is the most difficult to climb, is the dormitory for their working students, so it is also called Dormitory 7. In Dorm 7, all of Luo's actions as he got up and went out were seen by Xiaowu, who was sleeping not far away. At this moment, Xiaowu was feeling very conflicted. On the one hand, she was not sure whether Luo had seen something, so she was a little afraid to go out and face Luo. On the other hand, she was also very angry about Luo's teasing her during the day, and wanted to go out and beat Luo up. Think about it. Sister Xiaowu was the uncrowned queen of the Star-Do Great Forest in the past, with the support of the 2 Soul Beast Kings, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. No Soul Beast had ever dared to provoke her. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, Brainwashing. Chapter 13, Brainwashing. But now, there was a boy who was not even a first-ring soul master who dared to bully her. This made Xiaowu feel that she could no longer tolerate it. He's not a strong man above the soul Douluo level, how could he possibly see through my soul beast's true form? Don't be afraid, Xiaowu. Go out bravely and beat that guy up first. Xiaowu kept cheering herself up in her heart, then she resolutely stood up from the bed, quietly opened the door of the dormitory, and quietly slipped out. Although their work-study dormitory is on the 7th floor, for Xiaowu, who is good at jumping, this height is just a piece of parkour. Not long after, Xiaowu arrived at the lush woods beside the playground, and happened to see Luo leaning against a tree waiting. At this moment, Luo folded his arms across his chest, leaning leisurely against a big tree. The moonlight, as warm as water, sprinkled down from the sky and spread over Luo's body, as if he was wearing a bright feather coat. When Luo noticed the light footsteps coming from not far away, he immediately opened his narrow eyes like black stars and looked towards the source of the sound. "You bastard, don't think that I won't beat you just because you're so pretty. No matter who it is, if they dare to mess with me, Xiao Wu, I will beat them all. Get ready for my fists." Xiao Wu rubbed her little fist and put on a fierce look, with anger flashing in her wine-red eyes. However, her lowly image at the moment does not have the feeling of being ferocious at all, but instead reveals a sense of cuteness and adorableness. Facing Xiao Wu's provocation, Luo ignored her and just stared at her coldly. Suddenly, he said something shocking, "Xiao Wu, you are not actually a human, right?" Before she finished her words, Xiao Wu froze on the spot, her face suddenly turned extremely pale, and her eyes revealed a look of fear that was hard to conceal. However, she quickly suppressed her inner panic, forced herself to cheer up, and managed to force a smile on her face, laughing tremblingly. "Luo, are you kidding? How could I am not a human. Of course I am a human." However, facing Luo's cold gaze staring at her, Xiao Wu could only lower her head little by little, and her voice gradually became weaker and thinner, until it was difficult to hear clearly at last. At this moment, the air in the woods seemed to be frozen in deathly silence, and time seemed to have come to a standstill. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Wu's trembling body finally calmed down. She slowly raised her head and looked firmly at Luo, who was standing in the moonlight. She confessed, "You are right. I am indeed not a human. But, how did you find out?" "Room soundproof." Luo raised his hand gently and summoned the largest room space, completely isolating the conversation between the two, and then explained. "You guessed before that my martial soul ability is actually some kind of mutated innate domain, and this guess is indeed correct. I have realized this since I was a child. My martial soul ability is actually a domain. I call it the surgical domain." "Surgical domain?" Xiao Wu repeated it, her eyes still calm, quietly waiting for Luo's further explanation. "Just as the name suggests, within the scope of this field, I can accurately sense and manipulate every inch of space and every object within the field, just like a doctor performing surgery on a patient," Luo said slowly. "So, during lunch today, I just happened to reveal my true identity in your domain." When Xiao Wu heard this, she instantly understood how her identity was exposed. Seeing Luo nod gently, tacitly agreeing with her guess, Xiao Wu couldn't help but sigh deeply, shook her head, and said self-deprecatingly, "I am so unlucky. This is my first time stepping into human society after transforming into a human form. Before I even met a strong person above the level of Contra, I met a genius like you who was born with the ability of mutation. Moreover, your ability of the domain can see through my true form." However, in the next second, Xiao Wu instantly completed the spirit possession, stared at Luo with a ferocious face, took an offensive stance, and said in a firm tone, "Don't think that just because you see through my identity, I will follow you back to the spirit hall. Even if I commit suicide here, I will never let others kill me and become their spirit rings and spirit bones." When Luo heard Xiao Wu's resolute words, he quickly retorted, "Who said I want to take you back to the spirit hall? So do you want to kill me now and take my soul bone? I tell you, that's just wishful thinking. I would rather blow myself up and die with you than let your wish come true." Xiao Wu's tone became more and more intense. Seeing that Xiao Wu was gradually emitting pink soul light, and seemed to be on the verge of self-destruction, Luo hurriedly took the initiative to explain, "Of course not. I won't kill you. I just want to help you better integrate into human society, so that you don't really expose your soul beast identity." As soon as these words came out, Xiao Wu's eyes widened instantly, with a look of astonishment on her face. She stammered, You you don't want to kill me and take my spirit rings and spirit bones." Hearing this, Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes and said helplessly, "Come on, you violent little rabbit are my friend now, how could I want to kill my friend? Not to mention selling you out to the spirit hall." After a short pause, seeing that Xiao Wu's soul power light gradually weakened and she seemed to no longer want to self-destruct, Luo continued to explain patiently. "What's more, no matter what kind of 100,000-year-old soul beast you were before, you now have the appearance of a human. In my eyes, you are a person, a living person, my friend Xiao Wu, not a soul beast." After saying that, Xiao Wu lowered her head and fell into deep silence. Her expressionless face made it difficult to glimpse the true emotions in her heart. Only the blue veins on her fingers that were tightly clenching the corner of her clothes quietly revealed the turmoil and struggle in her heart at the moment. Seeing that Xiao Wu was still skeptical, Luo sighed helplessly, put his hands in the shape of a little bear, and said with a bit of silence, "I made a special trip to the Spirit Hall this afternoon to complete the contract procedures for joining them in the future. If I really wanted to harm you, you would have fallen into the hands of the Spirit Hall long ago. How could you stand here safely and listen to me explain all this to you?" After hearing this, the stiffness on Xiao Wu's face gradually disappeared. Although the guard in her heart had not been completely let down, at least it was no longer as indestructible as before. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Successful Deception. Chapter 14, Successful Deception. After a long time, Xiao Wu opened her beautiful wine-red eyes and slowly looked at Luo, who was smiling. Her face was full of hesitation, and she asked softly, "Luo, could it be that you really have never thought of harming me? Not even the slightest thought?" Luo shook his head gently and frankly revealed his true thoughts. "To say that I don't have the slightest thought at all is a lie. After all, in this world, no spirit master can face 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone within easy reach without being moved." Noticing that Xiao Wu was about to attack again, Luo seemed to ignore it, still staring at Xiao Wu's eyes sincerely, and said earnestly, "However, if I really did something to you, I would definitely feel guilty and uneasy in the future. How should I put it? If I don't have a lively, cute, and easy-to-bully bunny like you by my side during my future college years, my life will definitely become boring." Hearing the second half of Luo's words, Xiao Wu turned her head and squinted her eyes, muttering softly, "Who looks easy to bully?" Although she appeared calm on the surface, her cheeks suddenly began to turn slightly red, revealing her inner shyness. Luo caught Xiao Wu's mumbling, and a smile quietly appeared on his lips. He said softly, "Of course it's you, the violent rabbit. Besides you, who else can be so easy to bully?" Xiao Wu fell silent upon hearing this. She lowered her head and dared not meet Luo's eyes. However, her heart was beating like a deer, and she was screaming. "Really? Luo is usually so arrogant and cold, how come he suddenly became so gentle? I couldn't even bring myself to hit him." Suddenly, Xiao Wu remembered what Luo had mentioned before, and she was startled. So she immediately raised her head, took 2 steps forward, came in front of Luo, and asked curiously in a low voice, "By the way, Luo, didn't you just say that you could help me better integrate into human society and prevent people from discovering my true identity? Do you have any solution?" Luo pursed his lips tightly and fell into deep thought, as if he was carefully considering how to answer. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "During the day, I said that my Yama spirit cannot harm others. Even if I cut off someone's head, that person will not be affected at all. I can even restore the cut part." "So what you mean is?" Xiao Wu frowned and said in a deep voice. She seemed to understand something in her heart, but it was like seeing flowers in the fog, unable to think it through thoroughly. Luo was quietly observing Xiao Wu's expression and continued, "Word by word just now, I said again, the reason why I could see through your true form was because you were in the surgical area during lunch. In fact, I sensed the existence of a strange foreign object in your body through the surgical field. It was the unusual smell emitted by this foreign object that allowed me to discover your true identity. So, I suspect that after the 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human, the soul beast's identity was discovered by the strong soul Douluo level or above before maturity. It is because you were in your infancy and could not completely cover up the soul beast aura emitted by this foreign object. So, my method is to use my surgical field ability to cut open your body without any damage, and then remove the foreign object from your body. This way, your body will be the same as that of a real human, and no one will ever discover your true identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. As soon as the words fell, the air instantly fell into silence, and it seemed that even the cicadas in the woods had lowered their voices. Luo Manhan gazed at Xiaowu sincerely, without urging her at all, just waiting quietly for her to make a decision. Xiaowu lowered her head, frowned, and bit her lower lip lightly, her face full of entanglement and struggle. After a long time, Xiaowu suddenly raised her head and asked with an unusually firm look, "Luo, if I reject your method, what will you do next?" Luo did not hesitate at all and answered decisively, "Of course, it is to protect your safe growth until you reach maturity, and you don't have to worry about your true identity being discovered by anyone." Hearing these long-awaited words, a sweet smile instantly bloomed on Xiaowu's face, and her pair of eyes as bright as stars curved into two crescent moons. "I promise you. But I can only cooperate with your method after your soul power level reaches level 10. As she said this, Xiaowu subconsciously recalled a sentence her mother often said to her when she was alive. "Xiaowu, one day, you will meet the only person in your life who is willing to comb your hair and protect you for the rest of your life." "Mom, I think I may have really met the person you once told me was willing to protect me for the rest of my life." Xiaowu clasped her hands together in front of her chest and whispered to herself, her thoughts unconsciously drifting to the warm time she spent with her mother in the Douluo Great Forest. Those days, like bright stars, are forever engraved in the depths of her memory. In fact, the reason why Xiaowu chose the path of cultivation of transforming into a human, which is rarely chosen among 100,000-year soul beasts, is largely because she was influenced by her mother. If it weren't for her mother who kept whispering in her ears that she was willing to comb your hair and willing to protect you for the rest of your life, Xiaowu would never have thought of visiting human society. Moreover, Xiaowu's mother also chose the path of transforming into a human, and after cultivating to the Soul Saint realm, she returned to the Douluo Great Forest. It can be said that the reason why Xiaowu behaves so love-brained is entirely because her mother has been brainwashing her. At the same time, when Luo heard Xiaowu's suggestion that he would only cooperate with his plan after his cultivation reached level 10, his face did not show any displeasure or rejection, but just nodded slightly to show that he agreed. Luo thought to himself that he always felt that Xiaowu seemed to know some unknown secrets. Otherwise, when he mentioned that there was a mysterious foreign object in her body, Xiaowu's reaction would never have been so calm and indifferent. This extraordinary calmness undoubtedly revealed that Xiaowu had a very clear understanding of her own physical condition, and she was even well aware of the existence of that foreign object. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, 10,000-Year Spirit Ring and Spirit Bone. Chapter 15, 100,000-Year Spirit Ring and Spirit Bone. Do you have anything else to take care of, Luo? After a moment's silence, Xiaowu's voice sounded a little dry, as if she was trying to squeeze out a little strength to ask. Seeing Luo gently shook his head, Xiaowu spoke again, with a hint of concern in her voice, "Then I'll go back to the dormitory to rest first. Don't you plan to go back with me?" Luo shook his head again. He already had a plan in mind and was ready to start practicing in the room space in this grove. After all, it is obviously not convenient to use such ability in the dormitory. Only in this quiet grove can he practice the ability of the surgery fruit as he pleases. Seeing this, Xiaowu had no choice but to turn around and slowly walk towards the 7th dormitory. However, just as she turned around, she suddenly seemed to remember something, turned around abruptly and rushed to Luo at an astonishing speed. Xiaowu stretched out her hands and pushed Luo to the ground with force, making him fall hard on his butt. Then, Xiaowu retreated like a gust of wind to a place not far away. While retreating, she made a face at Luo, who was still in shock, and said with a smile, "Lu, you bullied me during the day, and now I'm finally letting you have a taste of your own medicine. I'm going to throw you down like a dog eating shit, and see if you dare to bully me again in the future." After playing this prank, Xiaowu's face was filled with a mischievous and smug smile. Although this smile had a bit of a mean vibe to it, it did not affect her cuteness at all, but made her look even more silly and lovable. Watching Xiaowu's figure gradually moving away until she completely disappeared from the grove, Luo slowly stood up. There was a deep and mysterious light flashing in his eyes, and his face showed no joy or anger, and it was impossible to tell any emotion. Just now, the reason why Luo showed such a sincere look was actually to firmly tie Xiaowu's heart, and to gradually win her trust, so that he could smoothly carry out his research on Xiaowu. Luo already knew Xiaowu's personality traits. Indeed, as a soft-bone rabbit with a cultivation of 100,000 years, Xiaowu has spent a long time in the Stardow Great Forest and understands many things that only adults can do. However, despite her profound experience, she has never truly set foot in human society, and has never been influenced and tempered by the complex human emotions. Therefore, compared to the complicated minds of humans, Xiaowu's mind seems particularly simple, and even at certain moments, she reveals a kind of stupid cuteness that is almost childish. However, it was precisely because of this innocence that Luo saw an opportunity, making him more determined to use this trust to achieve his goals. Now it seems that Luo's plan is progressing very smoothly, just as he carefully planned. With just a few sincere words, he easily won Xiaowu's trust, leaving the latter completely defenseless against him. For Luo, Xiaowu's 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone are undoubtedly the treasures he has always dreamed of. He will never allow these precious resources to fall into Tang San's hands easily and become a boost to his strength improvement. What's more, Xiaowu also has an unusual relationship with the two kings of soul beasts, Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape. Luo knows that once Xiaowu falls into Tang San's hands, the soul rings and soul bones of the two kings of soul beasts are likely to fall into Tang San's pocket. This is something Luo absolutely cannot tolerate. However, when Luo's thoughts drifted to the two soul beast kings, his eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly, as if he remembered something. But soon, he shook his head gently, put these distracting thoughts behind him, and muttered to himself. "Forget it. It's useless to think so much now. Let's hurry up and practice. Only after my soul power level reaches level 10 can I perform surgery on Xiaowu and remove the foreign body from her body." Afterwards, Luo sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and concentrated, and began to mobilize the vital energy of heaven and earth in the room space, allowing it to flow into his body continuously to help him practice. Before talking to Xiaowu, Luo had used the room space to conduct a thorough exploration of the grove. After confirming that there was no one around, he confidently used the soundproofing skill. This skill can lock the audio of the conversation between him and Xiaowu firmly within the room space, preventing any possible leakage. It's no wonder that Luo acts so cautiously, it's because he needs to always be on guard against Tang Dachui, who is hiding in the dark and always watching Tang San. This person must be guarded against, Luo secretly speculated in his heart. He was not sure whether Tang Hao was traveling with Tang San today and whether he knew Xiaowu's true identity. But it is better to act cautiously than to regret it later. Judging from the current situation, Tang Hao should not be following Tang San around day and night. Otherwise, if he found out that Xiaowu secretly met Luo Xiang in the grove tonight, he would definitely follow them and eavesdrop on their conversation. Having said that, even though Tang Hao is a titled Douluo with extraordinary strength, he is ultimately a human being with flesh and blood, not a tireless robot that needs no rest. He also needs to eat, drink, defecate and sleep, so it is impossible for him to spy on Tang San's every move all the time and in every way. Thinking of this, Luo relaxed a little bit of his guard. Today, the room space that comes with the surgery fruit has expanded to an astonishing range with a radius of about 18 meters, enough to cover the entire grove. In this space controlled by Luo, he seemed to be the god who dominated everything and could condense the vitality of heaven and earth at will. It's a pity that the quality of Luo's Yama martial soul, in fact, his root bone qualification has not yet been improved, and his body can still only retain a small part of the huge amount of heaven and earth energy that is condensed each time. If it weren't for the fact that his aptitude was so poor that it seriously hindered his progress in cultivation, Luo wouldn't have set his sights on Xiaowu now. Luo knew that no matter whether it was a 100,000-year spirit ring or a spirit bone, as long as he could obtain any one of them, he would be able to strengthen his muscles and marrow and improve the quality of his Yama martial spirit. In the original novel, after Tang San obtained Ayan's 100,000-year soul bone, he cleansed his body and expelled many impurities from his body, and this was after Tang San completed the ice and fire alchemy body. One can imagine how huge an improvement a 100,000-year spirit bone can have on a person's aptitude. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, The Secret of Transfiguration. Chapter 16, The Secret of Transfiguration. 4 months passed like a flash, and during this period, Luo's soul power level was successfully promoted from level 8 to level 10, which can be regarded as the first watershed. The bug in the ability of the surgery fruit is fully displayed at this moment. As Luo's soul power level continued to increase, the range of the room space he controlled also expanded rapidly, and now had a radius of about 30 meters. In this space dominated by him, he can condense increasingly vast energy of heaven and earth. Although Luo's physique was not outstanding, and his body's retention rate of the heaven and earth's vital energy was pitifully low, only 1 in 100, but his cultivation speed was not greatly affected. This was due to the fact that he was able to condense an astonishing amount of heaven and earth energy every time. Even if only a small part of it remained, it was enough to support him in moving forward steadily. If Luo's aptitude is 1 and his body's retention rate of heaven and earth vital energy is 10%, then the amount of heaven and earth vital energy he absorbs into his body each time is as high as 1000, and after each practice, the amount of heaven and earth vital energy that can be retained is as much as 100. This level of achievement is difficult to achieve even for geniuses with outstanding talents. In comparison, a peerless genius like Tang San who is born with full soul power, although their aptitude is as high as 10, their body's retention rate of the heaven and earth energy has reached an astonishing 100%. However, the amount of heaven and earth vital energy they breathed into their bodies each time was only 100, and the heaven and earth vital energy remaining in their bodies was not much different from Luo's situation. Because of this, even though Luo's innate soul power did not reach the 7th level, but was only around 1 or 2 levels, his cultivation speed did not slow down. On the contrary, relying on the extraordinary power of the Operation Fruit, as well as his own unremitting efforts and persistence, he was able to upgrade to level 10 in just 4 months. At this moment, in an antique hotel in Nottingham, soft lights shine on the exquisite carpet, creating a warm and slightly shy atmosphere. Luo and Xiaowu were standing opposite each other, and both of them unconsciously revealed a hint of indescribable subtle emotions in their eyes. They seemed to feel a slightly awkward atmosphere in the air. Just now at the front desk on the first floor of the hotel, the receptionist had a complicated expression on his face when he saw the young Luo coming to book a room with the cute and lively Xiaowu, who looked like a loli. The look in his eyes when he looked at Luo was filled with surprise and a bit of indescribable envy, which made Luo feel an indescribable embarrassment and helplessness. He knew that he might have been misunderstood as a little pervert who liked loli, but facing such groundless speculation, Luo had no choice but to remain silent. So Luo Jiang suppressed the discomfort in his heart and silently completed the check-in procedures. Then he held Xiaowu's hand tightly and walked quickly into the room upstairs. Xiaowu's reaction to this scene seemed unusually calm. At her age, She had already seen all kinds of things that only adults would do, so she didn't feel particularly embarrassed or concerned about this situation. However, when Xiaowu thought about what was going to happen next, even though she was a carefree and thick-skinned person, she couldn't help but feel an unprecedented sense of discomfort. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room seemed to be frozen. After a long silence, Luo finally spoke up, breaking the suffocating silence. He first summoned the room space to cover the entire room, isolating the two people's voices inside, and then asked Xiaowu, "Are you very clear about the situation inside your body?" Xiaowu lowered her head slowly after hearing this. Her bright eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of faint sadness. She was silent for a moment, as if she was sorting out her thoughts. Then, she gently raised her eyelids, slightly parted her red lips, and explained with a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. Once a 100,000-year-old soul beast embarks on the road of transformation into a human, it means that it must completely bid farewell to the past and can only walk firmly on the human path, and can never look back. However, having said this, Xiaowu suddenly stopped talking, bit her lower lip tightly, and tears seemed to be flashing in her eyes. She recalled the tragic experience of her mother being brutally murdered by Bibi Dong. The pain and sorrow surged into her heart like a tide, making it difficult for her to control herself for a moment. After a long time, Xiaowu's emotions finally stabilized. She took a deep breath and spoke again, her voice returning to its usual calmness. The so-called transformation into a human is actually an extremely complex and difficult process. A 100,000-year-old soul beast needs to consume a large amount of soul power, first transforming this soul power into flesh and blood, and then undergoing countless times of condensation and reshaping, before finally forming a perfect human body. In this process, the soul beast's body will gradually become nothingness, and eventually become a martial soul in a human body. However, as the price of this process, Xiaowu paused for a moment and continued, some impurities from the soul beast period will remain inside the newly condensed human body. Impurities? Luo was very confused. Yes. It's impurities. Xiaowu continued to explain, these impurities are actually some high-concentration soul power crystals in the bodies of our 100,000-year soul beasts. They can neither be transformed into flesh and blood, nor further transformed into components of the human body. They are also unable to transform into human martial spirits along with the main body. Therefore, they can only be buried inside the human body, becoming a mark that we can never get rid of. Hearing this, Luo couldn't help but frowned. He seemed to understand something, but he said nothing. He just waited quietly for her next words. Xiaowu nodded slightly, as if confirming Luo's understanding. Then, she spoke again, with a hint of resentment in her voice. It is precisely because of the extremely hidden soul beast aura emitted by these impurities that our true identities were easily discovered by powerful soul fighters above the soul Douluo level when we were young. At this time, Luo spoke again, in other words, only after reaching the mature stage of level 70, your soul power will be strong enough to cover up the soul beast aura emitted by these impurities. Xiaowu nodded silently upon hearing this and admitted, that's right. Only after the spirit body is awakened at level 70, the spirit beast aura emitted by these impurities will be completely hidden in the body. Therefore, I hope you can remove these impurities from my body in advance. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaowu took off all her clothes and stood naked in front of Luo. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Performing Surgery on Xiaowu and Number 039's Body. Chapter 17, Performing Surgery on Xiaowu's Body So White. Looking at Xiaowu standing in front of him with her legs twisted, Luo exclaimed in his heart, then forced himself to lift his gaze from the hairless tiger skin and look at Xiaowu with a blush on her cheeks. Although Xiaowu was very shy and her big wine-red eyes were faintly filled with tears, she still pretended to be calm and explained, aren't you going to use your domain ability to help me remove the impurities in my body? I don't know where those things are in my body, so I might as well take off all my clothes and let you study them at will. Ah, this! Luo couldn't help but feel shocked. Oh! I'm a girl and I don't care about these things, so why do you care about them? Hurry up and perform the operation on me. Xiao Wu stomped her feet and said coquettishly. At this time, Luo hesitated for a moment and said, actually, I sensed that the impurities you mentioned are all concentrated in your heart. So, you don't have to take off all your clothes. You only need to take off the clothes on your upper body. Luo's gaze lifted from the bottom, gradually went up, and finally stared into Xiao Wu's eyes. After listening to what Luo had just said, Xiao Wu's originally slightly rosy cheeks seemed to be ignited by flames, and instantly became like a ripe apple, so red that blood could almost drip out, just like a boiling bubble teapot, with wisps of white steam rising above her head. I don't care anyway, you can do whatever you want to me. Xiao Wu, who was extremely shy, finally couldn't help but scream, then she closed her eyes tightly and turned her head away quickly, as if she was afraid that she would suddenly explode if she looked at Luo again. At this moment, her hands were clenched into fists, her knuckles turned white with nervousness, her whole body, as white as mutton fat jade, was trembling slightly with shyness and uneasiness, and her crystal clear skin was faintly glowing with a layer of rose red because of the lower temperature in the room. Seeing this, Luo took a deep breath and tried to calm his heartbeat. He swallowed unconsciously, and slowly stretched out his right hand, his fingertips trembling slightly, and finally fixed it into a tiger claw-like posture, aiming at Xiao Wu's slightly raised chest. The air seemed to be frozen, and even breathing became heavy and slow. Room scalpel. Luo groaned, and suddenly stretched out his right hand and pressed it on Xiao Wu's heart. The hot and warm touch caused ripples in his heart. However, before Luo could fully enjoy the feeling, he immediately activated the power of the surgery fruit. A tiny but extremely precise light flashed, and Xiao Wu's heart was gently taken out by him. However, at this moment, Xiao Wu's body seemed to have lost all support. She lost consciousness instantly and fell backwards limply. Luo was quick-witted and stretched out his other arm in time to hold Xiao Wu's body firmly, preventing her from falling to the ground, and then gently helped her onto the bed. At this moment, in Luo's right hand, a heart that was tightly wrapped in a transparent gelatinous cube was beating vigorously. Luo stared at the heart, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. I don't know how much time passed until a faint moan broke the silence in the room. Xiao Wu slowly opened her heavy eyelids and finally woke up from her coma. Am I fainted? As she gradually regained consciousness, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel a little confused. She tried hard to recall what happened before, but her mind was blurry. She only remembered that after Luo pressed his hand on her chest, she didn't remember anything anymore. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's eyes fell on Luo, who was staring intently at the object in his hand. Between Luo's slender fingers, a crystal-clear left arm bone emitting a faint pink light was lying quietly in the palm of his hand, and above the left arm bone, a blood-red soul ring was slowly rotating, emitting a heart-pounding pressure. This is my 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. Xiao Wu's voice trembled with disbelief. Then, Xiao Wu found that her body had been dressed in neat clothes without her knowing when, and her originally naked skin was wrapped tightly. As a result, her face turned red instantly, and an indescribable shyness and embarrassment surged in her heart. Xiao Wu was certainly not stupid. She could easily think of the time when she was unconscious and it was Luo who carefully dressed her. However, at the moment, Xiao Wu did not have time to worry about these details. She was more concerned about the results of the operation. Anyway, her body had been completely exposed by Luo, and he might even have done something to her during the time she was unconscious. However, all this was within her expectations, and she could say that she was willing to do it. Was the operation successful? Xiao Wu's voice was filled with a hint of anxiety and anticipation, her eyes fixed on Luo's face. Hearing this, Luo nodded slowly, with a look of disbelief in his eyes, and it seemed that he was still doubting whether everything he had just experienced was real. Just now. After I took your heart out of your body, I used my ability of the surgical field to scan it thoroughly and carefully, and finally locked onto a very condensed and huge soul power in your heart. After that, I cut this huge ball of soul power from your heart, and finally formed this 100,000 year soul ring in my hand, and this 100,000 year left arm soul bone. When he said this, a hint of greed flashed in the depths of Luo's eyes. No one can remain unmoved by the 100,000 year spirit rings and spirit bones that are right in front of them and within their reach. Then, Luo's eyes fell on the spirit ring and spirit bone in his hand again, with a hint of amazement in his tone. And now, in my surgical field, after I took out your spirit ring and spirit bone, Xiao Wu, I could no longer sense the spirit beast aura on you. Sure enough. The reason why your true identities were discovered when you were young after you transformed from 100,000-year-old soul beasts into humans is actually because of the soul beast aura emitted by the soul rings and soul bones hidden in your bodies. In his imagination, the soul power impurities in Xiao Wu's body were most likely her 100,000-year soul bones, but he didn't expect that it was a combination of 100,000-year soul ring and soul bones. This is truly an unexpected gain. Luo sighed in his heart. I'm at my grandma's house, playing cards with my brothers, so I'm sorry for the late update. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Vasectomy, Absorption of 10,000 year soul rings and soul bones. Chapter 18, Vasectomy, Absorption of 100,000 year soul rings and soul bones. So this is a. When Xiao Wu heard this, she immediately felt enlightened. I only knew that there was a very solid soul crystal in my body, but I didn't expect that it was actually condensed from my soul ring and soul bone. I'm afraid that only your extremely unique surgical field can safely remove the soul ring and soul bone in my body. But then, Xiao Wu suddenly shook her head, her face full of regret, and sighed. What a pity, Luo. Your soul power level has not yet reached level 90. Otherwise, you could have absorbed my 100,000 year soul ring and made it your 9th soul ring. But now, you can only watch this 100,000 year spirit ring gradually dissipate. As if she felt that this cruel thing was too depressing, Xiao Wu suddenly changed the subject and added a few more words. But fortunately, you can absorb this 100,000 year old left arm soul bone of mine. There is no soul power level limit for absorbing soul bones. As long as the soul power is input into the soul bone, even a first-level soul warrior can absorb the soul bone into the body. However, Luo did not seem to be affected by the cruel fact that he could not absorb the 100,000 year soul ring. His face was still as calm as water, and he asked calmly, in other words, Xiao Wu, are you willing to give me your 100,000 year spirit ring and spirit bone? Xiao Wu heard this and smiled brightly, her eyes full of tenderness and trust. Of course. If it weren't for your help, how could I no longer have to worry about my true identity being discovered by others? If I don't give you these spirit rings and spirit bones that I have removed, who else can I give them to? Could it be that I am keeping them for Tang San? At this point, Xiao Wu paused deliberately, a sly light flashed in her eyes, and then she laughed again, observing the changes in Luo's expression with interest. Ha 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 ha. Of course, if you are not too interested in my 100,000 year soul bone, you can keep it and give it to Tang San. Anyway, it's up to you how you use it. I certainly won't mind. After all, I don't need to use spirit rings and spirit bones myself. After she finished speaking, before Luo could react, Xiao Wu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her clear and pleasant laughter flowed like a clear spring in the mountains. Hearing this, Luo nodded slightly and said in a gentle tone, since Xiao Wu has agreed to give me your spirit rings and spirit bones, I will start to absorb your spirit rings and spirit bones. However, before he finished speaking, Xiao Wu interrupted him hastily, wait. I just said that your soul power level has not reached Before she finished her words, Luo stretched out his right hand, gently hovering over the blood-red 100,000-year soul ring, and chanted softly. Room vascular ligation surgery seal. Just as he finished speaking, a dazzling white light flashed, and the originally blood-glow 100,000-year soul ring turned into a plain yellow 100-year soul ring in the blink of an eye. When Xiaowu saw this scene, she couldn't help but widen her wine-red eyes and opened her mouth slightly, but she was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. Seeing this, Luo raised a faint smile and explained softly. In the room space covered by my surgical field, everything is dominated by me, even this 100,000-year spirit ring is no exception. Most of the spirit power in your 100,000-year spirit ring has now been sealed by my ligation surgery, so it has degenerated into a 400-year-old yellow spirit ring. After my soul power is improved, I will gradually unlock the soul power in this soul ring until my body can fully withstand the huge pressure brought by the 100,000-year soul ring. Ligation surgery is the first skill of the operation fruit created by law, and of course it will definitely not be the last one. As someone who possesses the power of the Op no Mi, he has never thought of sticking to convention and only develops the skills used by Trafalgar Law in one piece. After all, the core of the ability of the surgery fruit lies in the word surgery, which means performing surgery on everything in the room space. As long as the user's medical skills and imagination are advanced enough, he can develop a variety of fruit skills based on the concept of surgery. Now, Luo performed a ligation operation on Xiaowu's 100,000-year soul ring, sealing most of the soul power in it. Taking a deep breath, Luo sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. A light blue light emanated from his body. He began to mobilize the soul power in his body, actively pulling the yellow soul ring in front of him and integrating it into his body. At the same time, he also input his soul power into the 100,000-year soul bone in front of him. Preparing to complete the two steps of absorbing the soul ring and soul bone in one go. Fortunately, Luo's room space has not been released and it still covers the room, locking in the sounds and breath inside the room. This prevented the soul power of the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone from leaking out and causing unnecessary trouble. If he simply opened the room space, it would not use up too much of Luo's soul power. Only when he used skills through the room space would it cause a lot of consumption. Therefore, unless Luo actively cancels his ability, the room space will basically always cover this room. At this moment, Xiaowu just felt dizzy, as if she was drunk, and she didn't know what to say. She knew that Luo's surgical field was extraordinary, but she didn't expect it to be so extraordinary. It's okay for Luo to have the skill of eliminating the sound in the area that he has demonstrated before. This skill is at most a little interesting and has nothing to do with how powerful it is. However, by performing a ligation operation on the 100,000-year soul ring, most of the soul power in the soul ring can be sealed. This skill is no longer a question of whether it is powerful or not, but rather a question of how sensational it is. Xiaowu had never thought that there would be such a bizarre domain ability in this world. Can soul rings also be used for surgery? Xiaowu didn't know, nor could she figure out the underlying principles. She could only stay by Luo's side silently, lying on the bed and watching him quietly, waiting for him to absorb her spirit rings and spirit bones. Fortunately, today is Saturday. You don't have classes today and tomorrow, so you can stay in your room the whole time without going out. Otherwise, I would have to find a way to ask for leave for you. Xiaowu lay on the bed with her arms propped up, supporting her chin with the backs of her smooth hands, mumbling something. Perhaps remembering that Luo had seen her naked body just now, Xiaowu's eyes gradually became blurred, and there seemed to be a hint of spring in her eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, 19 Years of First Soul Ring, Martial Soul Evolution. Chapter 19, 19 Years of First Soul Ring, Martial Soul Evolution. At noon the next day, a cleaner pushed a cart full of cleaning tools and walked past the door of a room. Looking at the door that had been closed for a day and a night, she couldn't help but shook her head and sighed, the world is deteriorating and morals are declining. Even when she was young and dating boys, she had never been like the boy and girl yesterday, who stayed in the room all night and didn't go out at all. If she remembered correctly, she remembered that the boy and girl were probably less than 10 years old, at this moment, in this room. Luo Pan sat on the ground like a meditating sculpture, slowly opening a pair of starry eyes as deep as obsidian. The light blue soul power surrounding his body gradually dissipated into nothingness like mist in the morning light. Under Luo's body, a darker yellow soul ring was circulating silently, and it seemed to be much older than the ordinary 100-year soul ring. At some point, the Yama martial spirit had been quietly summoned out, and was quietly placed across Luo's legs, emitting a faint cold light from top to bottom. What was different from before was that the originally rusty blade of Yama had now become as smooth as a mirror and extremely sharp. Any traces of rust had completely disappeared without a trace, making it look like a peerless sword that had just been made. Compared with any famous sword, it was in no way inferior. Yama's martial spirit has undergone a qualitative transformation. It evolved from a rusty and tattered katana into an unparalleled and sharp sword. And all this is naturally as it should be. After all, the first soul ring that Luo absorbed was the most precious treasure that countless soul masters in the soul master world desired to obtain, a 100,000-year soul ring. Even though Luo sealed up most of the soul power in this 100,000-year soul ring, the unique effect of the 100,000-year soul ring did not weaken in the slightest, and it still made a qualitative leap in the quality of Luo's Yama martial soul. What's more, Luo also absorbed Xiaowu's 100,000-year-old left arm soul bone. This power also brought about earth-shaking changes to his physical qualifications. Originally, Luo's first 100,000-year soul ring was sealed into a 100-year soul ring, and it only had a lifespan of about 400 years. After absorbing the 100,000-year soul bone, his physical fitness was strengthened, enough to withstand the soul power of a soul ring of about 900 years, therefore, the color of Luo's first soul ring looks much darker than that of an ordinary 100-year soul ring. Feeling the surging soul power in his body, Luo's eyes couldn't help but flicker with a bit of joy that was hard to conceal. He had just carefully estimated that his current soul power level was around level 16, which could be described as reaching heaven in one step. Even though Xiaowu's 100,000-year soul ring was sealed, it still increased Luo's soul power by about 5 levels, and as the seal was gradually lifted, the soul power that could be increased would increase even more. Unfortunately, absorbing soul bones does not increase the user's soul power too much. After all, the main function of soul bones is to enhance physical fitness. Even if Xiaowu's left arm soul bone is 100,000 years old, it only increases Luo's soul power by 1 level. However, fortunately, the enhancement of the user's physical fitness by soul bones is not completely fixed at the beginning, but gradually increases with the improvement of soul power level. Luo's physical fitness will be further enhanced later on. Regarding the setting of soul bones, San Shao has read too many books. At the beginning, he said that soul bones only enhance physical fitness, not soul power at all, and can also evolve with the soul master. Later, he changed it to the former setting. Here we adopt the former setting. Xiaowu's 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone contributed a total of 4 soul skills to Luo, 2 soul ring skills and 2 soul bone skills. The 2 soul ring skills are called Ultimate Overload and Crippling Strike, while the other 2 soul bone skills are called Void Walking and Invincible Golden Body. Ultimate Overload: by overloading the maximum soul power that the legs can bear, the user enters an overload state and the speed is instantly increased tenfold. Note, this soul skill will gradually enter an overload state after use. The longer it lasts, the more heat will accumulate in the legs and the heavier the burden will be. Please use it with caution. Crippling Strike consumes a certain amount of soul power, and the user's overall strength is instantly quadrupled. The duration of the soul skill is 30 minutes. Passive ability: the damage caused by Yan Mo Wuhan has a serious injury effect. Serious injury effect. The effect of healing soul skills and passive recovery ability is halved. Void walking. For every 1% of soul power consumed, the user can teleport once, with a teleportation distance of 100 meters. For every 1% of soul power consumed, the user can teleport an additional 100 meters. Note, the power of this soul bone skill can be increased as the user's cultivation level increases. Invincible Golden Body. The user immediately enters the Golden Body state, immune to all physical attacks and soul attacks. The duration is 3 seconds, and the Golden Body state can be ended early. None of the 4 skills are of the active attack type, all of them are passive soul skills, which not only include speed enhancement and strength enhancement, but also the Panacea displacement soul skills and invincible soul skills. It can be said to be a perfect start. Just as Luo slowly picked up Yama and placed it in front of his eyes, carefully examining the changes that had taken place on the blade, Xiaowu seemed to sense something and woke up faintly while lying on the bed. "Hey! Luo, are you okay?" Xiaowu suddenly sat up from the bed, her voice filled with anxiety and concern. Then, she quickly jumped off the bed, stepped lightly on the floor with her bare feet, and opened her pair of white jade arms naturally, ready to go forward and give Luo a hug. However, before she could get close to Luo, an indescribable smell of sweat suddenly hit her, causing Xiaowu to stop involuntarily. Xiaowu frowned slightly, and with a look of disgust, she gently covered her nose with her fingers, and said coquettishly, "Luo, you stink so much, why is there such a thick layer of mud on your face and neck? Why don't you go take a shower quickly?" Hearing this, Luo lowered his head involuntarily, his eyes falling on his sticky body, and saw a layer of grey-black mud tightly attached between his skin and clothes, emitting bursts of pungent smell. These silts are actually the toxins and impurities discharged from his body when he absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. After he woke up, he was only thinking about observing the transformation of Yama's martial spirit, and for a moment he did not notice his own miserable appearance. Then, Luo quickly put away the Yama martial spirit, ran to the bathroom in the room, took off his dirty clothes, and washed his body. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, Confrontation with Tang 20. Chapter 20, Duel with Tang San. After a long bath, Luo wiped his wet hair with a towel, put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. Luo hadn't had his hair cut for a long time, and now his hairstyle looked like a wolf's tail, casually draped over his shoulders. "Wow! Why do I feel like you've become even more beautiful, Luo?" The first time Xiaowu saw Luo walk out of the bathroom, her eyes lit up instantly, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement in her heart. Then, Xiaowu trotted close to Luo's arms, her eyes full of curiosity and appreciation. Her beautiful wine-red eyes sparkled under the light and shadow, shining like gems. She raised her head and looked carefully at Luo's face from top to bottom, from the forehead to the eyebrows, to the bridge of the nose, lips, and jaw. Every part looked so delicate and full of charm. "Hey! Rabbit spirit, don't get so close, move back." Luo felt a little uncomfortable with Xiaowu being so close to him, and couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. So he quickly reached out and gently pushed Xiaowu's shoulder, trying to keep her at a distance. Xiaowu didn't feel angry when Luo called her rabbit spirit this time, but felt accustomed to it. After all, in the past 4 months, every time Luo saw her he would just call her rabbit spirit, and she had actually become immune to this word in her heart. Tisk tisk tisk. "I didn't expect that you, Luo, would become whiter and more beautiful. I'm so envious of your skin. Isn't it too white and smooth?" As Xiaowu spoke, she reached out and gently touched Luo's exposed chest. The delicate touch from her fingertips made her unable to help but let out a tisk 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 of admiration, her eyes full of desire and love. Luo felt the touch of Xiaowu's fingertips, as if an electric current passed through him, causing an unbearable itch in his chest. The touch was like being gently stroked by a feather pen. He subconsciously reached out and quickly grabbed Xiaowu's wrist, stopping the naughty hands from exploring further down. Luo narrowed his eyes, fixed his gaze on Xiaowu's charming eyes, and said in a low voice, "Are you a little bit impatient, you little bunny? Why are you touching me?" Xiaowu had her wrist caught by Luo, but she did not show any sign of retreating. Instead, she quietly took 2 steps forward, letting her slightly bulging chest press against his chest. Gradually, her breathing began to synchronize with Luo's rhythm. At this moment, Xiaowu's mouth curled up in an alluring arc, and her small and delicate tongue stretched out a little, licking the corner of her mouth gently, with a bit of provocation and expectation in her tone. "I am just thinking about love, so what? How dare you do anything to me?" When Luo heard this, a complicated light flashed in his eyes, then he snorted and let go of her hand. However, just as Luo turned around to leave, Xiaowu reacted quickly. Her pair of snow-white arms wrapped around his neck like a snake, and she tilted her head and gently leaned on his shoulder. Right next to Luo's ear, Xiaowu whispered softly, "I'm just playing with fire." Before she finished her words, she had already accurately pressed her hot lips against Luo's neck, and Luo hugged her back tightly, gently laying her down on the soft bed. At this moment, it was already evening. Luo and Xiaowu walked hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder on the road to Notting Junior College. At noon in the hotel, Luo certainly didn't really do anything substantial to Xiaowu, because their age didn't allow him to do what he wanted to do. However, it is still okay for him to collect some interest from Xiaowu in advance. I have to say, no matter from above or below, or from any other direction, Xiaowu, this rabbit spirit, is really quite fragrant. Of course, Luo didn't really fall in love with Xiaowu. From the beginning to the end, he was just using Xiaowu. When he first came to Notting Junior College, Luo only wanted to fool the silly Xiaowu first, and then use the power of the surgery fruit to separate the 100,000-year soul ring or soul bone in Xiaowu's body. Afterwards, he would absorb Xiaowu's spirit ring or spirit bone into his body to improve the quality of his Yama martial spirit or enhance his physical fitness. What Luo didn't expect was that because he had pretended so well before, it seemed that he really didn't care about Xiaowu's identity as a soul beast and really treated Xiaowu as his closest friend. Xiaowu seemed to have completely believed it and actually fell in love with him. Even at noon today, she took the initiative to seduce him, tempting him to bite her and establish a good relationship with her. Under duress, Luo had no choice but to reluctantly take Xiaowu into his own fish pond. Just as a golden sunset was slowly sinking into the sky like molten gold, dyeing the horizon with a brilliant orange-red, Tang San's figure was slowly walking from the end of the road not far away under the reflection of the setting sun. "Xiao San, are you still going to work at the blacksmith shop today?" Luo stopped, stood where he was, and took the initiative to greet Tang San, who was not far away. Tang San responded softly with a low and brief hum, then he nodded slightly, as a greeting to the two of them. However, at this moment, Tang San noticed that Luo Zhang was holding Xiaowu's hand. The expression on his face couldn't help but stagnate slightly, and a sense of discomfort quietly arose in his heart. Tang San himself couldn't explain why he had this sudden emotion. He just felt inexplicably uncomfortable looking at Luo, and even had the urge to punch him hard in the face. In a very secret corner of the academy where no one could find him, Tang Hao, wearing a tattered black cloak, stood quietly, witnessing Tang San sending a fighting spirit invitation to Luo. Is it because of the girl standing next to Luo? I didn't see her the last time I came here. Tang Hao's eyes moved over Xiaowu, a thoughtful look appearing on his face. Thinking back to the last time I followed Tang San, it was the first day of school 4 months ago. That day, he only witnessed the scene where Tang San and village chief Jack were stopped by the gatekeeper, and the master came out to rescue them and accepted Tang San as his disciple. Then he quietly left and returned to the Holy Spirit village. From then on, apart from visiting the sleeping Ayan in the cave behind the waterfall every day, Tang Hao rarely set foot in the outside world, and never asked about Tang San's life in the academy. After all, Tang Hao knew very well in his heart that with the charisma displayed by his son Tang San, he naturally didn't need to worry too much about his life in the academy. Therefore, in these 4 months, this was the first time that Tang Hao saw Xiao Wu's appearance. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, Dragon Slayer. Chapter 21, Dragon Slayer. From the looks of you, I guess Luo must have succeeded in hunting souls. Tang San said expressionlessly, in that case, Luo, why don't you have a soul fighting match with me? After all, I am also a first-ring soul master. Luo and Xiao Wu asked for leave these 2 days because Luo's soul power has reached level 10 and he needs to hunt for the first soul ring. Of course, this reason was not wrong. Luo did go to obtain his first soul ring. However, his first soul ring is different from that of ordinary people. It starts with 100,000-year soul ring, and it also absorbs 100,000-year left arm soul bone. Faced with Tang San's rare fighting spirit invitation, Luo felt a little surprised. He was not a fool, and naturally noticed the hostility towards himself that Tang San had just revealed. Is it because I'm holding Xiao Wu's hand now? After thinking it over, Luo could only think that he had offended Tang San on this point. Although both of them were soul masters from the Holy Soul Village and lived in the same dormitory, they hardly spoke to each other in normal times, so naturally there would be no unnecessary friction. Suddenly, Tang San wanted to pull me to compete with him in spirit fighting. There must be some reason for this. If you ask Luo what he thinks, the only conflict between himself and Tang San that Luo can think of is probably the one involving Xiao Wu. Thinking of this, Luo nodded without any hesitation and agreed, sure. I also want to test my current strength. Then, Luo took Xiao Wu's hand, turned around and walked towards the playground. Upon seeing this, Tang San hurriedly followed, but his face was gloomy and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. At this moment, a large group of students gathered on the playground, watching the fighting spirit competition between Luo and Tang San. Tang San is very powerful. When he obtained his first spirit ring a few months ago, he came back and beat Xiao Chinayu severely. He is also a prominent figure in Notting Junior College. Needless to say, Luo was a famous beheading maniac. To this day, when people mention Xiao Chinayu, they always say the man whose head was chopped off by the beheading maniac. Just like when people talked about Faker in the previous life, there would always be people who mentioned Yu Lun who lost to Faker in the Double G battle. Yu Lun, damn, why isn't this game dead yet? Speaking of which, the stupid nickname the head-chopping maniac was given to Luo by Xiao Wu who kept telling others about it. That's why others gave him this stupid nickname. For a period of time before, if a part-time student saw Luo, they would respectfully call him Kwangmo brother. If Luo had not lost his temper on the spot and sternly stopped the part-time student's behavior, he would probably have to live with the nickname Crazy Demon Brother for the rest of his life. In short, Luo has made a note of the nickname Head-Chopping Devil in his little notebook. Sooner or later, he will take revenge on Xiao Wu. Anyone want to see how he takes revenge? Luo, activate your martial spirit. Tang San stood opposite Luo, his chest rising and falling slightly. After taking a deep breath, his whole body was enveloped by a light blue soul power glow, as crystal clear as dewdrops in the morning light. Then, his blue-silver grass martial spirit stretched out from his palm, swaying lightly, like strands of seaweed floating in the sea. Tang San, blue-silver grass martial soul, control system, level 14 first ring weapon soul master. Luo, Yanmo's martial soul, agility attack system, level 12 first ring weapon soul master. Before he finished speaking, Luo's right hand clenched suddenly, tightly grasping the hilt of Yanmo's sword that emitted a faint black light, and a murderous aura spread. At the same time, a deep yellow soul ring slowly rose from under his feet and gradually began to move rhythmically. The information Luo just revealed also made Tang San frown and asked actively, didn't you just obtain your first soul ring? How come you have a 12th level soul power? And Tang San did not say the second half of the sentence, but focused on the current appearance of Yama martial spirit. The total length of Yama was about 1.3 meters, and the blade was flashing with a frightening cold light, like the light of a crescent moon, clearly reflecting the human figure. The traces of rust had long disappeared without a trace, replaced by unparalleled sharpness and majesty. Luo, your martial soul, has actually evolved. Wang Sheng's voice was filled with disbelief as he raised the common question in the minds of everyone present. Luo naturally knew that the earth-shaking changes that had taken place in his Yama martial soul would definitely arouse the curiosity and exploration of others, so he had already prepared an explanation in his mind. So Luo began to explain, with a hint of pride in his voice. My first soul ring was obtained from an extremely rare 450-year-old dragon. I think you all know that this soul beast is famous for its sharp sword tail. When my Yama martial spirit absorbed the dragon-slaying spirit ring, the sharpness of the blade made a qualitative leap, which is why it has undergone such a profound transformation. After hearing Luo's explanation, everyone present, including Tang San, could not help but feel enlightened immediately. They no longer had any doubts about his rapidly improving spirit power level and the changes in the appearance of Yama's martial spirit. As a member of the Sub-Dragon clan, although Zhanlong is not a super soul beast comparable to the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear and Titan Giant Ape, it is also a very powerful and precious soul beast. With the same level of cultivation, Zhanlong is enough to defeat soul beasts like the Mandrake Snake, and can be compared with rare soul beasts like the human-faced spider. It is also said that Zhanlong even contains a trace of true dragon bloodline in his body. I was also lucky. I met a dragon-slaying beast that was on the verge of death after a duel with another soul beast. That's why I was able to get such a soul ring without any effort. Luo continued to explain with a lucky smile on his face, which made others curse him in their hearts. Oh my god! Am I really that lucky? I can even meet a dying dragon slayer? And it just happens to meet the maximum age required for the first spirit ring. What else? With Luo's own strength, is he capable of hunting down the dragon-slaying spirit ring? You all know that Luo's martial spirit cannot cause harm to others. Right, right, right. So Luo is just lucky. He got such a powerful spirit ring for free. Why do I feel that your tone is so sour? Are you very jealous of Luo? Aren't you jealous? Jealous. I also want to have a dragon-slaying spirit ring. Just when everyone was talking, Tang San suddenly took action. Blue and silver winding. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, Extreme Overload. Chapter 22, Extreme Overload. Seeking follow-up reading. The light blue soul power surrounding Tang San suddenly lit up, and the first soul ring under his feet also glowed. However, he did not make a sound in advance, but quietly used his first soul skill, blue-silver entanglement on Luo. In an instant, the ground under Luo's feet seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and cracks spread quietly. Then, strands of blue-silver grass broke out of the ground. They twisted and turned like nimble blue snakes, full of vitality, spreading rapidly towards Luo's figure, trying to bind him. Oh! Xiao San, how could you launch a sneak attack? And when you activated your spirit skill, you didn't even shout out the name of the spirit skill. This is really too mean. Seeing this, Xiao Wu stamped her feet in anxiety, her pretty face full of anxiety and dissatisfaction. She complained that Tang San was not upright enough, had no martial ethics, and came to cheat and attack Luo. The relationship between Xiao Wu and Tang San is naturally not as close as in the original book because of Luo's third-party intervention, but it is not so bad as to be incompatible. Compared to her relationship with Wang Sheng and others, Xiao Wu and Tang San are relatively friendly, at least they have more tacit understanding and tacit understanding. Perhaps it was because Tang San had half-soul beast blood in his body, which made Xiao Wu feel inexplicably close to him, although this affection was not as strong as her feelings for Luo. However, seeing Luo being attacked by Tang San without any preparation, Xiao Wu's good impression of Tang San instantly vanished, and was replaced by full of disappointment and dissatisfaction. However, Tang San showed no concern about this. After all, as an assassin of the Tang clan in Shu in his previous life, the act of sneak attack had been engraved in his soul and became his instinct. After all, it is better to expect the author to stop deer farming in the future than to expect Tang San to do things in an upright manner. At least there is still a glimmer of hope for the latter. Fortunately, Luo had long been aware of Tang San's shameless behavior. He always remained highly vigilant, secretly paying attention to every subtle change in Tang San. Just as Tang San suddenly launched the iconic blue-silver entanglement with the intention of binding him tightly, Luo showed the amazing sharpness of Yama after his transformation. He waved the Yama in his hand lightly, and with just a slight stroke, the blue-silver grass that had been coiled around him like snakes suddenly suffered a devastating disaster. They were broken at the root and turned into countless tiny soul fragments, floating in the air like fallen leaves in autumn. Humph! Although the Yama in my hand cannot directly injure others, it does not mean that it cannot cut off your blue-silver grass, Tang San. A wicked smile appeared on Luo's lips. He took a step forward from where he was, holding Yama high in his left hand. The cold and piercing tip of the knife was like the gaze of the god of death, aiming accurately at Tang San's face, while he himself looked completely unharmed. Seeing that Luo had easily gotten rid of the blue-silver grass, a hint of surprise did cross Tang San's face, but this surprise was fleeting, as if it had never existed. Fortunately, Tang San knew clearly that he was in public at the moment, and was having an open fighting spirit contest with Luo. Therefore, he resisted the urge to use hidden weapons and chose to engage in close combat with Luo instead. Tang San opened his purple demon pupil, and a purple light flickered faintly in his deep eyes, like the brightest star in the night sky. He stepped on the ghost shadow step, his figure moved left and right, flashing in front of Luo like a ghost, at an astonishing speed. Ghost grabbing hand, with a low shout, Tang San's palm, with a faint jade-colored luster, stretched out towards Luo's neck like a ghost, trying to strangle his throat in one fell swoop. However, Luo did not sit idly by. Seeing Tang San's fierce attack, he quickly stretched out his hand to summon the room space. At the same time, the Yama in his hand was like a black lightning, and he threw it to the side. At the moment when the Yama flew out, Luo's figure disappeared. Room flying thunder god, the next moment, he was next to Yama, grasped the hilt of the knife with his backhand, and swung it towards Tang San's shoulder. The knife light was as sharp as a streak of silk. Luo, your action is too obvious. And you have used this teleportation move before, how could it work on me? A mocking smile appeared on Tang San's lips. He lightly kicked his foot and cleverly avoided the longest reach of Yama's blade. Facing Tang San's ridicule, Luo's face did not show the slightest disappointment. The first soul ring beneath his body glowed slightly, as if a powerful force was quietly brewing. The first soul skill, Extreme Overload, start, with Luo's low shout, the soul power accumulated in his legs began to overload, and with just a light step on the ground, the whole person suddenly appeared beside Tang San at a speed close to teleportation like an arrow from a bow, so fast that even Tang San found it unbelievable. How come it's so fast? Tang San was extremely shocked. He never expected that Luo could have such an amazing speed. However, before he could recover from the shock, Yama's blade was already on his shoulder, and the cold touch on his skin seemed to tell him that his head might fall to the ground in the next second. You lose, Xiao San. Luo's voice was cold and firm. He suppressed the urge in his heart to behead Tang San with a single blow and spoke coldly. Hearing this, Tang San bit his lip unwillingly, with a cold face and unable to utter a word. It was not until Luo took Yama off his shoulder that Tang San said coldly, so what if you win? Your spirit can't do any harm to me anyway. At least my blue-silver grass spirit can trap the enemy, but your Yama spirit looks good but has no killing power. Hearing this, Luo turned around and glanced at him, but did not try to argue for himself and just walked away. In fact, he even hoped that Tang San would always maintain this perception and believe that his Yama could not cause any harm to people. In this way, if he and Tang San had a fight someday in the future, he could use this wrong information to kill Tang San by surprise. And the reason why he only used Flying Thunder God's skill today was to let Tang San maintain such a stereotype that he could only teleport to the side of Yama. However, today's battle with Tang San also made Luo realize how poor his fighting skills were. If it weren't for the poor intelligence and the power of his first soul skill, it would not be easy for him to defeat Tang San in close combat. Sorry, I overslept, so the update is over. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Level 23 Great Spirit Master. Chapter 23, Level 23 Great Soul Master. I wonder if there is a place in Notting City that teaches swordsmanship. Luo thought as he walked beside Xiao Wu. He reflected on the battle between him and Tang San just now, and felt that he could not only rely on the power of the surgery fruit and spirit skills, but should also bring out the role of Yama and practice some sword skills that could protect himself. After all, Yama's martial soul has evolved. Whether in terms of sharpness or hardness, it is not inferior to ordinary high-level martial souls. Moreover, the passive ability of Luo's second soul skill Crippling Blow also makes the damage caused by Yama have the effect of serious injuries. If Yan Mo is only used as a prop to exert the power of the surgery fruit, Luo feels that it is such a waste. This katana should have a more powerful effect in his hands. Law now feels like Trafalgar Law in one piece. All his strength is mainly concentrated in the ability of the fruit. If the ability of the fruit is abolished, he will have no other ability to protect himself. The best example of this is the battle between Trafalgar Law and Blackbeard, where Blackbeard's dark fruit destroyed his Ope Fate fruit ability and Trafalgar Law was quickly defeated. And if Trafalgar Law's swordsmanship is very strong, even if he only has half of Hawkeye's swordsmanship skills, then it is hard to say who will win the battle between him and Blackbeard. After much thought, Luo decided to go to Nottingham the next day to see if there was any place in the city that could teach sword or knife skills. At this moment, the time has come to 7 months later, the day before Nottingham Junior College goes on holiday. In the early morning, in the grove shrouded in a light mist, crystal dewdrops still hung on the grass, flashing a soft and fresh light. Strands of golden sunlight penetrated the layers of mottled shadows of the trees and gently fell on the wet grass. In this quiet and peaceful environment, bursts of firm and powerful shouts came from the depths of the grove, breaking the surrounding tranquility. Hey! 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 Following the sound, I saw a young man practicing the sword drawing technique with full concentration in a small open space. His feet were firmly planted in a horse stance, his body was as steady as a mountain, his left hand tightly grasped a cold and shining steel sword, and his right hand lightly rested on the scabbard. Every movement of drawing and sheathing the sword was extremely smooth, like flowing clouds and water, without the slightest delay. The young man was about 1.6 meters tall. Although he did not appear to be particularly strong, he had a slender figure and a lively aura. His long black hair, as silky as silk, was casually draped over his shoulders. He wore an asymmetrical red half-sleeved battle robe on his upper body, with his left shoulder and arm exposed. His skin was white and delicate, like porcelain. A black gauntlet was wrapped around his left wrist, which not only added a bit of heroic spirit, but also revealed an extraordinary style. The lower body is matched with a black horse-faced skirt, and a hideous devil mask is hung around the waist, tightly tied with thick hemp ropes, which makes her look both mysterious and awe-inspiring. For ordinary people, it is extremely difficult to skillfully complete a series of actions such as drawing the sword and sheathing it just by feeling the hand. But for this young boy, even completing these operations under blind field of vision is as easy as using one's own arm, as if it were an instinct he was born with and as natural as his daily diet. In the past 7 months, Luo's soul power level finally broke through to level 20 the night before the academy closed for the holiday after unremitting efforts. This was also an expected result. After all, the first soul ring he absorbed was an unprecedented 100,000-year soul ring. Even though he sealed most of the soul power in it, it still brought him a significant improvement of level 5 soul power. In addition to Xiaowu's 100,000-year-old left arm soul bone, an extra level of soul power was added to him, making Luo's soul power level reach level 16 7 months ago. In the past few months, Luo gradually unlocked the tremendous soul power contained in the first soul ring, which allowed him to be promoted to level 4 in one go and greatly increase his strength. Of course, such a speed of improvement can only produce significant effects when his strength is still weak. As his strength continues to increase, the soul power that the first soul ring can provide will become increasingly limited. However, this is not Luo's biggest gain. His greatest achievement this semester is that he has mastered the IAI move extremely skillfully. Originally, Luo wanted to find a martial arts school to systematically learn swordsmanship, but unfortunately the city of Nottingham was too small and there was no martial arts school that could teach him swordsmanship. In desperation, Luo had to imitate the shape of Yan Mo from the blacksmith shop, make himself a fine steel sword, and began to study swordsmanship. Luo didn't know any other moves, he just imitated Netero from the Hunter x Hunter world and practiced the sword drawing slashing move, also known as IAI, every day. As the saying goes, the truth is simple, knowing is easy, doing is hard. The simpler the matter is, the more difficult it is to stick to it every day. Just like Netero when he was young, what he did every day was to stand in a horse stance, punch with gratitude, retract his fist, and then punch again, day after day, year after year, and he would throw 10,000 punches every day without fail. At first, it took Netero at least 18 hours to throw 10,000 punches, but after he turned 50, he only needed 1 hour to throw 10,000 punches, giving him more time to pray. After going down the mountain, Netero's punch became faster than the sound. When he went to another dojo to challenge, he only threw one punch and convinced the director. He was so moved that he knelt on the ground and worshipped him as Guanyin Bodhisattva. Luo is not as perseverant as Netero. He sets a goal for himself to make 5,000 sword strikes every day with the most standard posture and without distraction. In order to achieve the best physical exercise effect, Luo also added 30 kilograms of weight on his body. The wrist guard on his left arm is a weight-bearing item. In addition, he also had a weight on his right arm, legs, and waist. At the beginning, Luo couldn't stick to it at all. He only exercised for 3 or 4 hours a day. He was so tired that he lay on the ground and cried, "I can't stand it anymore." He began to waver and wanted to give up. If it weren't for the improvement in physical fitness that the 100,000-year soul bone brought to him, Luo would probably have given up in the beginning. Fortunately, he persisted. It is true that everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as you don't give up at the beginning, the subsequent persistence will be a natural thing. Now Luo can easily perform 5,000 sword drawing strikes in the most standard posture within 5 hours. And the ensuing effect is that Luo has now reached the state of calm mind like still water. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Xiao Luo, do you want a 10,000-year soul ring? Chapter 24, Xiao Luo, do you want a 100,000-year spirit ring? If someone asked Luo, what is on a person's mind when he is most tired, then Luo would answer that when a person is most tired, he will not think about anything. When he first practiced drawing the sword 5,000 times a day, the strongest feeling in Luo's mind was tired. Extremely tired. In the following month, after Luo got used to this matter, he no longer felt tired, and a sense of tranquility emerged in his heart. That's right, tranquility. There was even one time when, in this quiet state, Luo felt that he heard the sound of earthworms turning over the soil underground. This was not an illusion, but Luo's spiritual realm had reached a special state of meditation due to his hard practice. His 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses and even his mental thoughts had become extremely sensitive, so that he could sense sounds that were normally imperceptible. This state of induction to nature is called the unity of man and nature in the Central Plains, the unity of Brahman and self in India, and the alternation of light and darkness in Persia. Although the names are different, they actually refer to the same thing. Of course, Luo is still far from reaching that spiritual realm. His current state has at best just touched the edge of meditation. Compared with the unfathomable realm of harmony between man and nature, it is far behind. At this moment, it was already noon. Luo had just completed his small goal of swinging his sword 5,000 times a day, and his head and body were covered in sweat. Room debridement surgery. Luo raised his hand and summoned the room space, covering the area around him, and then cleaned the sweat off his body. This is the good thing about the ability of the EPUB fruit, it's very practical and convenient, as long as the user has a big enough imagination and high enough medical skills, he can develop all kinds of skills he wants. For example, the skill of debridement surgery was created by Luo specifically for cleaning stains on the body. Stains are a real no-no. Now it seems that this skill is indeed very practical. Luo doesn't have to worry about taking a bath and washing his hair every day. He can also use the time for cleaning to practice. Even if Luo wanted, he wouldn't need paper to wipe his butt in the future. He could do all these things with just this skill. Of course, sometimes the comfort you get from taking a bath cannot be brought by such a tricky skill. Just as Luo was thinking about what kind of life skills he could develop using the power of the surgery fruit, Xiaowu's voice suddenly sounded not far away. Luo. We're going home for the day off. Luo couldn't help but shook his head when he heard this, and threw those messy thoughts behind him. He turned to look at Xiaowu who was running towards him, and said in a deep voice. Xiaowu, I'm afraid I can't take you back to the Holy Soul Village. I have to go to the soul hunting forest to get my second soul ring. You can ask Tang-san to take you back to the Holy Soul Village. Anyway, you don't need to be afraid of anything now. Xiaowu naturally knew what Luo's last sentence meant. It was a reminder to her that there was no need to worry about her soul beast identity being exposed. After all, the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone in her body that could emit the aura of soul beasts were all removed by Luo using the ability of the surgery fruit. Except for the fact that she would revert to her true soul beast form when she died, Xiaowu was no different from a real human being in terms of both her appearance and her inner aura. She couldn't be seen as a 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit. This was actually the reason why Xiaowu came to find Luo. She wanted to bring Luo back to the Xingda Great Forest to do something that had never happened before. Xiao Luo, do you want a 100,000-year spirit ring? If you say yes, I will get it for you right now. Xiaowu jumped up to Luo and said excitedly. When Luo heard this, he glared at Xiaowu unhappily. Fortunately, when he heard the beginning, he used the room space in time to block out her voice. Otherwise, if these words were spoken loudly from Xiaowu's mouth and accidentally heard by others, especially by Tang Hao, it would be a big disaster. It's no wonder that Luo acted so cautiously. It's because the information was too sensitive and couldn't be leaked at all. Only name and weapon cannot be lent to others. They are in your control. The 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone are Luo's name and weapon. How can they be easily revealed to a third person? It is enough for only him and Xiaowu to know these things. Then, Luo maintained the soundproof space, pretending to know nothing, and asked, What do you mean by these words, rabbit spirit? What do you mean by getting me a 100,000-year spirit ring? Where are you going to get it? Let's go to the Stardo Great Forest. Before I transformed into a human, I had two younger brothers in the Stardo Great Forest. They are the Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape that I mentioned to you on the first day we met. They are my younger brothers. Xiaowu knew that her voice couldn't be heard now, so she spoke loudly and confidently beside Luo. When Luo heard this, he showed a shocked look on his face and asked in surprise. So the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape are your brothers? Xiaowu raised her head and pouted, looking very arrogant. How long have you lived, rabbit spirit? How could you allow these two soul beast kings to be your brothers? Hearing this, Xiaowu's face suddenly turned red. It was obvious that Luo's words had touched her soft spot, so she felt very embarrassed. Don't worry about it. I just want to ask you, do you want their 100,000-year spirit rings? Xiaowu said fiercely with rosy cheeks. Luo nodded slightly and said, of course I want the 100,000-year soul rings of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, but... After a pause of 1 second, Luo's eyes widened, and he suddenly realized, I understand. Rabbit spirit, you want me to use the surgical field to remove the 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones in their bodies. Xiaowu immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice and expressed what was in her mind. Anyway, you can use that surgical skill to seal most of the soul power in the 100,000-year soul ring and turn it into an ordinary 100-year soul ring to absorb it. Didn't you successfully absorb my 100,000-year soul ring using this method? So since that day, I have been wondering if you can also use this method to remove the 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones in De Ming and Er Ming's bodies, so that you can have 2 more 100,000-year spirit rings. Seeing the confused look on Luo's face, Xiaowu thought for a moment and added, De Ming and Er Ming are the names of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. End of this chapter. Chapter 25-25, Have you ever seen snow falling on the earth? Chapter 25-25, Have you ever seen snow falling on the earth? Then, will De Ming and Er Ming agree to let me perform surgery on them? After all, they are not you, and I don't know them. And I am still a human being. Luo's expression was obviously very hesitant, because he was not sure what the attitude of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape would be when they saw him. After all, these 200,000-year-old soul beasts are Xiaowu's loyal followers, and Xiaowu is obviously somewhat in love with herself now. What if they accidentally kill herself when they see her for the first time? When Xiaowu heard this, she gently waved her hands and confidently said, no. De Ming and Er Ming listen to me very much. With me by your side, they won't do anything to you. Luo hesitated for a while, but finally gritted his teeth and nodded, agreeing to go to the Xingde Great Forest with Xiaowu during the 2-month vacation to perform surgery on the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Although Luo knew in his heart that this was an extremely risky act, the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone that was right in front of him was really hard for him to refuse. His first spirit ring is already a 100,000-year spirit ring, and he also obtained Xiaowu's 100,000-year left arm bone spirit bone. If the second and third spirit rings are still 200,000-year spirit rings, plus the 200,000-year spirit bones of the 2 spirit beast kings, then he will really take off from Wuhu. Throughout history, is there any soul master whose first 3 soul rings can be of the 100,000-year level? And relying on the soul bone skill of his left arm bone, void walking, Luo was confident that he could escape from the depths of the Stardo Great Forest before the 2 soul beast kings turned against him. What's more, Xiaowu is not a decoration who can only watch but not speak. She will definitely try her best to persuade the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Not only will she not let them attack Luo, but she will also cooperate with him to complete the surgery of removing the soul ring and soul bone. Considering the attitude of these 200,000-year soul beasts to obey Xiaowu's orders, Luo should not return empty-handed this time. It is very likely that he will get all the 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones of these 2 soul beast kings in one go. Therefore, Luo finally made up his mind to follow Xiaowu and take a risk in the Stardo Great Forest. If he succeeds, it will be like Qin Shi Huang touching the electric wire, he wins. Afterwards, the 2 of them discussed the plan to prepare the carriage for the Star Forest this afternoon, and then they left the grove and prepared to return to the 7th dormitory to pack up their things. Just as Luo was holding Xiaowu's hand and approaching the edge of the playground, they ran into Master and Tang San, who were just coming out of the teaching building. It seemed that the master had given Tang San some special lessons in the morning, teaching him a lot of knowledge about soul beasts. In response, Luo said, "Tang San, you have the master as the encyclopedia of soul beasts, and I also have Xiao Wu, a walking 100,000-year-old rabbit spirit who teaches me the knowledge of soul beasts." Neither of us has lost to the other. When Tang San saw Luo and Xiao Wu walking towards them hand in hand, talking and laughing, he suddenly felt a very uncomfortable emotion in his heart. Ever since he lost the duel with Luo a few months ago, he had been feeling pent up in anger and had not spoken to Luo normally. Originally, Tang San was extremely unhappy with Luo just because of Xiao Wu, but now he has another reason to want to defeat Luo. He couldn't accept that the girl he liked another boy, and he couldn't accept that he, a rare genius in the Tang sect, would be defeated by a native. Thinking of this, Tang San's eyes darkened, and he blocked Luo's way with big strides, and said in a deep voice, "Luo, the academy will be on holiday tomorrow, why don't we have another fighting spirit exchange before we leave? Do you still want to have another spirit duel with me? I don't mind. It's just... Xiao San, aren't you afraid of losing to me again?" Luo laughed and let go of Xiao Wu's slender hand. Just one sentence hit the pain point in Tang San's heart. Hearing this, Tang San's mouth twitched immediately. He resisted the urge to raise his hand and shoot a hidden blade at Luo, pretending to be calm and said, "Who dares to say they are undefeated in this world? I just lost the fighting spirit last time, it's no big deal, can't I just win it back this time? Good job." When the master heard Tang San say such an ambitious statement, he immediately cheered loudly. Then, the master walked to Tang San's side, patted him on the back, and expressed his support for him. "Very good, this is the ambition that my apprentice should have. I trust you very much in this battle with Luo, little Sanzi, you must not embarrass me, your teacher." Hearing master's words, Tang San had no reason to retreat, and then he stretched out his hand, motioning Luo to go to the playground with him for a fighting spirit contest. Luo did not say anything, but silently followed Tang San and stood in an open area on the playground. Luo, Martial Soul Yan Mo, 15th level Agility Attack System First Ring Soul Master. Luo calmly placed his hand on the hilt of the knife on the right side of his body and was the first to reveal his information. Seeing this, Tang San quickly summoned his blue-silver grass spirit and got into a fighting stance. Tang San, Martial Spirit Blue-Silver Grass, Level 16 Control System First Ring Spirit Master. However, looking at Luo who only spoke his information but never summoned his Yama spirit, Tang San couldn't help but feel a little confused, and subconsciously asked, "Luo, what are you doing? Why don't you summon your spirit?" Luo did not answer immediately, but stood there calmly, without any fighting or defensive posture. He just leisurely placed his hand on the hilt of the knife, and an inexplicably calm aura emerged from his body. When Tang San saw this, he immediately felt insulted. He didn't expect Luo to look down on him so much. When he was fighting with him, he didn't even summon his own martial spirit in time. And Luo just stared into Tang San's eyes quietly, looking neither panicked nor afraid, but rather having a leisurely and contented mood, as if he was not competing with Tang San in a fighting spirit contest, but rather going on an outing with an old friend whom he had not seen for a long time. "Humph! You are so arrogant. Don't blame me for not showing mercy if you lose later." Tang San snorted coldly, and the spirit ring under his body instantly lit up. First soul skill, Blue-Silver. Before he finished speaking, Luo suddenly spoke up. "Have you ever seen snow falling on the earth?" "What?" Hearing such a nonsensical sentence, Tang San was stunned for a moment, the tension in his heart inevitably relaxed, and the speed of releasing his spirit skills also inadvertently slowed down. However, in an instant, Luo drew his sword, and a pure white sword light flashed in front of Tang San's eyes. The next second, the sharp blade was pressed against Tang San's throat. "I think I saw." End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Retracting the Penis into the Abdomen. Chapter 26, Retracting the Penis into the Abdomen. I think I saw it. Tang San felt the cold light coming from his throat and said bitterly, "What is the name of your move?" The moment Tang San opened his mouth to answer, Luo suddenly drew his sword and killed him unawares. Before he could react, Luo had already arrived in front of him with a sword. This was certainly because Tang San was careless for a moment and did not have time to use his spirit skills, but more because of Luo's unparalleled speed, which caught him completely off guard. But coming back to his senses and thinking about it carefully, Tang San had a vague feeling that even if he was prepared at that time, he might not have enough time to display his skills. It was because he vaguely felt a kind of charm in Luo, a charm that turned from extreme stillness to extreme movement in an instant, which was extremely mysterious. Luo did not summon his martial soul before, but stood there calmly, in a state similar to extreme stillness. But at the moment of drawing the sword, the yin and yang immediately transformed, from extreme stillness to extreme movement. It is true that if you don't make a sound, you will be a surprise when you do. If I could do it again. Tang San thought silently in his heart, I should take the initiative, and I can't use spirit skills, but use hidden weapons directly, before he draws his sword, and suddenly kill him by surprise. In fact, what Tang San didn't know was that although Luo's move Snow Drifting on the World was just a sword drawing slash, the truth contained in it was very close to the highest level of swordsmanship, the opportunity of movement and stillness. Drawing the sword and slashing is naturally the most important skill in sword techniques. As long as the opponent can dodge the first attack, the subsequent attacks will no longer be a problem. But after realizing the ultimate principle of the opportunity of movement and stillness in swordsmanship, this simplest yet most difficult first sword strike is not so easy to dodge. If we were to cite a typical example, then the blind Zatoiki should be the best representative. The sword technique he most often demonstrates is the sudden iai slash. The reason why Zatoiki could perform such a brilliant iai slash was because he had understood the realm of swordsmanship of movement and stillness, which allowed him to cut off something before anyone could react. Moreover, Zatoiki's swordsmanship level is obviously not so high. After all, he can still cut people's clothes without hurting their bodies without seeing anything. This is a level that not everyone can achieve. It is obvious that Zatoiki has also reached a certain level in the practice of Zen meditation, which allows him to see things with the mind's eye. In other words, if one wants to truly reach the swordsmanship realm of the balance of movement and stillness, one must achieve a certain level of meditation. But this is not something Luo can consider at the moment. Luo was very clear about his shortcomings. He did not have an outstanding master to teach him the mysterious swordsmanship, nor did he have enough time to practice such complicated swordsmanship. Therefore, he could only work hard on the most basic moves. However, he does not need to have profound swordsmanship skills. It is enough for him to learn a few tricks that will not hinder him in close combat with others. After all, his main strength still relies on the ability of the surgery fruit and soul skills. In fact, in the battle just now, Luo also secretly used the first soul skill Extreme Overload to have such a weird and unpredictable speed that he could defeat Tang San in an instant. The reason why Luo did not reveal his martial soul and soul ring when he used his first soul skill was actually because he used a skill of the surgery fruit on himself. This skill was only developed at the end of this month, and Luo named it Penis Reduction Surgery. As the name suggests, after using this skill on oneself, one can shrink the soul ring into the body like shrinking the yang into the abdomen. Even if it has been summoned, it will not appear in the outside world. That is why Luo can secretly use his soul skills without being discovered by others, because his soul ring has already shrunk into the abdomen. After learning this skill, Luo's sneak attacks were indeed much easier. After all, who would have thought that he could use soul skills without revealing his soul ring? At this moment, Master and Xiao Wu, who were watching the battle on the side, were all stunned and stood there for a long time without coming to their senses. Suddenly, Luo took action again. He took a step back, not even looking at Tang San's ugly face, and skillfully sheathed his sword. He didn't even look down, and sheathed the 1.3-meter-long sword into the scabbard. Snow drifting in the world. Luo turned around and said lightly, "The name of this move is snow drifting in the world. Snow falling on earth? I'll remember this. Next time when we fight, I won't give you the chance to suddenly draw your sword." Tang San lowered his head and muttered to himself, not knowing whether he was speaking to Luo or to himself. However, even if Tang San could see through the essence of this sword-drawing move, Luo would not give him any chance to defeat him the next time they fought. Thinking of this, Luo took Xiao Wu's hand and walked away. Only the master and disciple, Grand Master, and Tang San, were left standing there in a daze, staring at each other, unable to utter a word. 5 days later, a young boy and a young girl were walking in the star forest. At this moment, Xiao Wu was already in a state of being possessed by her martial spirit, and had turned into a bunny girl with a yellow spirit ring slowly moving beneath her body. Since Xiao Wu is usually too lazy and only cares about fighting and playing with others, and neglects meditation and practice, her soul power level is similar to Tang San's, which is only level 16. At this time, the main task of fighting can only be handed over to Luo. He was seen holding the hilt of Yama's sword, standing in front of a soul beast that looked like a bull dragon with a calm expression. However, his slightly tense body quietly revealed that he was not calm at the moment, because the soul beast he was facing was a dragon-slaying beast with a trace of dragon bloodline. Previously, Luo fabricated that his first soul ring was taken from a 400-year-old dragon-slaying dragon. Unexpectedly, his words came true and he really met a dragon-slaying dragon in the Stardow Great Forest. It's just that the cultivation level of this dragon-slaying beast is not very high, only about 2,000 years old, which can be seen from its body length of only about 10 meters. When a dragon-slaying cub is born, it is only 1 meter long. After that, it grows 5 meters long every 1,000 years of cultivation, and this continues until it reaches 10,000 years of cultivation. Rabbit Spirit, didn't you say that as long as you showed up in the Stardow Great Forest, you could attract the Titan Ape? It's been almost a whole day, why haven't we seen any sign of the Titan Ape yet? Luo said loudly, not daring to turn around and look at Xiao Wu beside him, because at this moment he had very little soul power in his body, and he could not relax at all against the Dragon Slayer in front of him. End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Dragon Soul Bone. Chapter 27, Dragon Soul Bone. I don't know either. Normally, no matter where I appear in the Stardow Great Forest, Ming can sense it, right? Xiao Wu stood behind Luo, frowning nervously, her heart full of doubts. The two of them had been in the Stardow Great Forest since morning, and it had been almost a whole day now, but they still hadn't seen any sign of the Titan Ape. According to what Xiao Wu said before she came here, when she lived in the Stardow Great Forest, no matter how far away she was from the Titan giant ape Ming could sense her breath and come to her to take her away. Why is there no trace of Ming today? If Luo hadn't maxed out his escape talent, coming to the Stardow Great Forest would have been simply seeking death for the two of them, who were first ring soul masters. After Luo's soul power level reached level 20, the room space of the surgery fruit has reached a radius of about 200 meters, and the soul power reserves in his body can support him to teleport nearly 100 times. It was also because of this that Luo was able to help Xiao Wu escape from the mouths of different soul beasts more than a dozen times. Ah! I understand. It must be you who eliminated my aura, so Ming can't sense it. Xiao Wu suddenly realized. Luo understood what the aura Xiao Wu was talking about was, and he instantly felt enlightened. However, before he could respond, the dragon slayer in front of him began to act. This huge monster covered in iron armor, like a beast from hell, opened its bloody mouth as sharp as a guillotine and bit the surface of the sword tail behind it that looked like it was made of steel. The moment the sword tail touched the fang, dazzling sparks flew everywhere, as bright and dazzling as stars. Zhanlong didn't seem satisfied with this, and began to use the indestructible fangs in his mouth to grind his tail blade, as if he wanted to make the edge sharper. Careful! Seeing this, Xiaowu couldn't help but widen her eyes, clenched her hands into fists nervously, and opened her mouth to remind Luo in front of her. There was a hint of anxiety and worry in her voice, fearing that Luo would be injured by Zhanlong's signature attack. Before he finished speaking, Zhanlong instantly turned around, and the sword tail behind him, which was flashing with a blazing red light, swung out like a bolt of lightning, covering a huge range of 360 degrees, and the sharp tail blade swept towards the two people not far away. The air seemed to be torn apart by this force, making sharp whistling sounds. Facing Zhanlong's signature 360-degree sword tail spin and slash, Luo did not dare to be careless at all. He quickly stretched out his right hand, and under his palm, several white whirlwinds intertwined together, spreading rapidly like a tornado, and finally condensed into a light blue transparent spherical light shield. "Room heavenly hand power!" Luo shouted in a low voice. In an instant, he and Xiaowu's figures disappeared, and only two dry leaves appeared where they had originally stood. The next second, the scorching tail blade slammed into the ground like a meteor, bringing up countless stones and soil. Zhanlong's attack missed. On a big tree 100 meters away, Luo and Xiaowu's figures appeared on the towering branches. Luo just used the teleportation skill to exchange their positions with the two fallen leaves on the branches, successfully avoiding the fatal blow of Zhanlong. Luo felt that there was less than 30% of his soul power left in his body, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath, his face slightly pale. He turned to look at Xiaowu and asked, "Rabbit spirit, now Ming can't sense your breath, what should we do? Should we continue to stay in the Xingde Great Forest, or go out to rest for a night and recover the soul power in our bodies?" Xiaowu has lived in the Xingde Great Forest for so many years. When it comes to her familiarity with this forest, she is definitely more familiar than Luo. Therefore, this time Luo chose to let Xiaowu make the decision, whether to stay or leave quickly. Xiaowu stared at Zhanlong, who was still searching for their traces not far away, with a frown on her face. She thought about it for a moment, and said in an uncertain tone, "How about this, Luo, you reveal your first spirit ring first, and you don't have to hide it anymore. Anyway, there's no point hiding the spirit ring in the Stardo Great Forest. Maybe after the spirit ring is revealed, Ming can sense the aura remaining on the spirit ring? Then maybe we can find him." Luo nodded when he heard this, and then activated the ability of the surgery fruit. Room erection surgery. Then, a purple soul ring emerged from Luo's body and slowly moved beside his legs. Since there is a penis shrinking surgery that can shrink the soul ring into the body, then it would be reasonable to develop an erection surgery skill to free the soul ring from the body, right? It's just that the names of these two skills are so embarrassing, so Luo never reads out the names of the skills when using them. With Luo's current physical condition, the age of his first soul ring has been unlocked to about 2,300 years. It is estimated that after he obtains the second soul ring, the age of his first soul ring will be unlocked to more than 3,000 years. After releasing the first soul ring from his body, Luo's face suddenly froze, and he turned to look at Zhanlong, who was causing destruction in the distance. The dragon-slaying beast fell into a state of extreme rage because of the sudden disappearance of Luo and Xiaowu, and was venting its anger everywhere meaninglessly. The ground and trees were covered with scars of varying depths left by it. Just now, because Zhanlong was in the coverage of the room space, Luo suddenly felt a familiar breath coming from Zhanlong's body, just like what he had felt in Xiaowu's body before. Could it be that there is also a soul bone in the body of this dragon-slaying beast? Luo lowered his head and muttered to himself. Xiaowu was beside Luo and vaguely heard him talking to himself, but she didn't hear it clearly, so she subconsciously asked, "What?" Afterwards, Luo told Xiaowu everything about his discovery. "Then you have no way to take the soul bone out of this dragon-slaying body." Xiaowu cruelly stated this fact. Hearing this, Luo couldn't help but sigh deeply, with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't do it because he didn't have the strength to subdue a dragon that had cultivated for 2,000 years and take out the soul bone from its body. Luo and Xiaowu are now in the middle of the Xingde Great Forest. The soul beasts living here basically have a cultivation base of more than 10,000 years. This dragon-slaying beast can occupy a territory here with a cultivation base of about 2,000 years. It can be seen that its combat power is not inferior to powerful soul beasts like the human-faced demon spider. It would be great if the fruit could awaken immediately. Luo thought to himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Titan Ape Arrives. Chapter 28, Titan Ape Arrives. The awakening of the EPUB fruit can bring an extremely perverted awakening skill, K-Room Piercing Wave. Originally, if the user wanted to use the power of the surgery fruit, he had to be within the range covered by the room space. After awakening, the user can be outside the room space and manipulate objects inside. The awakened surgery fruit skills are called K-Room and R-Room. Based on these two awakening skills, many other skills can be derived, including K-Room Anesthesia, K-Room Impact Wave, K-Room Piercing Wave, R-Room Silence, and R-Room Cutting. During the Onigashima War, Trafalgar Law used the awakening skill K-Room Piercing Wave, which emitted a violent shock wave from inside Big Mom's body, causing serious damage to her iron-clad body. Finally, Trafalgar Law used R-Room Silence to eliminate the sound of the soul spell emitted by Big Mom, completely cutting off Big Mom's last means of resistance. Although using the awakened fruit skills will consume a huge amount of physical strength, if Luo awakens the power of the surgery fruit, let alone a mere dragon slayer with 2,000 years of cultivation, even if a titan giant ape with 100,000 years of cultivation is here, he can use the piercing wave to cause huge damage to it. It's a pity that in order to complete the awakening of the fruit, the physical and mental strength of the ability user must match the ability of the fruit. With Luo's current level of strength, he is still a long way from awakening the ability of the surgery fruit. Fortunately, his ability of the surgery fruit is complete and he does not have the weakness of being afraid of sea water. After awakening the ability of the EPUB fruit, Law immediately tried to completely soak his body in a bathtub full of water. He found that he did not feel any fatigue at all, and he could even swim in the river without any problem. Luo guessed that it might be because there was no sea stone factor in this world, so even though he was a devil fruit user, he was not afraid of water or sea water. Just as Luo was standing on the tree trunk with a frown, wondering when he would be able to complete the awakening of the fruit, a deafening noise suddenly came from the distance, like thunder in the sky, shaking people's minds. Then, countless birds seemed to be greatly frightened and flew high from the dense woods, drawing a series of panicked arcs, making the sky messy and noisy. What is that? Luo was interrupted by the sudden sound and couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. In the distance, they saw smoke and dust rolling up, spreading out like a colorful painting, and in the hazy smoke and dust, a huge black shadow was rushing towards them at an alarming speed, with an aggressive momentum that was frightening. The moment Xiaowu's eyes met the black shadow, a brilliant smile immediately blossomed on her face, like a flower blooming in spring, bright and warm. She couldn't wait to grab Luo's wrist, her fingers trembling slightly, pointing in the direction of the black shadow, and shouted excitedly, "It's Erming. Erming is here to pick us up. He must have sensed my presence." After hearing this, Luo still felt an inexplicable fear and uneasiness in his heart, but he still suppressed the urge to escape and tried to stay calm. As the black shadow approached rapidly, Luo's eyes widened and he began to carefully examine the outline of the black shadow. Suddenly, a giant black diamond beast came into view. It was extremely huge, about 20 to 30 meters tall, like a moving mountain. It emanated extremely powerful soul power fluctuations all over its body, and it seemed that even the air was trembling under its pressure. It is the 100,000-year-old Titan ape, Erming. It was rushing towards where Luo and Xiao were with an unstoppable force. Wherever the Titan ape passed, it was unstoppable. Countless trees were broken and collapsed under its power, like a wheat field swept by a strong wind, and the whole place was in ruins. And the birds and beasts, regardless of their level of cultivation or size, all fled frantically from its figure at this moment, fearing that if they were a step late, they would die under the Titan ape. At this time, Xiaowu didn't care about anything else. She jumped down from the tree and ran happily towards the Titan ape. "Erming, I haven't seen you for a long time." Xiaowu rushed to the front of the Titan giant ape, raised her head and shouted excitedly. When Erming saw Xiaowu coming, he hurriedly stopped where he was and stretched out his right hand to signal Xiaowu to follow his arm and climb onto his shoulder. Xiaowu quickly came to Erming's shoulder and said something loudly in his ear, occasionally pointing at herself and then at Luo, causing the Titan ape's eyes to flash with ferocity from time to time, and look viciously at where Luo was standing. Luo couldn't help swallowing his saliva, tapped his trembling legs hard, jumped down from the tree, and walked unhurriedly towards where the Titan ape was. It's no wonder that Luo is so scared. After all, strength is confidence, and his current strength is still too weak. I'm afraid that in this world, there is no one-ring great soul master who can remain calm in front of 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape, especially when this 100,000-year-old Titan ape was clearly showing hostility. It was very commendable that he was able to hold back his fear and not turn around and run away. It didn't take long for Xiaowu to seem to have convinced the Titan ape. She turned around and looked at Luo, standing on tiptoes and waving her hands happily at him. Erming stood there motionless, with an expressionless look on his face. And it was impossible to tell what his attitude towards Luo was. But at this point, Luo could only bite the bullet and do it. After all, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. If you want to do something big, how can you cherish your life? Are you the human that Sister Xiaowu mentioned? Erming suddenly asked in a deep voice, lowering his head and staring at Luo who was walking towards him. Luo had already anticipated that Erming would be able to speak, so he appeared to be very calm on the surface. Yes, my name is Luo, and Xiaowu and I are very good friends. It was also my idea to come to the Xingde Great Forest to meet you this time. Luo took the initiative to take charge of this operation, in an effort to win Erming's favor. However, it was obvious that this method was of no use to this 100,000-year-old Titan ape. Erming's eyes instantly flashed with ferocity, and a brutal and terrifying aura of a wild beast rushed towards Luo. Luo gritted his teeth and forcibly resisted the breath that Erming was emitting towards him, and he felt relieved in his heart. He knew his life was no longer in danger. End of this chapter. Chapter 29, Lake of Life. Chapter 29, Lake of Life. If the Titan ape had harbored any ill will towards Luo, it would have been unable to suppress its impulse and would have killed Luo on the spot. However, it was merely using its own terrifying momentum to intimidate Luo, which in turn proved that it had no intention of killing Luo. Sure enough, in the next moment, Luo felt the heavy pressure on his body suddenly disappear, and Erming had already withdrawn the suffocating pressure he had exerted on him. From what Sister Xiaowu just said, you can use your domain ability to skillfully remove the spirit rings and spirit bones from the spirit beast without harming it. Is this true or false? Erming lowered his head curiously, his golden eyes fixed on Luo, motionless. Luo looked up at Erming's huge and slightly ugly ape face, then stretched out his hand and waved it gently, summoning the room space of the surgery fruit, and began to introduce in detail the various magical abilities of the surgery field. Seeing this, Xiaowu quickly chattered in Erming's ear to add explanation, and used herself as a living example to prove that what Luo said was true. Erming, you don't know that Luo's first spirit ring was absorbed from my 100,000-year spirit ring. And my 100,000-year spirit bone was also absorbed by Luo. We are best friends now. I know everything about him, and he knows everything about me. Xiaowu spoke excitedly, her words full of closeness and dependence on Luo. Afterwards, Xiao Wu and Ming recalled in detail every detail of her acquaintance, understanding, and companionship with Luo. Her words were full of Luo and her daily trivialities, and it seemed that even she herself did not realize it. However, any bystander can clearly see that this has gone beyond ordinary friendship and is instead a deep love. Although Ming is honest and simple, he is by no means stupid. On the contrary, he has wisdom comparable to or even superior to that of humans. It keenly captured Xiao Wu's deep affection for Luo, and a complex expression suddenly appeared on its face. Therefore, the look it gave Luo was no longer full of curiosity and inquiry as before, but seemed extremely entangled and struggling. Although Luo was not quite sure what Ming was thinking at the moment, he keenly felt that Ming's attitude towards him seemed to have subtly changed. There was a hint of murderous intent in his expression, but more of it was envy towards him and a barely perceptible sense of relief. Perhaps, in the heart of the Titan giant ape, he also thinks that he and the azure bull python are not the best partners for Xiao Wu. After all, Xiao Wu has now transformed into a human, but they still choose to remain as soul beasts. Or maybe, as long as the azure bull python doesn't become Xiao Wu's lover, the Titan giant ape can barely accept it even if Xiao Wu falls in love with another human. At this time, Xiao Wu remembered something, stretched out her hand to pull Ming's ear, pointed to a place not far away, and said loudly, Ming, there is a dragon slayer over there. Take it with you, let's go to Daming first, and let Luo prove it to you. Ming naturally would not disobey Xiao Wu's order. He moved his body as strong as a mountain and walked towards the direction Xiao Wu pointed. Hey! It's a dragon-slaying beast with 2,000 years of cultivation. Ming quickly walked to Zhanlong's side, stretched out his house-sized palm, grabbed Zhanlong's body, and easily lifted him into the air. The 10-meter-long Zhanlong was like a 3-year-old child standing in front of the 100,000-year-old Titan ape, and there was no room for resistance. This dragon-slaying beast did not escape in time when Ming arrived, so it chose to bury its body in a bush and hide itself in an attempt to escape from the Titan ape. As for wanting to challenge the 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape, Ming never thought about it. Nonsense, although it is a dragon slayer, it just has a bad temper, which doesn't mean it has a bad brain. The Titan giant ape has the blood of behemoth flowing in its body. Even among all soul beasts, it is one of the top soul beasts, enough to be comparable to super soul beasts such as the dark gold terror claw bear and the three-headed red demon Ao. Even if Zhanlong has also reached the level of 100,000 years of cultivation, he may not be a match for the 100,000-year-old Titan ape in a one-on-one duel, not to mention that it has only had 2,000 years of cultivation. In front of a 100,000-year-old Titan ape, there is not much difference between a dragon slayer with 2,000 years of cultivation and a little chicken. It can be picked up with ease. At this moment, even if Zhanlong used his most proud sword tail attack, it would be difficult to leave the slightest scratch on Ming's hand. Ming looked at Zhanlong, who was pretending to be dead, in his hand and saw through its trick at a glance, so he shook his arms fiercely, almost shaking the shit out of Zhanlong's stomach. Then, Ming turned to look at Luo and said in a deep voice, "Human, follow me." After the words fell, the Titan giant ape let Xiao Wu sit on its shoulders, and then walked towards the depths of the Stardow Great Forest with huge and unhurried steps, without any intention of letting Luo stand on his shoulders. Luo was mentally prepared for this. After all, no matter what, he was also stealing someone's love. Ming did not kill him immediately because he was showing mercy for Xiao Wu's sake. How could he possibly show any good face to Luo? I don't know how long they walked. When the setting sun slowly disappeared from the horizon, Luo followed Ming's footsteps, passed through the entire star forest, and finally came to a lake with rippling blue waves and an unfathomable depth. This lake is like an emerald inlaid on the earth, emitting a bright green luster. At this moment, Xiao Wu jumped lightly from Ming's broad shoulders like a nimble swallow, and came to Luo's side happily. She reached out and patted Luo's shoulder heavily, her face filled with pride and joy. and asked, "How is it? Doesn't the Lake of Life look particularly beautiful? This is where Ming, and I played and grew up together since we were young." Luo nodded gently, without saying anything, but stood up silently and cast his eyes towards the Lake of Life. Thick and mysterious white mist filled the sky and surroundings of the Lake of Life. This mist was not ordinary water vapor, but condensed from a large amount of heaven and earth energy, containing endless vitality. The soul power that can be cultivated in one day here is enough to match the results of 3 days of cultivation in other places. No wonder Xiao Wu, Daming, and Ming were able to cultivate to the realm of 100,000 years of cultivation in just a few hundred years. Private. In addition to the extraordinary talents of their 3 soul beasts, this is also closely related to the suffocatingly rich natural energy environment of the Lake of Life. If soul beasts cultivate for thousands or tens of thousands of years, then where do soul masters get so many soul rings? Moreover, the reproduction ability of soul beasts with high bloodlines is not as good as that of humans. If they really cultivated for such a long time, they would have been killed by humans long ago. So I think the training time of soul beasts will be shortened. It will definitely be longer than that of humans, but definitely not as exaggerated as the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years in the original book. There is another piece of evidence. In Douluo 2, the baby dark gold terror claw bear cultivated to become a 1,000-year soul beast in 1 year, and cultivated to become a 10,000-year soul beast in 10 years? At least 100 years or 100,000 years. The bloodline of the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python can't be worse than that of the dark gold terror claw bear, right? I set it to be about a few hundred years here. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, Soul Bone Attached to the Sword Tail. Chapter 30, Soul Bone Attached to the Sword Tail. Xiao Wu had told Luo about their experiences before, so Luo knew how many years they had been practicing in the Stardo Great Forest. Xiao Wu is older than Ming and Ming, but not by much, only a few years. However, when Xiao Wu was conceived in her mother's body, she absorbed her mother's cultivation of about 30,000 to 40,000 years, so when she was just born, she was born with intelligence comparable to that of a human. Private setting. Although Ming and Ming are much stronger than Xiao Wu in soul beast bloodline, they truly opened their spiritual intelligence many years later than Xiao Wu. That is why Xiao Wu can be their leader. Daming. I'm back to see you. Xiao Wu cupped her hands to her mouth, making a simple loudspeaker, and shouted with all her might in the direction of the Lake of Life. She knew that Daming, the azure bull python, was the most diligent of the 3 siblings. He was basically practicing hard all the time in order to break through the bottleneck of the 200,000-year soul beast as soon as possible. At this moment, it must be immersed in the bottom of the Lake of Life, absorbing the rich vitality of heaven and earth and practicing hard. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, the surface of the Lake of Life near the lakeside suddenly began to ripple, as if the lake was responding to her call. Immediately afterwards, a thick black shadow appeared and disappeared under the water, carrying an aura far greater than that of the Titan giant ape Ming. The next second, an extremely huge bull head suddenly emerged from under the water. A pair of huge horns that pierced the sky flashed coldly in the moonlight, like 2 sharp swords. As the bull's head was raised, the blue-green python's body, which was thicker than a water tank, slowly swam to the lakeside and coiled up gracefully. However, even so, a large section of the azure bull python still remained under the water, and its length was so astonishing that it was probably at least hundreds of meters. There were 2 balls of burning blue flames in the eyes of the azure bull python. It didn't seem to be looking directly at Luo, but Luo could clearly feel the pressure from Daming's gaze. In an instant, a pressure like that of a prehistoric beast came towards him, making it almost impossible for Luo to stand still. He was almost pinned to the ground by this force. But at the moment when Luo was about to lose, the pressure suddenly dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Then the heavy and deep voice of Azure Bull Python Daming echoed over the lake. Long time no see, Sister Xiaowu. Why did you bring a human back with you? Does this human already know your identity? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's face broke into a happy smile. She quickly walked to Daming's side, reached out and gently stroked the smooth and cold scales on Daming's body, and explained every word to Daming. While they were chatting, the Titan Apr sat down on a huge rock not far away, and threw the unconscious dragon slayer in his hand to the ground casually, as if he was throwing away an insignificant broken doll. Not long after, Xiaowu and Daming finally explained everything. Xiaowu said that she brought Luo back this time because she missed them very much during her life at Nottingham Junior College, so she wanted to come back to visit them. On the other hand, Xiaowu wanted them to give their 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones to Luo to absorb in order to help him improve his strength. Ming didn't comment when he heard these words, but just glanced at Luo calmly. It knew that Daming's wisdom and decisiveness were superior to its own, so Daming's decision was basically its decision. So, it sat there quietly, waiting for Daming to make the final choice. Daming was silent for a long time, the pale blue flames in his eyes flickering, indicating that he was unsure of whether he should listen to Xiao's request. But in the end, it said in a deep voice, "Prove it to me." Upon hearing this, Xiaowu immediately looked at Luo. Luo naturally understood what Daming meant, so he quickly walked to the unconscious Zhanlong, took a deep breath, and summoned the room space, covering his and Zhanlong's position. Room appendectomy. Luo let out a low roar, and immediately consumed more than half of the little third-level soul power left in his body. He gently swung the Yama in his hand, and Zhanlong's body was instantly split into two. The next second, a huge heart wrapped in a translucent cubic gelatin fell in front of Luo. Seeing this, Daming and Erming were shocked and looked at each other, not understanding what kind of ability Luo's surgical field was. Just now, Yama in Luo's hand clearly did not touch Zhanlong's body, but Zhanlong was still cut in two. But the strange thing was that there was no blood flowing out of the cut place, but it was covered with a smooth black film-like substance. Even in their perception, Zhanlong was not injured at all, let alone dead. His body still emitted the same life fluctuations as before, but he was still in an unconscious state. Immediately afterwards, under the incredulous gaze of Daming and Erming, a purple soul ring and a long light blue sword-tail soul bone appeared in front of Luo. Zhanlong's body was restored to its previous state by Luo. If it were not for its spirit ring and spirit bone appearing in front of them, the scene would look as if nothing had happened. The skill room appendectomy was specially developed by Luo, specifically for removing the soul rings and soul bones in the bodies of soul beasts. After all, for all soul beasts, the soul rings and soul bones in their bodies are completely useless, no different from the appendix in the human body. Removing the soul rings and soul bones in their bodies is like removing the appendix for a human. Therefore, Luo named it appendectomy surgery. Of course, based on the naming style of Dr. Luo, a urologist, this skill was originally going to be called circumcision surgery, but after thinking about it, he decided to give it up. The name appendectomy is more appropriate. Hey? It's actually an external soul bone? Luo, your luck is too good. Xiaowu came to Luo's side, bent down to look at Zhanlong's soul ring and soul bone, and said in great surprise. A happy smile appeared on Luo's face. He didn't expect that his luck was so good that he could open a blind box and get an external soul bone. Moreover, it is the soul bone attached to the tail of the dragon-slaying sword, which is very suitable for him to use. Originally, he thought that he could only open out an ordinary soul bone, and then after his cultivation level improved, he would take it to Tiandu City for auction. There is no need to think about it now. Luo plans to keep the soul bone attached to the sword tail for his own use. Those in the group who said that the sponge soul bone was attached externally, I'm sorry to disappoint you. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, Prosthetic Surgery, Fusion of External Soul Bones. Chapter 31, prosthetic surgery, fusion of external soul bones. But even if you cut out the 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones in our bodies, how can you absorb them successfully? Aren't you afraid of exploding and dying? The azure bull python crawled to the back of Zhanlong and carefully observed the condition of Zhanlong's body, which was split into two. Luo smiled slightly when he heard this, and did not explain too much. He just said lightly, "Since I can absorb Xiaowu's 100,000-year spirit ring, I naturally have a way to solve this problem." At this time, Xiaowu waved her hand impatiently and said, "Don't say so much, De Ming and Er Ming. When Luo recovers his soul power tomorrow, let him remove the soul rings and soul bones in your bodies. Losing these things will not affect you anyway." Facing Xiaowu's extremely strong attitude, De Ming and Er Ming had no choice but to nod silently, indicating that they agreed to hand over their spirit rings and spirit bones to Luo for processing. Then, Xiaowu looked at Luo, who was silent at the side, and said softly, "Luo, you should absorb the external soul bone of this dragon slayer tonight." Luo thought about it for a while, then shook his head and said softly, "Don't be so anxious, I have a good idea." "Okay." A night passed, and when the light of dawn broke through the darkness from the sky, Luo, who was sitting cross-legged in his tent and practicing hard, opened his eyes. After a night of practice, Luo not only recovered all the soul power consumed during the day, but also improved his cultivation a lot with the help of the vast vitality of heaven and earth near the Lake of Life. It was just that because he had not yet obtained the second soul ring, all this soul power was hidden in his body and did not appear. In front of him was the soul bone attached to the sword tail that he had obtained from Zhanlong's body during the day, emitting a crystal clear light blue light. The vicinity of the Lake of Life was filled with the terrifying aura of the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python, so there were no blind soul beasts or soul masters coming to disturb him and Xiaowu's rest. After a night of careful consideration, Luo suddenly had a fantastic idea, that is, whether he could follow the example of Ji Jueshan in Douluo 2 and integrate the soul bone attached to the tail of the Zhanlong sword into the Yama martial soul. Ji Jueshan's innate soul power is only at level 3. His martial soul is a sword, but it is just an ordinary sword and does not have any powerful abilities. But he suddenly had an idea. After more than 10 years of being infected by the sword intent day after day, he completely transformed his sword martial soul into energy rather than entity. He perfectly integrated it into a piece of meteorite iron that he accidentally obtained, forming a physical meteorite iron sword outside his body. Luo Mengzhen asked himself if he did not have Ji Jueshan's perseverance and will of giving up the sword and nothing else, but he possessed the ability of the surgery fruit, which could be called a plug-in. Therefore, he pondered over it for a whole night, wanting to try to see if he could perform surgery on his own Yama martial soul and integrate the soul bone attached to the tail of the dragon slayer's sword into his Yama martial soul. After all, to put it bluntly, soul bones are actually a group of highly concentrated soul power crystals in the body of a soul beast, and are not really just a bone. Although Luo's idea of performing surgery on his own martial soul seems very bizarre and even crazy from other people's perspective, it is not impossible, and there is even a great hope of success. The reason why Luo had such a sudden idea was because his Yama martial soul was the same as Ji Jueshan's sword martial soul. Although it had successfully transformed after absorbing Xiaowu's 100,000-year soul ring and washed away all the mottled rust on the blade, and its sharpness was enough to rival some peerless famous swords, it still had no special abilities. Luo estimated that his current true innate soul power, or the quality of Yan Mo's martial soul, should be around level 6 or 7. Not to mention that it can be comparable to the six-winged angel, sea god martial soul and other god-level martial souls. It is probably still a little bit behind those slightly inferior top martial souls, such as the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, clear sky hammer, 7-kill sword and the like. And this small distance is specifically reflected in the special abilities of the martial soul, such as the lightning ability of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, the 7 killing fields of the 7 killing sword, and so on. Therefore, Luo Cai thought of using this method to improve the quality of his martial soul by integrating the external soul bone that suits his Yama martial soul and obtaining the special abilities of the external soul bone. Just do it when you want to do it. Luo immediately summoned the Yama martial soul and placed it horizontally on his legs. Then he took the soul bone attached to the tail of the sword to his side and activated the ability of the surgery fruit. Room prosthetic surgery. This is a new fruit skill that Luo came up with after a night of thinking. In his previous life, as a male urology doctoral student, he performed this surgery on some male patients who were unable to lift their legs. This was to implant a manually adjustable prosthesis into the body. Now, Luo also began to summon the room space just like implanting a prosthesis into the body of the British police, cut open his own Yama martial soul, and transformed the soul bone attached to the tail of the sword into the purest soul power crystal, which was implanted into the Yama martial soul. After a while, Luo reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his head, and sutured the cut on the Yama martial spirit, restoring it to its original appearance. After completing the entire process of the prosthetic surgery, Luo tightly grasped the handle of the Yan Mo sword, held it horizontally in front of his eyes, and shouted "Room rejection fusion." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling white light flashed on the Yama sword, and it looked as if nothing had happened. However, Luo keenly sensed that the Yama in his hand had changed, from a simple martial spirit into a physical katana. In many cases of various types of organ transplant surgery, rejection occurs, which is the body's immune response to the transplant. When the human body receives foreign tissue or organs, the immune system recognizes them as foreign substances, thereby triggering a series of immune responses aimed at eliminating or rejecting the foreign substances. The transplant operation that Luo performed on Yama's martial soul would naturally result in an immune rejection reaction. After all, Ji Jueshan had spent more than 10 years integrating the sword martial soul into the meteorite, and only then had he managed to make the meteorite look like a sword. And now Luo has to fuse the Yama martial soul with the sword tail external soul bone in a short period of time, so the rejection reaction will naturally be greater. Therefore, in order to eliminate the rejection reaction between the Yama martial soul and the soul bone attached to the sword tail, Luo invented the rejection fusion skill of the surgery fruit. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, 32 Years Second Soul Ring. Chapter 32, 100,000 Years Second Spirit Ring. It's done. Luo looked at Yan Mo, whose blade was faintly flashing with a fiery red light, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Although the previous Yama martial soul also had an entity after being summoned, it could not exist in the outside world for a long time, because maintaining the entity of the martial soul required the continuous consumption of soul power. But now it's different. Even if Luo doesn't continue to output soul power, the Yama martial soul can still exist in the outside world, just like it has become a real katana. This is because the soul bone attached to the tail of the Dragon Slayer's sword was used to forge the blade of Yama, so there is no need for Luo to output soul power, and Yama can exist independently outside the body. Moreover, after this epic forging and strengthening, the hardness and sharpness of the Yama blade are completely comparable to the sword tail of the dragon-slaying sword that has been cultivated for 2,000 years, and it can even be said that it is even better. Of course there's more than that. Luo whispered softly, and in an almost ritualistic manner, he slowly inserted Yama into the scabbard at his waist. However, the next moment, Luo's movements suddenly became fierce, and he quickly pulled Yama out of the scabbard. At this moment, a dazzling red light suddenly appeared on the blade of Yama's sword, as if it was instantly ignited. Even the surrounding air seemed to be burned by this temperature and began to twist and deform violently. At this moment, even though Yama is Luo's martial soul and connected to him by blood, Luo can still feel a scorching heat coming towards him, making him feel that he is holding not just a sword, but a ball of magma condensed into the shape of a katana. This is the signature attack technique that the Dragon Slayers are most proud of, hard blade grinding. The Dragon Slayers possess a powerful skill. Through the intense friction between their fangs and tail blades, they can cause the tail blade to burn at a temperature comparable to real magma, thus entering a red-hot state. In this red-hot state, the temperature on the tail of the sword is close to thousands of degrees Celsius, enough to melt steel. Such a high temperature not only enhances the destructive power of the tail blade, but also makes its sharpness reach an unprecedented level, and the soul bone skill born from the soul bone attached to the tail of the sword that Luo obtained was exactly this hard blade grinding. Fortunately, Luo does not need to rub Yama's blade with his mouth like he did when he killed the dragon. Instead, he only needs to use the IAI slash to quickly pull Yama out of the scabbard, and Yama can enter the red-hot state. Is this the ability in the surgical field you mentioned? I didn't feel anything when I saw it yesterday, but now that I've tried it myself, it's really amazing. I don't even feel any pain in my body. The Titan ape Ming was now slumped on the ground with his giant head lowered. With an almost childlike curiosity, he gently touched the shocking transparent hole in his chest with his fingers, where his heart should have been. Beside its huge body, the sky blue bull python Daming coiled and coiled, its strong body forming a solid barrier that tightly protected Erming, Xiaowu, and Luo. Luo Neng was keenly aware of Daming's slightly reserved trust in him. He stood by nervously, with complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Of course, this is also reasonable. After all, it would be difficult for anyone to remain calm and indifferent when seeing with one's own eyes that one's best friend's heart was plucked out by an invisible hand. Naturally, Luo didn't mind this at all. His face was solemn and focused, and his eyes were directed directly at the heart that was tightly wrapped in the translucent cubic gelatin and was still beating violently, like a huge stone containing tremendous vitality. This is the precious organ that he carefully removed from the body of the Titan ape Erming using the power of the surgery fruit. Although Erming did not use his soul power to make any defensive moves against him, as a super soul beast with a cultivation of 100,000 years, one can imagine how strong his physical body is. Even without any defense, it was not easy for Luo to successfully remove the heart. He put in a lot of effort. At this moment, Luo was panting, his chest heaving, and then he slowly sat cross-legged and began to recover the almost exhausted soul power in his body. For this precise removal surgery, he consumed at least 80% of his soul power. But fortunately, removing the mixed soul power crystal of the soul ring and soul bone from the heart does not require too much extra consumption. Luo only needs to restore his own soul power to about 50%, which is enough to deal with the next steps. Xiaowu didn't show any surprise when she saw this scene. She just looked at Erming's heart curiously. She couldn't help but touch the translucent cube of gelatin outside the heart and exclaimed, "Erming, your heart is really big." After sighing, Xiaowu suddenly had an idea. She first quietly took a step back, and then suddenly kicked Erming in the heart. "What are you doing? Ouch!" Caught off guard, Erming felt a sharp pain coming from his heart. He couldn't help but bent down and let out a painful wail, and subconsciously covered the hole in his chest with his hands. When Daming heard Erming's screams, he quickly stretched out his bull head and blocked Xiaowu's way, complaining, "Sister Xiaowu, what are you doing? Do you want to kill Erming?" Xiaowu saw Erming's miserable state, lowered her head and hunched her waist, scratched her head angrily with her hand, pulled an awkward smile at the corner of her mouth, and said embarrassedly, I just want to see if Erming feels any pain after his heart is taken out. I didn't expect it to have feelings. Luo took out my heart before, and it was restored very quickly, so I don't know what it feels like." Daming was left speechless by Xiaowu's reckless behavior, but he couldn't say anything to her. He could only stare at her with his big eyes, making Xiaowu feel uncomfortable all over. Xiaowu also knew that she was in the wrong in this matter, so she just turned her head away silently without saying anything in rebuttal. Not long after, Luo recovered his soul power and immediately began to remove the soul ring and soul bone in Erming's heart. Xiaowu and the three siblings, Daming and Erming, looked at Luo nervously as he started a series of operations, praying silently in their hearts that no accidents would occur. Xiao Wu's actions just now made them realize that Ming still had some special connection with their hearts. After several hours, Luo suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light suddenly lit up in his obsidian-like narrow pupils. It was obvious that his cultivation had been greatly improved. At this moment, under his body, 2 purple soul rings were slowly rhythmically moving, and the soul power level in Luo's body surprisingly reached level 25. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, Persuasion. Chapter 33, Persuasion. I didn't expect that a human like you could actually absorb 100,000-year spirit ring in advance. In this way, your first and second spirit rings will both be 100,000-year spirit rings. Ming leaned over and lowered his head to stare at Luo's figure, and the huge exclamation he made sounded like thunder in Luo's ears. At this time, the hole in Ming's chest had recovered. After taking out the soul ring and soul bone from its heart, Luo stuffed its heart back to remove the ability of the fruit. Suddenly, Daming at the side seemed to remember something. He hesitated for a while and asked hesitantly, "Sister Xiaowu, I remember you said yesterday that this kid is in the same grade as you, right?" "Yeah. Why are you asking this?" Xiaowu nodded, with a puzzled expression on her face. Ming also reacted instantly at this time, and he immediately explained, "In other words, this kid is the same age as you, Xiaowu, both of them are 7 years old, and his current soul power level has reached level 25. A 7-year-old 25th level Great Soul Master." As soon as the words fell, the 3 people present fell silent, silently savoring the value of these words in their hearts. But the look Daming gave Luo at this moment was no longer so friendly. Even Ming beside him could vaguely sense the boiling murderous intent in his eyes. However, it did not say anything, nor did it want to come forward to try to stop Daming's idea, because what it was thinking was the same as Daming's. A 7-year-old level 25 Great Soul Master is something that is almost unheard of. After the integration of the external soul bone of Zhanlong, Luo's Yama spirit was promoted to an existence second only to the 6-winged angel, sea god spirit and other god-level spirits, and was not inferior to the top spirits such as the Clear Sky Hammer, Blue Silver Emperor, 7-Kill Sword, and Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. In other words, if Luo Wulai had not been strangled in the cradle in advance, then it would have been almost a foregone conclusion that he would have cultivated to the realm of level 99 extreme Douluo in the future. After all, even Tang Chen could cultivate to the 99th level of demigod with just the Clear Sky Hammer spirit. Naturally, Luo's current potential would not be worse than Tang Chen's, and if Luo has any thoughts that are detrimental to the Soul Beast clan after he grows up, then Daming and Erming's act of giving him 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone now is tantamount to cultivating an unsolvable enemy in advance. If one day, Luo really kills all the soul beasts, then they will truly be the sinners among the soul beasts, and their crimes will be particularly unforgivable. Therefore, Daming couldn't help but feel regretful and even had the idea of killing Luo in front of him. After all, if a genius dies halfway, then even if he has great potential, it will be useless. At this moment, the air was filled with a heavy atmosphere of oppression, and even the somewhat slow-witted Xiaowu could feel it. She frowned and looked at Daming and Ming suspiciously, then immediately stepped in front of Luo, like an old hen protecting her chicks. After absorbing 200,000-year spirit rings, Luo's body inevitably developed greatly. His height is now over 1.7 meters, more than a head taller than Xiaowu. The two stood close together, Xiaowu's height only reaching Luo's chest, and they looked like a pair of brother and sister. Daming and Ming, what do you want to do to Luo? Xiao Yuping raised his hands and asked loudly, with a serious look on his little face. Daming and Ming turned their heads and looked at each other. In the end, it was Daming who took the initiative and said in a deep voice, "Sister Xiaowu, this human's future potential is too terrifying. Not to mention his particularly strange domain ability, just his current soul power level. A 7-year-old level 25 Great Spirit Master will definitely become a level 99 Ultimate Douluo in the future. Sister Xiaowu, you also know what this achievement means. Before he finished speaking, Ming also spoke up and added level 99 ultimate Douluo is a realm that can only be achieved by becoming a soul beast of 500,000 years or more. Among the three of us, only my eldest brother has survived the first 100,000 year heavenly tribulation not long ago and has reached the level of 200,000 years of cultivation. But even with big brother's strength, there is still a big gap between him and becoming a soul beast of that level. And this human can easily reach that supreme realm as long as he practices diligently for 100 years. What a terrifying thing! That's right. This is exactly what Ming and I are worried about. If one day this human has ill intentions towards our soul beast clan, then wouldn't Ming and I be aiding the enemy today? Ming expressed his concerns in a deep voice, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually boiled over, and his tone became more and more ferocious. After listening to what you said yesterday, Sister Xiaowu, I was skeptical and just took it as a fun thing. I didn't expect that this human could actually absorb 100,000-year spirit ring today. This is really too scary. Why don't I take the initiative and kill him here? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu continued to stand motionless in front of Luo, unmoved. Her heart was not shaken at all by what Ming and Ming said about the future. It seemed that she was determined to save Luo's life. Seeing this, Ming and Ming couldn't help but feel helpless. They didn't expect Xiaowu's attitude to be so tough, and there was not even a hint of hesitation on her face. But they couldn't attack Luo past Xiaowu, after all, Xiaowu was standing in front of him. If Xiaowu got impulsive and really took the initiative to block their attacks for Luo, wouldn't they accidentally hurt Xiaowu's life? As a result, the situation suddenly became a dilemma. At this time, Luo knew that he should come forward, so he immediately passed Xiaowu's position and walked towards the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. When Xiaowu saw Luo walking past her, she quickly reached out and grabbed his arm, shaking her head at him nervously, signaling him not to be reckless. Luo turned around and gave her a brilliant smile. At this moment, his beautiful face was like the light of dawn breaking through the daybreak, instantly imprinted in Xiaowu's heart, leaving her stunned for a moment. Then, Luo turned his head and looked at Ming and Ming seriously. He gently broke free from Xiaowu's slender hand, walked up to them, and looked up at them without fear. Ming, Ming, I just listened to your concerns and I deeply understand them. If it were me, I would probably do the same as you. But you said one thing wrong. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, Artificial Soul Ring and Soul Bone Plan. Chapter 34, Artificial Soul Ring and Soul Bone Plan. Oh? Where did we go wrong? The sky blue bull python frowned in confusion, but the boiling murderous intent in his heart suddenly stopped. He wanted to hear what Luo had to say in front of the two armies. Xiaowu and Ming also looked at Luo in confusion, but what they saw was Luo's confident smile. You said I might be a threat to the soul beast tribe in the future? But I want to ask you, why do humans kill soul beasts? Luo did not give a direct answer, but instead asked Daming and Ming another question. Daming said without hesitation, of course it's for the soul ring and soul of the soul beast. The words suddenly stopped here. Daming looked at Luo's increasingly bright smile, and he already understood his thoughts in his heart. That's right, humans slaughter soul beasts to obtain your soul rings and soul bones. But I'm different. I only need to use my domain ability to remove the soul rings and soul bones from the soul beast without harming the soul beast's life. I don't need to kill it. Luo spoke freely, revealing his future plans for the first time in front of Xiaowu and her two siblings. And I have a particularly grand plan in mind, which is, can I use my domain ability to develop artificial spirit rings and spirit bones? In this way, I can completely resolve the conflict between humans and spirit beasts. Artificial spirit rings, spirit bones. Not only Ming and Ming, but even Xiaowu stared at Luo with shock. Luo nodded slightly, and in a tone that was almost like a whisper, he exclaimed, "That's right, it's the artificial spirit rings and spirit bones. As long as this problem is solved, humans will no longer have to slaughter spirit beasts for their own selfish desires. By then, humans and spirit beasts can coexist peacefully." But how is this possible? Artificial spirit rings and spirit bones, aren't spirit rings and spirit bones born in spirit beasts? Can this be artificially created? Daming immediately retorted, but he fell into deep thought unconsciously, and the murderous intent in his heart gradually subsided. How can this be impossible? As long as I can make perfect use of my surgery field, everything is possible. After all, before this, who would have thought that someone could remove the soul rings and soul bones and soul beasts without killing them? Without giving Daming and Ming time to refute, Luo continued. Even if artificial spirit rings and spirit bones cannot be realized, I have another plan. What's the plan? Daming asked subconsciously. It had completely fallen into Luo's thoughts and completely forgot about killing Luo. Become a god at level 100. What? Become a god? Daming, Ming, and Xiaowu exclaimed in unison and looked at the young man standing between them with incredible eyes. I suspect that the reason why soul rings are born in your soul beasts' bodies is probably because they are being manipulated by humans behind the scenes. Luo's face suddenly became extremely cold, and his words made Xiaowu and the others shudder, and they couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. Actually, I had this feeling when I removed the spirit rings and spirit bones from your bodies. Don't you, Xiaowu, and Ming, feel that losing your spirit rings and spirit bones has no effect on you? If that's the case, then why would a useless thing like a spirit ring be born in a spirit beast's body? And why do spirit masters need a spirit ring to start the next stage of cultivation? Isn't there any connection between the two? Luo expressed his guess expressionlessly, causing Xiaowu and the others to gasp and contribute to global warming. So, you think the reason why spirit rings and spirit bones can be born in the bodies of spirit beasts is because of... Daming thought about it for a long time, but ultimately he didn't have the courage to say the second half of the sentence. However, everyone understood what he wanted to say. That's right. So I was thinking that if I could also become a god at level 100, and become one of the few beings at the top of power, then I would be able to figure out the reasons behind it. By then, whether it's the artificial spirit ring and spirit bone plan, or easing the conflict between humans and spirit beasts, there would be great possibilities. Then how can you be sure that you can become a god? Daming asked hurriedly, looking a little excited, obviously shocked by Luo's idea. With my talent. When Luo said this, he pointed at himself with his right thumb. And a defiant and confident smile appeared on his face. My innate soul power is level 7. After the Yan Mo martial soul merged with the external soul bone of the dragon-slaying sword tail, it was promoted to a martial soul comparable to the top martial souls such as the Clear Sky Hammer and the 7-killing sword. More importantly, I am only 7 years old and I am already a level 25 Great Spirit Master, and my first and second spirit rings are unprecedented 100,000-year spirit rings. If Daming, you are willing to give me your 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, then my third spirit ring will still be a 100,000-year spirit ring. Based on my extremely luxurious spirit ring and spirit bone configuration, I can't figure out, if I can't become a god at level 100, who else in this world can do it? After a pause, Luo raised his head high, stared into Daming's eyes with his narrow eyes without blinking, and tried to make his tone sound extremely sincere. Therefore, I sincerely hope that Daming and Ming can help me. If I can really become a god at level 100, I will never forget your contributions and will do my best to successfully research the artificial soul ring and soul bone plan. Even if I can't become a 100 level god in the end, when I become an ultimate Douluo in the future, I can also use my domain ability to ease the conflict between humans and soul beasts. What do you think? As soon as the words fell, the air fell into silence at this moment, and only the gradually heavy breathing of De Ming and Ming could be heard. At this moment, it is afternoon. The dazzling sunlight shone through the mottled shadows of the trees, casting spots of light on the ground one after another. Luo and Xiaowu were walking on the outskirts of the Stardo Great Forest and would soon be out of it. Luo, what is the effect of your second soul skill? Xiaowu skipped beside Luo and asked him a question casually. Luo Gang opened his mouth to answer, but suddenly his expression turned serious. He grabbed Xiaowu's wrist and stopped her. What's wrong with you? Xiaowu looked puzzled. She turned around and was about to ask Luo what was wrong, but he quickly pulled her behind him. Suddenly, 5 soul masters jumped out from the bushes and blocked their way. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Gravity Knife Tiger. Chapter 35, Gravity Blade Tiger. Xiaowu, it seems we have encountered a group of evil soul masters. Luo said softly, don't you want to know the effect of my second soul skill? You will see it soon, and I will definitely not let you down. Xiaowu nodded vigorously after hearing this, and then quickly shrank behind Luo. She was only a first ring spirit master now, and was definitely no match for the 5 spirit masters, so she should not go forward to cause trouble for Luo. She just needed to watch Luo deal with them quietly. Anyway, as long as Luo wanted to escape, soul masters below the level of Soul Saint would have no chance of catching him. At this moment, the 5 soul masters in front activated their martial spirits together. One was a 5-ring soul king, one was a 4-ring soul ancestor, and 3 were 3-ring soul masters. The leading soul king has a vampire bat spirit, and his soul ring configuration is white, yellow, purple, purple, and purple. It can be seen that this soul king was obviously born in a civilian family, and the soul ring colors of the other 4 soul masters are not the best configuration. The first soul ring is all white 10-year soul ring. He, I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain today. I actually met a little boy here. After I finish sucking the blood of that little girl, I will enjoy the little boy. The soul master who spoke was the soul king who possessed the vampire bat martial soul. He had uneven eyes, sparse hair, a short stature, a face full of flesh, and a pair of sharp fangs were exposed when he spoke. His whole body was surrounded by a creepy smell of blood. It is obvious from what he just said that this person has completely fallen into evil ways and even started to suck people's blood to practice his skills. Brother, enjoy the little boy first. After we enjoy the little girl, you can suck the blood of both of them dry. We brothers have finally met a little girl in the Stardo Great Forest in the past half-month, but we can't kill her first. I just wonder how much money these 2 little guys have on them to dare to venture into the Stardo Great Forest. Is it enough to cover our brother's expenses in Soto City for a month? The soul sect member at the side quickly spoke up to stop the evil soul master, Soul King. His martial soul was a green snake, and he always spit out a snake tongue when he spoke, and his voice and tone were extremely sinister. His words were also unanimously agreed by the other 3 soul lords. It was obvious that their orientation was normal. They were not like that evil soul master Soul King who imitated the priest. Hey, this is the first time we've run into a little boy in the past few months in the Stardo Great Forest. When we take action later, we must not kill him, otherwise the boss will be so angry that he will use us to practice martial arts. Haha, that's right. Let's subdue that girl first. I think she's pretty good looking. Look at her little face, you can pinch it and a bag of water will come out. I just don't know how much water there is. Alas, this damn spirit hall. If it weren't for the spirit hall law enforcement team's sharp noses, which chased us brothers everywhere, we wouldn't have to hide in the Stardo Great Forest and not be able to open for more than half a month. These evil soul masters were muttering and wanted to say something, but Luo couldn't listen at all. He had been holding back a rage since a while ago, and now he could no longer control himself. After all, he heard Xiaowu's giggles behind him, which made Luo's face turn red and he felt really ashamed. You guys, just get ready to die. Luo had a straight face and inadvertently placed his right hand on the right handle of the knife. However, because he looked so young, his harsh words naturally did not scare these evil soul masters, but instead aroused their bloodthirsty desire. The leading soul king stretched out his long tongue, licked the area around his lips, and said with an evil smile, "Baby, you are so cute." Hearing the dirty talk from the soul king, these evil soul masters couldn't help but let out a creepy evil laugh. Then they each activated their soul skills and rushed towards Luo and Xiaowu with their fangs and claws bared. But Luo did not panic when he saw this. Instead, he took a horse stance, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tightly grasped the hilt of the knife at his waist with his right hand. The next second, Luo suddenly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a Lu Mingfei roaring in his eyes. At the same time, he pulled Yama out of the scabbard with his backhand and swept towards the evil soul masters in front of him. Gravity Blade Tiger. In an instant, the surging gravity gathered tightly on Yan Mo's sword in the form of purple lightning, and then was swept fiercely by Luo towards the enemy in front of him. At the same time, Yama's blade began to glow and heat up, as if it had been severely fired in a calcination furnace, and it had reached a red-hot state. Before these evil soul masters could rush to Luo, they were hit head-on by an irresistible powerful thrust. All of them lasted less than a second before being violently knocked away. Wow! Where does such a strong push come from? The Green Snake Soul Sect fell heavily to the ground, his internal organs injured by the powerful gravity. He immediately opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, asking in confusion. "It's not thrust, it's lateral gravity. This kid's soul skill is a gravity move." As the boss, the evil soul master Soul King was knowledgeable and saw through the essence of Luo's soul skill at a glance. His condition was not bad. After all, he was a level 59 Soul King with decent strength, so he did not suffer too much damage. Of course, he didn't feel much better either. Although he wasn't seriously injured, his internal organs still suffered some damage, but the injuries were suppressed by the deep soul power in his body. But the other three soul masters were not so lucky. They were hit head-on by Luo's Gravity Blade Tiger. All the bones and internal organs of their bodies were shattered by the surging gravity. And they did not have deep soul power to heal their injuries, so they could only lie on the ground, spitting blood, groaning in pain, and completely losing the ability to move, and this is the desired effect. After all, Luo's gravity knife move is one of the 100,000-year soul skills contributed by the 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape. The last one directly consumed 20% of Luo's soul power. Even the soul skill contributed by Xiaowu's 100,000-year soul ring, Crippling Strike, only consumes 5% of Luo's soul power, and it also has a passive serious injury effect. But why didn't he reveal his soul ring? The Green Snake Soul Sect asked tremblingly after struggling to get up from the ground. He has been frightened by Luo's strength and now just wants to escape quickly, otherwise the three younger brothers lying dead on the ground will be his best examples. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, Gravity Blade Hell Brigade. Chapter 36, Gravity Blade, Hell Brigade. Although this soul master's martial spirit is a green snake, after his martial spirit possesses a body, it is not in the form of a human head in a snake body, but a snake head in a human body. But he looked really miserable now. His whole body was covered with a mixture of blood, dirt, and leaves, making him look extremely embarrassed. The horizontal gravity that Luo unleashed not only blew away the 5 soul masters, but also flattened the grass, rocks, and trees along the way. The affected area was nearly 100 meters long and 20 meters wide. After using this move Gravity Blade Tiger, Luo Ni held the red-hot Yama in his hand, and a faint purple light flashed on his legs, obviously activating the first soul skill Extreme Overload. The tenfold increase in speed allowed Luo to arrive in front of the Green Snake Soul Sect in the blink of an eye. Under his extremely surprised gaze, the extremely hot and sharp blade cut across his throat, as easily as a hot knife cutting through butter. How could this be? He. A large amount of blood immediately spurted out of his throat, as gorgeous as a flower blooming at dawn, but Luo dodged it by instantly stepping back. He looked at him with a cold expression as he kneeled on the ground, covering his throat which was leaking air and bleeding, and groaning in pain. The evil soul master Soul King who was not far away saw Luo kill the green snake soul sect in an instant, and was immediately frightened to death, and turned around and wanted to escape. At this time, he had no idea that he had kicked against an iron plate that he should not have provoked. The 3 soul lords and 1 soul sect member lying dead on the ground had met their miserable end because they had provoked this god of killing. I'm afraid this kid is a disciple from a sect who is out for training. The horizontal gravity spirit skill he used just now must be because he has a high-aged spirit bone. That's why his spirit ring is not exposed. But the speed this kid just showed was too fast. Could it be that he has not just 1 soul bone, but 2 high-quality soul bones? His mind raced, and he thought he had grasped the truth of the matter, so his greedy desire for soul bones suppressed his fear of wanting to escape. Originally, he had spread out a pair of arms that had turned into bat wings, half crouching on the ground ready to take off, but now he cancelled the flying posture, turned around and launched an attack on Luo. 3rd soul skill, Supersonic Air Cannon. The evil soul master Soul King opened his bloody mouth with bared fangs, and the 3rd purple soul ring under his body lit up, and the sonic cannon like a real thing instantly blasted towards Luo's chest. Luo had been paying attention to the movements over here. When he saw him using the sonic cannon to attack him, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and dodged at a speed almost like teleportation. After being dodged, the sonic cannon continued to move forward with all its might and hit an ancient tree behind Luo that was so big that 3 people could hug it, directly blasting a hole nearly the size of a basketball in the tree. While dodging the attack, Luo's eyes suddenly widened and he activated the 2nd soul skill configured by the 2nd soul ring contributed by the Titan Giant Ape. Gravity Blade, Hell Brigade. In an instant, an irresistible and powerful gravity descended upon the head of the evil soul master Soul King, pinning him to the spot, making him unable to move. The Titan Ape's 100,000-year soul ring comes with 2 soul skills. Gravity Blade Tiger, consume a certain amount of soul power, accumulate 10 times the gravity on the blade, and when it is swung, it will release a huge horizontal gravity, causing powerful damage. You can freely adjust the soul power. The more soul power you consume, the stronger the accumulated gravity. Gravity Blade, Hell Brigade, consume a certain amount of soul power to instantly increase the gravity of a certain area by 5 times. The more soul power consumed, the wider the area covered by gravity, and the higher the intensity of gravity. With Luo's current soul power level of 25, the 5 times gravity of the Gravity Blade, Hell Brigade he used can suppress an area of about 3 meters in radius. When Luo's soul power level is improved, he will be able to consume more soul power. By then, the destructive power of Gravity Blade Tiger and the coverage of Gravity Blade Hell Brigade will naturally become more powerful. Just when the evil soul master Soul King was pinned down by the quagmire-like gravity and unable to move, Luo flashed in front of him with Yama in his hand, ready to chop off his head with 1 blow. Not good. 5th soul skill, Blood Barrier. Frightened and horrified, he had no choice but to activate his 5th soul skill. The moment the purple soul ring flashed with light, boiling blood flowed out from his 7 orifices, forming a shield in front of him. After a large amount of blood formed this shield and then completely solidified, his face instantly turned extremely pale, his lips trembled, and the whole person looked like a mummy. This is also the reason why this evil soul master Soul King is unwilling to use this soul skill, because every time he uses this soul skill, he will consume a large amount of blood. Reserves in his body. Puff. 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 Yama, in a red-hot state, fell into the blood shield. The extremely hot temperature instantly melted the almost solidified blood. Then, under the incredulous gaze of the evil soul master Soul King, the scorching blade slashed at his neck without slowing down. What a fast knife! This was the last thought that came to his mind before his head was chopped off. The next second, a head with its eyes open rolled to Luo's feet. Luo didn't even look at it. He walked around the large pool of blood on the ground, came to the side of the evil soul master Soul King, leaned over and prepared to start touching the corpse. Wow! You are too strong, you beheading maniac! You managed to deal with these evil soul masters so quickly. Seeing Luo put the cooled Yama into the scabbard at his waist, Xiaowu put her hands behind her back, skipped to his side, and looked at his cold profile with a smile. Now you have seen the effect of my second soul skill, right? I can only say that Ming is worthy of being a 100,000-year-old Titan ape. The power of the soul skill he awakened is much stronger than the 2 soul skills of a certain rabbit spirit. Luo said nonchalantly, and at the same time reached out to take off the ring on the index finger of the evil soul master Soul King, quietly used the power of the surgery fruit to clean the stains on it, and then put it on his own index finger. Stains are a real no-no. When Xiaowu heard that Luo looked down on the spirit skills she contributed, she immediately stood up, spread her legs, put her hands on her hips, puffed up her face angrily, and said fiercely, head-chopping maniac, what are you so picky about? You are really taking advantage of me. Do you know how many spirit masters want my spirit rings and spirit bones? End of this chapter. Chapter 37, 37 Years of Whale Glue. Chapter 37, 37 Years of Whale Glue. Oh, yes, yes. You are absolutely right. The more calm Luo's tone was, the angrier Xiaowu felt. In fact, Luo was very satisfied with the 2 soul skills given by Xiaowu's 100,000-year soul ring. He even felt that in terms of practicality, they should be ranked higher than the 2 soul skills given by the Titan Giant Ape's 100,000-year soul ring. However, he thought it was fun to tease the rabbit spirit, so he couldn't help but say something sarcastic to tease Xiaowu, wanting to see how angry she would be. In addition to giving Luo a 100,000-year soul ring, the Titan Giant Ape Ming also gave Luo a 100,000-year right arm bone soul bone, which just happened to be a pair with Xiaowu's 100,000-year left arm bone soul bone. The 2 soul bone skills contained in this 100,000-year-old right arm soul bone are called Gravity Blade Red Meteor and Gravity Blade Earth Wave. Gravity Blade Red Meteor, by emitting gravity light waves into space, a large amount of Earth attribute soul power is sent into the air, condensing into a stone ball, and then locking it with gravity, turning the stone ball into a meteor and falling. The more soul power consumed, the larger the condensed stone ball. Gravity Blade, Earth Wave, uses huge gravity to shake the earth veins, causing the earth to shake. The more soul power consumed, the more violent the earth wave caused. These are also 2 powerful attack-type soul bone skills. I have to say that the Titan Giant Ape is indeed a super soul beast comparable to the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. Its awakened skills, whether soul skills or soul bone skills, are all extremely violent. Suddenly, Luo's eyes lit up, and he stroked the ring on his index finger and said happily, "This ring is also a soul guide. Let me see what good things are inside." In putting his soul power into the ring, Luo saw the size of the ring and what was inside. The internal space of this soul guide ring is about 2 cubic meters in size. There are glass bottles of various sizes inside. The bottles are filled with blood. It is obviously the thing used by the evil soul master Soul King to practice. Only in the corner were there less than 3,000 gold soul coins and some clothes for changing. After Luo finished reading, he threw away the blood-filled glass bottles and useless clothes, cursing, "What a bunch of poor bastards. This guy is a soul king, but he only has this little money." Xiaowu didn't care about how much money she had. For her, as long as she had money, it was a good thing. She had always been lavish with her money and never knew how to write the word saving. "Let's go. It's time for us to leave the Stardew Great Forest." Luo held Xiaowu's slender hand and walked towards the outskirts of the forest. In this way, the two spent a night in an adventurer's town outside the Stardew Great Forest. The next day, Luo called a carriage and prepared to go to Soto City with Xiao Wu. When the two came to the Stardo Great Forest, they first transferred from Nodding City to Soto City, and then took a carriage from Soto City to the adventurer town outside the Stardo Great Forest. In the evening, Luo and Xiao Wu arrived in Soto City. The last time they came, they didn't have enough money to explore the place properly, so they wanted to take a serious look around this time. As the most important city in the Kingdom of Barak, the night market in Soto City is very exciting, and Luo and Xiao Wu were completely dazzled by it. Along the way, Xiao Wu would ask Luo to buy all kinds of strange and interesting things she saw, and Luo did not say anything to refuse, but just followed behind and paid silently. When arriving at Soto City, Luo suddenly asked Xiao Wu a question: why did she want to go to school in such a remote place like Nodding City? Xiao Wu's answer was simple: because I was worried that there might be strong people living in big cities who could see through my true self, so I thought about going to a remote city to go to school, which would be safer. This. Luo could only say, isn't this like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? However, he did not tell Xiao Wu that Tang San's father, Tang Hao, was a reclusive titled Douluo, so as not to scare this bold rabbit spirit. The main reason was that he couldn't explain clearly where he got the information from. Therefore, it is better to have less things to do than more, and it is better to have nothing to do than less. Just as the two of them finished their dinner and were walking along the street lined with shops to digest their food, Luo's attention was suddenly attracted by a sign in front of a herbal medicine shop. 10,000 years whale rubber is on sale. Not 18,888, not 5,888, just 1,888 gold soul coins, and take the 10,000 years whale rubber home. After Luo saw clearly what was written on the signboard, his eyes suddenly brightened. He hurriedly let go of Xiao Wu's slender hand and walked to the door of the herbal medicine shop alone. Boss, how much do you sell this 10,000-year-old whale glue for? Luo walked in and asked softly. The boss, who was sitting behind the counter counting the bills, heard Luo's voice, quickly took off his glasses and looked at Luo's figure, then stood up and walked out from behind the counter and brought Luo a cup. This young master is interested in this 10,000-year-old whale glue? However, I think at your age, you don't need whale glue to nourish your body, right? Don't you know the use of whale glue? The boss asked patiently while pouring hot water into the cup, especially emphasizing the word tonic. Luo knew that he must have been misunderstood by the boss. Given his physical development, although he was only 7 years old, he looked like a boy of 15 or 16. Logically speaking, given his appearance, it is impossible for him to need something like whale glue to excite himself. However, Luo did not want to waste time explaining anything, and just said lightly, "This is none of your business, boss. You just need to explain clearly how you sell this 10,000-year-old whale glue." Haha. Since you said so, young master, I won't say anything more. The boss laughed, turned around, took out an iron box from under the counter, opened it and handed it in front of Luo. Inside the box was an amber-like solid filled with streaks of blood. It was about the size of Luo's fist and emitted a strange fragrance. Luo only took a sip of the strange fragrance and immediately felt his blood boiling, with streams of hot blood rushing straight down. Fortunately, he had good self-control, and he used his soul power in time to control his boiling blood, so he did not make a fool of himself in front of the boss, but his face became slightly red. The boss had anticipated this. The moment he opened the box, he pinched his nose and said in a muffled voice, "Just this piece of 10,000-year-old whale glue, only 1,888 gold soul coins, you can take it away directly." "Sorry, I have a lot of papers to correct today and I don't have enough time. I'll correct them right away." End of this chapter. Chapter 38. Oh, good. Chapter 38. Oh, good. Upon hearing this, Luo did not hesitate at all and immediately began to take out gold soul coins from his soul guide ring and placed them neatly in front of the boss. Young master is so generous. The moment the boss saw the gold soul coins, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He bent over, rubbed his hands, and began to count the gold soul coins on the counter. The boss counted the gold coins while muttering to himself, "Master, you've made a fortune. I spent a lot of money to buy this 10,000-year-old whale glue. Who would have thought that its effect is so amazing that I can't sell it? If I hadn't kept it for so long, I wouldn't have sold it at a discount. Okay, I don't want to hear your lies. I bought this 10,000-year-old whale glue for other purposes, so stop asking so many questions." Luo Wuzuyi waved his hand, signaling the boss to stop talking. He was not a fool, so how could he not see that the boss was making up lies to deceive him? As the owner of a medicinal materials shop who has been in the medicinal materials business for so many years, how could he not know how strong the aphrodisiac effect of this 10,000-year-old whale glue is? Making up so many lies is nothing more than saying one thing to one person and another thing to another person, and deliberately complaining in order to deceive Luo. In fact, the 10,000-year-old whale glue is only worth this price. The boss sells it to him for 1,888 gold soul coins, so there is definitely some profit to be made. Of course, part of what the boss said was right. The aphrodisiac effect of the 10,000-year-old whale glue is indeed very strong, so strong that it will explode if you look at it for one more second. As a result, the price it sells for is not as high as that of ordinary 1,000-year-old whale glue or 100-year-old whale glue. After all, the nobles bought whale glue just to have fun, not to seek trouble. Why would they take the extremely powerful 1,000-year-old whale glue when they have nothing to do? Therefore, the main use of most of the 10,000-year-old whale glue is for breeding domesticated soul beasts. After paying the money and receiving the goods, Luo put the iron box containing the 10,000-year-old whale glue into his soul guide ring, then walked out of the store, holding Xiaowu's hand and preparing to find a hotel to rest. Are young people nowadays so open-minded? If you take too much of this 10,000-year-old whale glue at once, you might suffocate to death. That little girl looks so young, can her body handle it? The owner of the herbal medicine shop stood at the door of the shop, looking at the two people gradually going away, and subconsciously muttered to himself. He thought Luo bought the 10,000-year-old whale glue for him and Xiaowu to use, but these things have nothing to do with him. Anyway, the money and goods have been paid. Even if Luo dies of exhaustion on Xiaowu's stomach after taking the 10,000-year-old whale glue, it is not the responsibility of him as the owner of the herbal medicine shop. Oh! You dragged me to the hotel in such a hurry, are you planning something bad? After arriving at the hotel room, Xiaowu broke free from Luo's hand, rubbed her aching wrist, and said unhappily. Just now, Luo didn't say a word, but suddenly grabbed her wrist, found a hotel on the street that looked good, and then booked a room with a double bed. Rabbit spirit, I am going to take 10,000-year-old whale glue to train my body. You are responsible for guarding the room for me. After saying that, Luo took out the iron box containing the 10,000-year-old whale glue, put it on the table, and explained, I have seen in an ancient book before that whale glue has the effect of aphrodisiac and excitement, and it can also have the effect of strengthening the body. What if it doesn't have the effect of body training? Xiaowu asked casually as she threw her shoes behind her, jumped happily onto the bed, and lay down. She supported her chin with both hands and tilted her head, blinking her big, sparkling eyes at Luo. Luo was stunned when he heard that, then he slowly turned around, looked at Xiaowu with a smirk, and said, since it can't have the effect of refining the body, then it can have other effects. Ba, ba, ba. So that's what you had in mind. I don't want it. Xiaowu immediately understood what Luo meant. Her cheeks quickly turned red and hot, and she turned her head away, not daring to look Luo in the eye. However, Luo didn't have the energy to joke with her at this moment. He turned around and opened the iron box. At the same time, he stretched out his thumbs and placed them on the whale glue, and whispered, "Room cardiac shock." The next second, the light blue room space enveloped the entire room, and then disappeared without a trace. Xiaowu tapped the mattress with her calves, and looked at Luo with curiosity as blue electric lights suddenly lit up between her thumbs and gathered in the dark brown whale glue. "Luo, what kind of soul skill is this? It looks like a thunder attribute soul skill? Why have I never seen you use it?" Xiaowu asked in surprise. Luo Zheng was concentrating on heating the 10,000-year-old whale glue with the lightning generated by cardiopulmonary shock. Hearing Xiaowu's words, he explained nonchalantly, "This is a soul skill I created myself. It can only be used in conjunction with my surgical field. You must have never seen it." During the year he attended Notting Junior College, Law basically replicated all of Trafalgar Law's moves before the awakening of the Operation Fruit in One Piece, but he never had the chance to use them. Originally, if you wanted to use whale glue, you had to use an extremely hot flame to melt it before you could consume it. However, Luo used the lightning of cardiopulmonary shock to heat it, and it could also be melted. A quarter of an hour later, the amber-like piece of ancient whale glue completely softened and was placed in the iron box like a pool of maltose. At the same time, an indescribable strange fragrance gradually filled the room. The moment Xiaowu smelled this fragrance, her body immediately became sore and weak. She felt dizzy and couldn't help but bite her lower lip lightly. Luo picked up the slightly hot iron box, hesitated for a moment, covered his esophagus with his soul power, then raised his head and drank the box of honey-like 1,000-year-old whale glue in one gulp. Well! The moment Luo's stomach was filled with the boiling hot whale glue, his face immediately turned red, and he looked like a blushing guangong. At the same time, an extremely hot current flowed through the blood circulation and penetrated into the body of the British police. The next second, the British policeman's body began to swell up due to the heat flow. Green snake-like veins popped up on his chest. His whole body looked red and purple, as if he was afraid that he would explode in the next second. Luo also felt very uncomfortable. Hot air came out of his nose, and his face, body, and even his hands were all red, making him look like an angry Red Bull. Then, Luo turned around and looked at Xiaowu, and found that Xiaowu was looking at him with her head raised, with rippling water in her eyes. Oh! It is good. End of this chapter. Chapter 39, 10,000-Year Spirit Ring. Chapter 39, 10,000-Year Spirit Ring. With a muffled groan from Luo's nose, Xiaowu bit Ado Shen's neck and began to absorb the increasingly expanding and hot heat in his body. As the heat in his body was drawn away by a soft suction force, Luo could not help but close his eyes and raise his head, starting to circulate his soul power to digest the 1,000-year-old whale glue in his body, while trying his best to keep his mind clear. In the second fight, Huo Yuhao just took a piece of expired 10,000-year-old whale glue, and was completely burned to death in flames. He lost consciousness and rolled together with Ma Xiao Tao. The piece of 1,000-year-old whale glue that Luo took was very fresh and well preserved, so its efficacy was naturally extraordinary. Therefore, Xiaowu just bit the neck lightly and continued biting it until the next day. The next day, the early morning sunlight shone into the room through the gaps between the curtains, and also shone on Luo and Xiaowu. No more biting. No more biting. I won't bite you anymore, Luo, please don't bite me. Xiaowu suddenly screamed in her sleep, and her body began to twist unconsciously. When Luo heard Xiaowu's voice, he subconsciously opened his eyes, lifted the quilt and stood up to look over. Xiaowu looked extremely miserable at this moment, with her limbs and body covered with blue and red marks, especially her upper and lower lips, which were swollen like two pairs of sausages. This was because she bit Luo's neck for too long yesterday, so Xiaowu's lips were numb and swollen. And because Xiaowu also smelled some of the strange fragrance of the 10,000-year-old whale glue, Luo had to bite her once to absorb all the heat in her body. However, Xiaowu only sniffed some of the aroma, and after all, she didn't have as much heat accumulated in her body as Luo, who had swallowed a whole piece of 10,000-year-old whale glue. So most of the time, Xiaowu bit Luo to draw out the heat from Ai Tu Shen's neck. Bending over and covering Xiaowu, who was still sleeping soundly, with a blanket, Luo tiptoed out of bed wearing only a pair of white underwear. Then he reached out and picked up the Yama that was placed beside the bed and slowly pulled it out of the scabbard. As Yama's blade glowed coldly and fiercely, it gradually emitted blazing light and heat, and 2 black soul rings gradually appeared around Luo. The effect of this 10,000-year-old whale glue on the body is really extraordinary. Just a small piece the size of a fist can actually allow my body to completely withstand the pressure brought by the 10,000-year-old spirit ring. Luo thought secretly in his heart, holding Yanmo's hilt tightly in his right hand, holding it vertically in front of his eyes, squinting his eyes and carefully looking at the blood-red diamond pattern on the hilt. After absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone of the Titan giant ape Ming, Luo's physical fitness was once again greatly improved, allowing his body to withstand the pressure brought by the 8,000-year soul ring. After absorbing the medicinal effects of the 10,000-year-old whale glue, Luo's physical fitness has undergone a qualitative improvement. The age of his first 200,000-year soul rings can be unlocked to about 12,000 years. At the same time, Luo's soul power level was raised from level 25 to level 27 due to the unlocking of these 200,000-year soul rings, a full 2 levels higher. I have to say that the body refining effect of the 1,000-year-old whale glue is indeed very good, but every time after taking it, I have to find a way to eliminate the desires in my body. Otherwise, the painful feeling of burning desire is too torturous. Even with Luo's strong will, it is difficult to remain unaffected. It is no wonder that the price of the 10,000-year-old whale glue, which should be more precious, is even lower than that of the lower grade 1,000-year-old whale glue and 100-year-old whale glue. This is because its aphrodisiac effect is too strong, and those pampered nobles simply cannot bear the pain. However, this was a great bargain for Luo. Thanks to the information gap that the Soul Master community did not know that whale glue could be used to refine the body during the Douyi period, he could definitely buy a large amount of precious 10,000-year-old whale glue at a very low price. Thinking of this, Luo couldn't help but sigh softly, thinking to himself, there are still more than 1,000 gold soul coins left in the ring, and this money is not enough for Xiaowu and I to spend. It seems that I have to find a way to make money. Things like 10,000-year whale glue are definitely more, the better. So, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after Xiaowu woke up, Luo suggested that they stay in Soto City for another month. This time, he planned to make some money in the fighting spirit arena in Soto City before leaving. After dinner in the evening, Luo brought Xiaowu to the Great Soul Fighting Arena in the center of Soto City, ready to sign up for tonight's soul fighting competition. Since the two were newcomers, they could only compete in the soul fighting arena, but Luo didn't care so much. He came here only to make money and didn't consider anything else. At this moment, Luo had a demon mask on his face, wore a black suit, and had a simple staff knife on his waist. His true appearance was completely unrecognizable. After 3 physical improvement sessions, Luo's height has now reached about 1.73 meters. Coupled with his tall and slender figure, people would never guess that he is only 7 years old. The staff knife on his waist was a new weapon he bought at a weapons store before dinner in the evening. His purpose was to better hide his identity so that others would not discover his true identity through the clue of Yama. Even when Xiaowu came with him, Luo pretended not to know her. Name? The staff member asked coldly, holding a pen in one hand and a form in the other. Luo frowned and thought for a while, then decided that it would be better to use a fake name. Since he had chosen to hide his identity, he might as well hide it completely. A smile. Luo said hoarsely. Age? 30 years old. Soul power level? Level 27. Martial soul. Staff and knife. The staff filled in all of Luo's information, asked him to test his true soul power level, and then took him to the lounge to wait. When he arrived at the lounge, Luo sat on the sofa holding his staff and sword, and closed his eyes to rest, without even looking at the other opponents waiting on the side. Since Yama's martial soul has completely transformed into a physical weapon after fusing with the soul bone attached to the sword tail, Luo can hide Yama in the soul guide ring. Therefore, when Luo is using the staff sword, he can also activate the soul ring and use soul skills. However, his 2 second soul skills require him to hold Yama in his hand to use them, so Luo can only use his 2 first soul skills. Of course, this had no effect on Luo. After all, his Gravity Blade series of soul skills were too signature and he had no intention of using them at all. Soon, the evening fighting spirit competition began, and the staff came to inform Luo to prepare to go on stage. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, 40 Years of Whale Glue. Chapter 40, 40 Years of Whale Rubber. As expected, Luo won the first fighting spirit match easily. The 2 soul skills given by Xiaowu's 100,000-year soul ring are indeed very powerful. Fatal Overload can increase Luo's speed 10-fold, and Crippling Strike can increase Luo's strength attribute 4-fold. You know, Luo's current physical fitness can withstand the pressure brought by the 10,000-year soul ring, which is comparable to the physical strength of an ordinary strong attack soul king. In other words, when Luo activated the Crippling Strike, he used all his strength to strike with a single blow, and even some soul emperors with weaker physical fitness could not withstand it, not to mention that Luo's opponents were all great soul masters of more than level 20. Therefore, during a spirit duel, as long as Luo finds the right opportunity to force an attack from the middle, basically all of his opponents will not be able to withstand his strength and will be blasted off the ring in an instant. In terms of strength, Luo is now like a smaller entity, but he still lacks a strong body made of steel. Gradually, as the number of victories increased, Luo's pseudonym Yuxiao became more and more famous in the Soto City fighting spirit arena. A month later, Luo's solo fighting spirit competition winning streak reached 50 games, breaking the winning streak record of the Grand Soul Master level in the Soto City Grand Fighting Spirit Arena for the first time, just as Luo easily won tonight's fighting spirit competition and was preparing to return to the hotel to pack his luggage and take a bus back to Notting Junior College early tomorrow morning. A person in charge of the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena came into the lounge and found him. Mr. Yuxiao, we have found the aged whale jelly you asked us to find. The person in charge rubbed his hands and came to Luo's side with a smile on his face. Luo K is now the hottest star in the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena. All the spectators know that there is a soul master named Yuxiao who can defeat his opponent with just one sword in every battle. Therefore, Luo now not only has the qualification to play in the main fighting spirit games, but also every one of his fighting spirit games is packed with people and is warmly welcomed by the audience. The more spectators watch the game, the more tickets will be sold, and the higher the odds will be. The gold soul coins earned by the Soto City Fighting Soul Arena will also rise. In just 1 month, Luo earned hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins for the Soto City Fighting Soul Arena, and he also received 10,000 gold soul coins. So when they knew that Luo had a need to purchase high-aged whale glue, the leaders of the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena certainly did not dare to neglect it. They tried their best to find ways to meet Luo's requirements, for fear that they would not serve him well enough and thus lose Luo, their cash cow. Of course, in order to prevent others from wondering why he wanted to buy high-aged whale jelly, Luo once vaguely mentioned to the person in charge that he was not good at some aspects and needed high-aged whale jelly with explosive effects to make him excited. For ordinary people who need aphrodisiacs, they can just use 100-year-old whale glue. Even taking 1,000-year-old whale glue is a bit too much, not to mention taking 10,000-year-old whale glue. Although Luo's excuse was embarrassing, it was indeed very convincing. No one would have thought that he took the 10,000-year-old whale glue for body training, but he really believed that Luo's AI2 Shen could not stand up. Although the person in charge felt sorry for Luo who was already in his 30s and unable to continue, he still tried his best to find 2 pieces of 10,000-year-old whale glue for him. Both of them were precious and valuable goods as big as fists. Afterwards, Xiao Wu couldn't stand the days of fighting in Soto City anymore, so he returned to Notting Junior College early. Luo asked the person in charge to find him a pair of beautiful twin girls to solve the side effects of taking the 10,000-year whale glue at night. Of course, because Luo needed to hide his identity, before using the twin beautiful girls at night, he had already used the power of the surgery fruit to change his appearance. Nowadays, in the eyes of others, Luo is just an old man with a haggard appearance. No one would imagine that he is a beautiful boy of only 7 years old. At this moment, Luo heard that the person in charge had found some whale glue of high age, and he looked up and asked hurriedly, "What age is the whale glue?" The person in charge chuckled when he heard this, and whispered mysteriously into Luo's ear, "It's 100,000-year-old whale jelly." "What? It's really 100,000-year-old whale jelly? You're not lying to me, are you?" Luo stood up instantly and asked in surprise. "No. No." The person in charge quickly waved his hands to deny it, nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. "This 100,000-year-old whale glue is now in the hands of the Elephant Armor sect, and is used for breeding the elephants raised by the Elephant Armor sect. Then I can't go to the Elephant Armor sect to ask for it, right? Even if I ask for it shamelessly, the people from the Elephant Armor sect may not sell it to me." Luo asked with a frown. Even though whale glue with a high age is useless in the eyes of today's soul masters, although it is extremely precious, it can only be used as an aphrodisiac for domesticated soul beasts. But the whale glue owned by the Elephant Armor sect is 100,000 years old. Even if Luo wants to pay for it, the Elephant Armor sect may not do him a favor. When the person in charge heard what Luo said, he immediately rubbed his hands, bent over like a pug and explained, "Mr. Yuxiao, you don't need to go to the Elephant Armor sect to ask for it. As long as you can participate in a competition, you can get the 100,000-year-old whale glue." "What kind of game? Please explain it more clearly." Luo was a little confused. "It's like this, a disciple of the Elephant Armor sect knew that a powerful figure like you, Mr. Yuxiao, appeared in our Soto City's great fighting spirit arena, so he took the initiative to ask us if he could have a single-player fighting spirit match with you. I told him about Mr. Xiao's situation and needs, and he immediately said that his family had a piece of whale glue that was 100,000 years old and passed down from his ancestors. Every day, he used it to soak water and feed it to his war elephants to drink, which was used to arouse the war elephants' sexual desire and reproduction. As long as you agree to compete with him, he will agree to give the 100,000-year-old whale glue to you, Mr. Yuxiao. In fact, he has already ordered someone to fetch the 100,000-year-old whale glue, and now he is waiting for your reply." "But..." Having said that, the person in charge licked the corner of his mouth subconsciously, looking a little embarrassed. Luo rolled his eyes at him unhappily and said, "If you have anything to say, just say it quickly. There's no need to be so hesitant. I guess it's because the Elephant Armor sect's disciple has a higher soul power level than me, and he's afraid that I won't agree to compete with his soul, so he sent you here to be a lobbyist." "Oh. Mr. Yuxiao, you are really a prophet." "That's right. The disciple of the Elephant Armor sect is named Hu Yanping, 21 years old, and now he is a 32nd level soul master." Upon hearing this, the person in charge immediately smiled and patted his thigh, then gave Luo a thumbs up and praised him. End of this chapter. Chapter 41, Death Battle. Chapter 41, Death Battle. Therefore, I have the audacity to ask you, Mr. Yuxiao, if you are interested in a cross-level fighting spirit competition? As long as you agree to compete with Hu Yanping. Not only can you get the 100,000-year-old whale glue to solve your physical problems, but no matter whether you win or lose the game, our Soto City Grand Fighting Spirit Arena will give you an extra 10,000 gold soul coins. Because he had become more familiar with Luo during this period, the person in charge did not consider many things when speaking and directly said that Luo had health problems. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo nodded and said, "I agree." Nonsense. Luo was ready to agree to the coveted 100,000-year-old whale glue alone, not to mention that the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena would give him an additional 10,000 gold soul coins. Anyone who disagrees is a fool. Afterwards, the person in charge ran happily to report the news to Hu Yanping, and by the way, he took the promised 100,000-year-old whale glue and 10,000 gold soul coins and handed them over to Luo. In order to get Luo to agree to the competition, the Soto City Fighting Soul Arena specially gave him 10,000 gold soul coins. Of course, this was not a business that would lose money. In fact, as long as Luo agrees to this cross-level fighting spirit competition, the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena can use this gimmick to open a particularly large handicap, and the gold soul coins earned at that time will definitely be huge. After the person in charge came running back and handed Luo an iron box containing 100,000-year-old whale glue and a gold card, he notified him to be ready to go on stage in an hour. During this hour, the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena must give sufficient publicity to this cross-level fighting spirit competition, and at the same time set a good market to absorb sufficient capital flow. After Luo got the thing, he just said lightly, opened the iron box in his hand, and began to carefully check the age of the whale glue in the box to see if it was really 100,000-year-old whale glue. As for the gold card, Luo didn't look at it much, but put it directly into the soul guide ring. He knew the origin of this gold card. It was a token issued by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect with a face value of 10,000 gold soul coins. There were basically no counterfeits. As long as you hold this kind of gold card, you can go to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect's bank unconditionally and exchange it for 10,000 gold soul coins at will. Therefore, it has a good reputation and is very popular among soul masters. Soon, Luo checked the age of the whale glue and confirmed that it was indeed a piece of 100,000-year-old whale glue before putting it into the soul guide ring. This kind of old whale glue has a smell of the sea. The older it is, the stronger the smell. Luo has tasted it several times and is very familiar with this smell. So he can tell how old the whale glue is just by tasting it. Until now, Luo still had an incredible sense of strangeness in his heart. He couldn't believe that such precious 100,000-year-old whale glue had fallen into his hands so easily. This is whale glue that is 100,000 years old. Only in the brain of a whale soul beast with a cultivation period of 100,000 years can super whale glue of this quality be produced. The piece of 100,000-year-old whale glue that Luo got was as big as a human head. If it was in the Douluo II era, it would definitely be a priceless rare treasure, the kind that no amount of money can buy. Now, this piece of 100,000-year-old whale glue was actually used by the people of the elephant armor sect to aphrodisiac elephants. If Luo didn't know the true purpose of whale glue, who knows how long this rare treasure would have been covered in dust in the hands of the elephant armor sect. It's only during the Douyi period that I can easily buy all kinds of high-aged whale glue. Even more precious fairy grass, I will have the opportunity to get it in the future. If I had come to the second or third stage of the Douluo, I probably wouldn't even be able to get a sip of soup. Unless you join Shrek Academy, you won't have a chance to get all the good things. Luo pondered in his heart, secretly thanking his luck that he did not come to the period when the God King Tang was doing evil, otherwise he would have to find a way to overthrow the God King Tang. Soon, an hour passed and Luo followed the staff to the ring. At this moment, the main fighting arena of Soto City, which can accommodate 60,000 people, is packed. The noisy sound made by the huge crowds of spectators almost overturned the entire fighting arena. Luo stood on the ring with a calm expression on his face, his right hand casually placed on the cane and sword. He did not look nervous at all, and was not worried at all that he might lose. Opposite him, a square-faced, over 3 meters tall, extremely fat and strong man was looking at him with a frown, looking somewhat dissatisfied. I thought that the great soul master Yuxiao, who was praised to the skies in the Soto City's great soul fighting arena, was really that powerful. Turns out he's just a short guy with an average appearance. Huiyanping said dissatisfiedly. Perhaps in the eyes of the people of the Elephant Armor sect, only those tall and strong soul masters are real masters. If a soul master is too small, he may not even be able to shake their steps. Luo was not angry at being underestimated. He just said expressionlessly, "Do all the fat guys from the Elephant Armor sect talk so much nonsense? If you want to fight, just fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" If the one he was fighting with was a pretty girl, Luo wouldn't mind chatting with her for a while. But now that he had obtained the 100,000-year-old whale glue, he just wanted to finish the game and go back, and didn't want to waste time here with a super fat guy. Hearing Luo's contemptuous words, Huiyanping immediately flew into a rage. Before waiting for the referee's order, he summoned the Diamond Mammoth Martial Soul on his own initiative and completed the Martial Soul possession. "Don't accuse me of bullying you. It was you who agreed to fight me to the death. You also got that useless piece of 100,000-year-old whale glue, so just treat it as your burial object for now." Huiyanping, who had transformed into a diamond elephant man, banged his fists hard and spoke in a muffled voice. Originally, he was very tall, and after completing the martial spirit possession, he grew to about 4 meters in height, like a little giant. Beneath him, 3 yellow and purple soul rings were rotating slowly, and when the audience saw his soul rings light up, they immediately burst into thunderous cheers. At this time, Luo frowned, turned his head to look at the referee, and asked in a low voice, "What did that fat guy say? Are we fighting to the death?" The so-called death fight is a life-or-death fighting contest. Even if you are beaten to death on the spot in the ring, you will not be punished, therefore, the death match attracts the largest number of spectators. After all, the bloodiness of the match is there, and the excitement is certainly not comparable to that of ordinary fighting spirit matches. Of course, the number of soul masters who agree to participate in the death fight is also the least. Usually, a death fight is held between enemies to avenge a great vengeance. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Year Killing. Chapter 42, 1000 Years of Killing. Hearing Luo's question, the referee walked up to him and whispered, "I forgot to tell you, Mr. Yuxiao, that the fighting spirit match you agreed to is a death match type. But since you have agreed to Mr. Huiyan's fighting spirit request and took 10,000 gold soul coins from our fighting spirit arena." The referee did not continue to say the rest, but Luo understood what he wanted to say. "It's nothing more than that you have accepted their 100,000-year-old whale glue and their 10,000 gold soul coins. It is impossible to regret it now, and you can only continue this soul fighting competition. If not, do you really think that the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena is a charity? Would it be so easy for you to earn 10,000 gold soul coins?" At this point, Luo understood that he had been plotted against by the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena and Huiyanping. He also suddenly realized why Huiyanping was so willing to hand over the 100,000-year-old whale glue to him. After all, as his current identity Yuxiao, he has no relatives in Soto City, so even if he died in the ring, no one would collect his body. No matter how much stuff he has, won't it eventually return to the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena in Huiyanping's hands? What a good plan! It is worthy of being a grand fighting spirit arena jointly organized by the 7 major martial spirit sects. It seems that the Xiangjia sect should be one of the shareholders behind the Soto City Grand Fighting Spirit Arena, otherwise it would not be so easy for them to collude with each other. Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he secretly hated in his heart, "Since you have joined forces to plot against me, I will definitely not let you have an easy time." Then, Luo took a deep breath, placed his right hand on the hilt, stood firmly in his horse stance, and silently summoned out 2 yellow soul rings. The 2 skills of the Operation Fruit, Vascular Surgery and Erection Surgery, can freely adjust the color of his spirit ring, but it cannot exceed the maximum age of this spirit ring. Over the past month, the color of the spirit rings that Luo displayed in the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena was yellow, and he did not do anything new to show off a higher age of spirit rings. The referee on the side couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. He was really afraid that this smile would go back on his word on the spot and affect this unprecedented fighting spirit competition. As the saying goes, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. As soon as this fighting spirit competition started, the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena attracted a huge amount of money, nearly 300,000 or 400,000 gold soul coins, and they definitely didn't want to waste it so easily. Now seeing that Luo was so sensible, the referee secretly gave him a thumbs up in his heart and immediately announced the start of the game. Yuxiao, Martial Arts Staff and Sword, Level 27 Powerful Attack Weapon Martial Arts Spirit Master. Hu Yanping, Martial Spirit Diamond Mammoth, Level 32 Defense Beast Martial Spirit Soul Master. As the two people introduced themselves one after another, the atmosphere on the scene was instantly ignited, and the cheers of the audience rose one after another, like thunder, deafening. Amidst the deafening cheers, a heavy sense of solemnity permeated the air. Kill him, Hu Yanping. Show your strength and let Yuxiao see what true strength is. The audience shouted and cheered, wave after wave, pushing the atmosphere on the ring to a climax. We want to see a scene of blood flowing like a river, Hu Yanping of the Elephant Armor Sect. Kill this Yuxiao mercilessly for me, and let him know the consequences of challenging you. Yes, that's right. Please don't let us down, Hu Yanping. We all bet on you to win. If you lose, our money will be wasted. You must win, Hu Yanping of the Elephant Armor Sect. I have invested 5,000 gold soul coins in you. This is all my wealth. If you lose, I will be left with nothing. Other audience members were a bit anxious and expectant. These people were gamblers and they all placed heavy bets on Hu Yanping. Looking around, almost all the audience supported Hu Yanping. Even if there were a few people who supported Luo, they were drowned out by the huge voices supporting Hu Yanping. After all, in the eyes of the audience, between Yuxiao, a powerful commoner who is only a great soul master, and Hu Yanping, who comes from the Xiangjia sect and is also a soul master, even a fool would know that Hu Yanping, the soul master, should win. A level 32 soul master is fighting against a level 27 great soul master, who is a whole realm higher. Can't he win just by having a hand? If Hu Yanping can't even beat Yuxiao, he might as well go home and raise pigs. Although the atmosphere was tense and heated, and most of the audience were emotional and shouting for Hu Yanping to freeze his hands and kill Luo immediately, Luo seemed to be in another world and was completely unmoved. His face looked increasingly serene and peaceful, he just casually closed his eyes and stood there quietly, revealing a kind of zen-like leisurely contentment, as if the hustle and bustle of the outside world had nothing to do with him. Pretentious. Hu Yanping spat out these words coldly, his words full of disdain and anger. He could no longer tolerate Luo's indifferent attitude. So he waved his fist as big as a sandbag and rushed towards Luo with big strides, trying to use his physical advantage to kill Luo with one punch. Boom! 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 As Hu Yanping ran, huge footsteps were heard on the ring. This huge diamond elephant man, who is nearly 4 meters tall, takes every step as shocking as an earthquake, making the entire arena seem to tremble. At the same time, the first soul ring under Hu Yanping began to glow, obviously using his soul skills. However, despite Hu Yanping's huge size and amazing strength, he was relatively slow. When he finally ran in front of Luo, Luo suddenly opened his narrow starry eyes. Those eyes were as deep as obsidian, and seemed to hide a lion ready to pounce, revealing a dangerous aura. At this moment, Luo drew his sword. His movements were so swift and decisive that they were almost imperceptible. By the time everyone reacted, he had already slashed Hu Yanping in the chest. The force of the knife was so strong that Hu Yanping's face suddenly changed, and the audience below the ring was also in an uproar. It appears Yu Xiao's unique signature move sword slash. Is the kid from the elephant armor sect okay? The power of this sword drawing slash is not small, can he withstand it? Damn it, he must not lose. I've placed a lot of bets on him. It's okay, don't worry. That guy is from the elephant armor sect. Have you forgotten that the people of the elephant armor sect are best at defense? He will definitely be able to withstand Yu Xiao's sword drawing slash. That's good. That's good. I was really afraid that the gold soul coins I invested in him would be wasted. The people of the elephant armor sect are really as good as their reputation. Their defense is really not to be underestimated. Your sword drawing slash is indeed as good as its reputation. It is so fast that even a dignified soul master like me was unable to react in time. However, what a pity. What a pity that the person you met today is me, Hu Yanping from the elephant armor sect, an opponent you cannot easily defeat. Hu Yanping was looking down at Luo in an almost condescending manner. On his elephant-like face, a hideous and complacent smile appeared at this moment. Seeing this, Luo couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. He never expected that his sword drawing and slashing skills, which had always been successful, would fail for the first time today. So he took a few steps back, his eyes fixed on Hu Yanping, carefully examining the attack just now. It was seen that his cane knife had indeed hit Hu Yanping's chest. However, the sharp blade of the cane knife only tore the clothes on Hu Yanping's body, and did not cause any harm to his body. I'll tell you the truth, kid. Hu Yanping tilted his head, his tone containing a hint of disdain and complacency. My first soul skill is called chest and abdomen strengthening. As the name suggests, this soul skill can greatly strengthen the defense of my chest and abdomen. Your sword slash, no matter how sharp and fast it is, can't cause any substantial damage to my body. As he spoke, Hu Yanping stretched out a hand and forcefully pulled off his upper body clothing, revealing his muscular body wrapped in fat. At this moment, his body was covered with a layer of crystal coating like colored glass, which was the characteristic of the diamond mammoth martial spirit possessing him. Seeing this scene, Luo couldn't help but frown, thinking in his heart, this is difficult. This guy's defense is too strong, but I can only use this staff sword, and I can't expose Yama. But if I don't use Yama, I can't break his defense with this staff sword alone. In order to hide his true identity, Luo specially spent 1,000 gold soul coins to buy this staff knife. When he usually fought with his spirit, he would wrap the blade of his staff sword with his spirit power, making others think that this was his martial spirit, and he just summoned it out of habit and wore it on his body. Although this staff sword was indeed made with great skill, and could cut iron like mud and cut hair like a puff, it could not compare to his Yama. If it was Yan Mo who had been promoted to the top level of martial spirit and chopped him up, he would have been ripped open easily, right? Luo's eyes were fixed on Hu Yanping. At the same time, he slowly sheathed his sword and began to prepare for the next attack. The so-called sword drawing and slashing is actually the same three-axe kung fu. It simply uses the momentum generated at the moment of drawing the sword to enhance the power of the slashing. As long as you dodge the first blow of the sword drawing slash, you will no longer be afraid of the following moves, unless you sheath the sword again and perform the sword drawing slash again. Obviously, this Hu Yanping, or the Soto City Great Fighting Soul Arena, had carefully studied his fighting soul methods in secret, and therefore allowed this person from the elephant armor sect to come and fight him with his soul, with the purpose of restraining the power of his sword drawing and slashing. In previous soul fighting competitions, as long as the soul masters failed to dodge his sword drawing slash in the first place, they would basically end up in failure, and few people could defend against his attack. Even if someone can defend against his first blow, basically no one can resist his power and will be blasted off the stage by his brute force. As for Hu Yanping, just looking at his huge body of nearly 4 meters, it is clear that it is not so easy for Luo to use force to shake his body. For a moment, Luo was in a dilemma. Just as he was secretly thinking of a countermeasure, Huiyanping suddenly took action, starting to swing his fist and hit Luo's position hard. However, with the exaggerated speed increased after Luo activated his first soul skill Extreme Overload, how could his fist possibly hit Luo? Then, in the moment when Huiyanping was stiff in his punch attack, Luo took the opportunity to launch 2 sword slashes. This time, Luo hit his back and calves. However, after Huiyanping activated his second and third soul skills and strengthened his defense again, his sword drawing and slashing attack was once again in vain. "Give up, kid. There's no way you can break my defense. You'd better let me kill you obediently, so as not to waste everyone's time." Huiyanping was annoyed by Luo's roaming attacks and began to try to break through Luo's psychological defenses with trash talk, hoping to make him turn against his enemies and surrender with courtesy while still keeping his body intact. However, Luo was a prominent figure in his previous life known as the Roaring Lord of Jinling. How could he be broken by Huiyanping's mere trash talk? After dodging Huiyanping's fist once again, Luo dodged and stood behind him, concentrating on thinking. Suddenly, he remembered something, his eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth curled up into an evil smile that looked like a crooked-mouthed Shiba Inu. The next second, Luo used his soul bone skill Gravity Blade Earth Wave for the first time, silently sending gravity under the ring. Although he had to hold Yama to activate his 2-second soul skills, his soul bone skills did not have this limitation and could be used freely anytime and anywhere. At this moment, the ground of the ring suddenly began to vibrate violently. The vibration was so strong that it even caused the entire Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena to shake slightly, as if an irresistible force was raging underground. This sudden change immediately caused the audience to fall into extreme panic. They began to panic, with horrified expressions on their faces. Some of them couldn't help but shout loudly. Even many staff members present looked frightened. "What's wrong? What happened? Why did the earthquake suddenly start? Is something serious going to happen? Shut up your crow mouth. How could an earthquake happen? Nothing like this has ever happened in our Soto City. There must be something wrong." As for Huiyanping, who was Luo's main focus, the vibration under his feet was the strongest, and the amplitude of the ground fluctuation was the largest. How could an earthquake happen suddenly? Huiyanping couldn't help but yelled, ready to pounce on Luo who was standing beside him. But his body was really too huge. As we all know, the taller a person is, the more unstable their center of gravity is, and the easier it is to fall. Therefore, before Huiyanping could pounce on Luo, he himself could not help but fall backwards. Just then, Luo moved. He suddenly flashed behind Huiyanping and placed the cane sword in his hand upright on the ground. After Huiyanping sat down on the cane sword, he instantly left this position, one sword style 1,000 years of killing. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Farewell Gift Red Meteor. Chapter 43, Farewell Gift, Red Meteor. A deafening scream drowned out the noisy sounds of all the spectators in the fighting arena. The sharp tip of the cane knife, like a spear charging into battle, with unparalleled sharpness, went straight into the hole in the middle of Huiyanping's buttocks, inserted into the end of his rectum, and fiercely pierced through his anus. At this moment, the sharp pain coming from deep in his buttocks was like a burning fire, instantly twisting Huiyanping's face into a mask of pain, his facial features squeezed together in extreme agony. Huiyanping subconsciously covered his injured buttocks tightly with both hands, as if to resist the unbearable pain. However, this was of no avail. He could only endure the excruciating pain that seemed to tear his soul apart and scream loudly, his voice filled with despair and pain. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes like beads that had broken off the string, slid down his cheeks, dripped onto the ring, and mixed with the dust. However, the violent vibration coming from under the ring at this time was like adding insult to injury, making Hu Yanping's already shaky body even more unable to stand steady. Suddenly, his center of gravity shifted, and he fell heavily to the ground like a collapsed mountain, making a loud bang. The 1.5-meter-long staff knife was pierced into his body mercilessly, leaving only a small cold section of the handle exposed. Hu Yanping opened his mouth wide and uttered a low and rapid groan. His eyes were wide open, as if he wanted to take in the whole world. However, in less than a second, the light in his eyes had disappeared, leaving only silence and emptiness. His internal organs were completely pierced from head to toe by the stick knife, and blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain, staining his clothes and the ring red. Hu Yanping only had time to glance at Luo before he immediately lost his breath and fell to the ground like an empty shell. All the audience and staff present felt a chill down their spine after witnessing this extremely tragic scene, and their anus subconsciously tightened, as if they were feeling the severe pain themselves. Then, they all gasped in unison and let out a long and trembling hiss, their voices full of fear and empathy. When Luo saw this scene, his face still maintained a stern expression, without any emotional fluctuations. Then, he silently lowered his head, took out another staff knife from the soul guide ring, and hung the scabbard tightly around his waist. Since Hu Yanping dared to collude with the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena to plot against him and try to put him to death, he had already become the person Luo wanted to kill. All things are created to nourish man, and man has nothing to repay to heaven. Kill him and it's over. In fact, not only Hu Yanping was on Luo's death list, but also the Soto City Fighting Soul Arena and the Elephant Armor Sect, one of the 7 martial soul sects. Luo would not let them have an easy time. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Luo's eyes, and he was thinking about how to give a big farewell gift to the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena. However, before he was ready to freeze his hands, a howl filled with grief sounded not far below the ring, subconsciously attracting his attention. Luo turned his head and saw a middle-aged man who was extremely similar to Hu Yanping in appearance and body shape, but seemed older. He activated the Diamond Mammoth martial spirit and ran towards him crying. Under his feet, 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black were shining, and he was actually a soul emperor. The moment he saw the middle-aged man appear, Luo immediately understood the cause and effect of this death fight. It must be the Soul Emperor of the Elephant Armor Sect who brought his son Hu Yanping to the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena for training. He happened to learn about the existence of Luo's alias Yuxiao, so he hit it off with the person in charge of the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena and persuaded Luo to participate in this death fight competition. On the one hand, Luo's vest Yuxiao showed strong strength, with a very sharp sword slash and terrifying strange strength, and he was invincible in beating all the great soul masters, which just served to train Hu Yanping. On the other hand, the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena can take advantage of the huge reputation of Yuxiao's 50 consecutive victories, as well as the gimmick of the Great Soul Master's death fight with the Soul Master of a higher level, to open the betting market and make a huge fortune. Moreover, after Yuxiao's death, all the money and property on him as well as the 100,000-year-old whale glue given by Hu Yanping will all return to the hands of the Elephant Armor Sect and the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena, I am afraid. With so many gold soul coins collected when the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena opened, some of them should be distributed to Hu Yanping and his son, right? As for Hu Yanping being accidentally killed by Luo, there is no such possibility at all. The Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena had already figured out all of Yuxiao's abilities through Luo's performance over the past month. How could he fail miserably when he was planning so deliberately? Unfortunately, in order to hide his true identity, the abilities Luo displayed were just the tip of the iceberg of all his abilities. Poor Xiangjia Sect and Soto City's Great Fighting Spirit Arena have been hunting geese all year round, but this time they were blinded by Luo's goose. Just as Luo's mind was racing, the Soul Emperor of the Elephant Armor Sect leaped onto the stage with great strides, roared, and rushed to a place less than 20 meters away from him, ready to smash his body hard with his fist. However, Facing this critical moment, Luo did not seem so panicked. Instead, he stood firmly with a calm face, and at the same time transferred half of his body's soul power into the left arm bone of the Titan giant ape. Gravity blade, red meteor. Luo bent his knees and drew out his staff knife with his reverse hand. After making a gorgeous sword flower in an instant, he slowly sheathed the staff knife and stood up. As Luo drew and sheathed his sword, dozens of purple circular gravity halos, carrying a large amount of Earth-attributed soul power, suddenly emanated from his body and shot into the sky together. "Damn it, give me back my son's life!" Huiyan Ping's father shouted angrily and rushed to Luo's side, with his sandbag-sized fist about to hit him in the face. But Luo just looked at him coldly, and the next second, Luo disappeared instantly. Seeing Luo's figure suddenly disappear from his sight without a trace, Huiyan Ping's father was stunned and looked around for Luo's trace in a panic. However, he hadn't seen any trace of Luo yet, and he only heard a series of violent gasps coming from the great fighting spirit arena. Boom! 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 In the sky, a meteor with a diameter of about 5 meters was falling towards the location of the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Surgical Hospital. Chapter 44, Surgical Hospital. Oh my God! How could a meteor fall? Will it fall on us? Look! Look! This meteor seems to be getting bigger, it might actually fall on us. Damn it! I want to run away. Don't block me! Don't block me! Damn it! Who is squeezing me? Are you going to let me out or not? Angry curses were heard from the crowd, and the originally orderly scene suddenly turned into chaos. Everyone was pushing and squeezing each other, trying to escape from the disaster scene that was about to be hit by a meteor. The next second, a red meteor flashed in the sky and fell rapidly like a burning fireball. At this moment, the entire fighting spirit arena fell into unprecedented panic. There were loud shouts, pushing and shoving, angry curses, and desperate cries mixed together. In this chaotic scene, the Soul Emperor simply couldn't calm down and search for Luo. And now his top priority is not to find Luo's trace, but to find a way to destroy the falling meteor. If not, there were more than 60,000 spectators gathered in the entire Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena. If these people suffer heavy casualties, the 7 major martial spirit sects will definitely jointly hold the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena accountable and get to the bottom of the whole matter. By the time thinking of this, he shuddered, looked up at the approaching meteor, and gathered all his soul power to prepare for the attack. Outside the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena, Luo had teleported to a remote alley through the Soul Bone Skill Void Walking Room Plastic Surgery. The next second after the light blue spherical light shield appeared, Luo's appearance immediately changed from a haggard-looking smiling uncle to his original handsome appearance. Afterwards, he quickly took out other clothes from the Soul Guide Ring, took off his black suit and put them on, and at the same time took off the Soul Guide Ring from his finger and hid it. When Luo walked out of the alley again, there was no trace of any resemblance between him and Yuxiao. He was naked on the upper body, revealing his tight muscles, but with a few white bandages on his bare chest and arms. At the same time, he was wearing a flowing black horse-faced skirt on his lower body, and a thick rope was tied around his waist as a belt, which also tied Yama tightly around his waist. At this time, the entire city of Soto had been under martial law, and every street was filled with patrolling soldiers and guards from the Barak Kingdom. Obviously, the special farewell gift that Luo left for the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena caused great casualties to everyone present. Luo stopped and turned his head slightly, staring at the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena in the distance with thick smoke billowing out of it, with a hint of sneer on his lips. He has always been a person who follows the principle of I will not offend others unless they offend me. If others offend me, I will definitely offend them. This time, the Soto City Fighting Spirit Arena has severely provoked him, and he will definitely not let these people have an easy time. I just don't know how many people were killed at the scene by the red meteor he summoned with half of his soul power this time, but it was definitely enough to make the Soto City fighting spirit arena bleed heavily and pay compensation. Luo had no sympathy for those gamblers who bet on Hu Yanping's victory and clamored for Hu Yanping to kill him. Gamblers were never worthy of pity, and since those people had so much money to be gamblers, they were definitely not ordinary people, and they were even less worthy of his pity. Afterwards, Luo turned around neatly and prepared to find a hotel to stay for the night and then leave Soto City openly tomorrow. Now the city is full of teams of soldiers on high alert, holding Yu Xiao's portrait information and carefully searching for his whereabouts. Everyone had to be checked by the soldiers against the portraits, and even Luo was no exception, who was also carefully interrogated for a while. However, his current appearance did not reveal him to be the Yu Xiao from before. He just secretly bribed 5 gold soul coins and successfully escaped from the soldiers. Soto City is one of the largest cities in the Barak Kingdom, and its economy is very developed. Even if martial law is imposed all night today, it will definitely not be imposed every day. At most, it will just be a token for a few days to deal with it. In his current state, he didn't need to worry about being associated with Yu Xiao, so he just had to wait until the city was opened and walk out of the main gate in broad daylight. If we sneak out of Soto City now while the chaos is going on, it would be very troublesome if we are seen by the soldiers and chased by them. There is less than 40% of the soul power left in his body. It is impossible for him to fight against those who are stronger than Soul King, let alone sneak away. Therefore, his top priority at the moment is to quickly find a safe place to rest and recover his physical condition. A week later, Luo returned to Nodding City, and Xiaowu came with him. After Xiaowu came back last month, she had nowhere to go, so she went to the Holy Spirit Village to play with Tang San. Thanks to her relationship with Luo, she can temporarily live in the home of village chief Jack. A few days ago, after Luo came back from Soto City, he went to the Holy Soul Village first, bought some things, visited the village chief Jack, and secretly left him 50 gold soul coins as a coffin fund for the future. It's not that Luo was reluctant to give village chief Jack some more gold soul coins. He now has more than 20,000 gold soul coins in savings. Even if he gives village chief Jack a few thousand gold soul coins at one time, it would be fine. There is nothing to be reluctant about. But he knew that it was not a good thing for an old man to suddenly get so much money. In his previous life, Luo had seen many such examples while working as an intern in a hospital. If an old man can still earn 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month, his children will all hope that he can survive. The longer he lives, the more money they can get every month. If an elderly person dies suddenly, the children will not be able to get so much money from him/her, so they will naturally try their best to be filial, for fear that something might happen to the elderly. And if the elderly do not have a monthly salary, but have 1 or 2 million yuan or even more in savings in the bank, then the children will most likely hope that the elderly will die soon. Once the elderly pass away, the savings left behind will naturally belong to their children. Therefore, Luo Cai did not think of leaving too many gold soul coins to village chief Jack. He was really thinking about him. Now that village chief Jack has those 50 gold soul coins, his children will all think of treating him well. But if Luo leaves more money, he will have to worry about village chief Jack's life safety. At this moment, Luo and Xiaowu came to the streets of Nodding City and were standing in front of a shop that was ready to be rented out. Luo looked at the contact information left at the door of the store, was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "I feel like I should open a surgical hospital." End of this chapter. Chapter 45, There is a clinic. Chapter 45, There is a clinic. Ah! You beheading maniac, you want to open a hospital? Why? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu looked at Luo in great surprise. After Luo remembered the contact information left at the door of the store, he casually said, "My domain ability needs the development of medical skills. The more advanced my medical skills are, the more profound my domain ability will be. After hearing Luo's explanation, Xiaowu could not help but feel enlightened immediately, and she felt that Luo's surgical field was really unfathomable. During the more than 1 year that she had been with Luo, especially after the two of them had gone to the Xingde Great Forest, Xiaowu naturally knew that Luo's surgical field was not as simple as he had said when she first entered school. It only has two abilities, split and teleport to the vicinity of Yan Mo Wuhan, hereinafter referred to as Flying Thunder God. When the two of them broke into the Stardo Great Forest and faced a group of invincible soul beasts, Luo never used Flying Thunder God, but directly teleported to the location he wanted to appear, which is the more advanced ability Sky Hand Power. Moreover, this terrifying ability did not seem to consume much soul power for Luo to use. As long as she did not intend to resist, he could even teleport her easily. As for the other ability Split, at the beginning, she, like everyone else in the academy, thought that this ability was useless. When she saw Luo chopping off Xiao Chenayu's head with one knife, and Xiao Chenayu was still alive, she thought to herself, since Luo has the ability to chop off other people's heads, he might as well just kill them directly. Why bother with this extra work? Isn't this just superfluous? This awkward ability is absolutely useless. But now it seems that Xiaowu deeply feels that this split ability that cannot hurt people is probably the most special and important ability in Luo's surgery field. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't hurt anyone after split, Luo wouldn't have been able to safely remove the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone from her body. At the same time, he would not let her have any sudden ideas and take Luo to the Xingde Great Forest to find Daming, Erming and others, and cut out their 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones and give them to Luo to absorb. Now, hearing Luo say that the degree of development of his surgical field is actually linked to the level of his medical skills, Xiaowu immediately understood the greatest use of the split ability, that is to perform surgery on others painlessly and without injury. Thinking of this, Xiaowu suddenly had an idea in her mind and asked curiously, I remember you used a lot of weird soul skills before. For example, when we first entered school, you used that soul skill on me that could erase other people's voices. Could it have something to do with surgery? Can this be developed? Because surgery requires a quiet environment. Luo answered decisively upon hearing this. Hey? Is this still possible? Hearing this reason, Xiaowu subconsciously widened her eyes. Although she felt something was not right, she could not find any reason to refute it. Afterwards, Luo took Xiaowu's hand and walked away from the store, preparing to go to the spirit hall to collect the Soul Master subsidy. Although he could be said to be rich now, a mosquito leg is still meat, right? He would never have too many gold soul coins. He also wants to earn more money to buy more 1,000-year-old whale glue. When he thought about the time when so much 10,000-year-old whale glue was wasted by soul masters for breeding soul beasts, Luo's heart ached so much that he couldn't help but start bleeding. With Luo's current soul power level of 27, according to the content of the contract signed before, he can receive an additional subsidy of 500 gold soul coins every year. This number is not small anymore. It can even buy a 2-story villa in Nottingham. However, Luo was not going to reveal his true soul power level to the Spirit Hall, but through a newly developed fruit skill, freezing sperm operation, he temporarily sealed his true soul power level at around level 13. As the name suggests, this fruit skill can freeze part of his soul power like freezing sperm, and then thaw it out when it is really needed. After all, even Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were born with full soul power, only had a soul power level of level 16 at that time. It would naturally be difficult for him to explain to others how his soul power level suddenly reached level 27. A week later, Luo finally opened a clinic in Nottingham, named Yujia Clinic. At the same time, there is a slogan posted at the door, specializing in treating all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. After that, Luo practiced the sword drawing technique at least 5,000 times in the morning every day without fail. In the afternoon, if he had time to go to class, he would go to class. If he didn't want to go to class, he would sneak out to treat patients in the clinic. Since his grades were very good and he practiced quite diligently, the teachers in the academy turned a blind eye to his skipping classes. As long as he didn't skip classes every day. However, because Douluo looked too young, the clinic had been open for several days, but no one had come to seek medical treatment yet. Many patients, as soon as they entered the clinic, saw Douluo sitting alone in the clinic with a sword hanging around his waist. He was dressed not like a serious doctor but more like a wandering swordsman. They all backed off and left. Douluo didn't particularly care about this. Since no one came to seek medical treatment, he just sat quietly in the clinic, patiently reading various books about soul beasts borrowed from the college library. But that afternoon, when Douluo was sitting behind the outpatient clinic, looking at the geographical atlas of the Tiandu Empire with relish, a sudden sound of a door being pushed open interrupted his concentration. "Hey? Isn't this Brother Su? Do you have any illness that you need to see a doctor?" Luo Ding took a look and found that it was the blind Wang Suyuntao, who was holding his lower back with his hands, pushing the door and walking in slowly with difficulty. The moment Suyuntao saw Luo, he was confused and didn't understand why Luo appeared here. "There is a medical clinic here. Is there anything wrong with the sign at the door?" But he didn't think too much about it. After all, he knew Luo. "Luo? Why are you here? Are you working in the clinic? Hurry up and ask the chief doctor of your clinic to come out. My waist has been hurting at night recently. It hurts so much that I can't sleep all night long." Suyuntao walked to Luo with difficulty and only breathed a sigh of relief after sitting on the chair, but he still wore a mask of pain on his face. "You have a clinic that claims to treat all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. Let the doctor take a look at what's going on. My waist is still hurting." End of this chapter. Chapter 46, Vibrating Middle Finger. Chapter 46, Vibrating Middle Finger. "Actually, I'm the attending physician here. I own the clinic here." While casually introducing his current identity, Luo stood up and walked to Suyuntao and began to ask about his current physical condition. When Suyuntao first heard Luo say that he was the attending physician of this clinic, he wanted to get up and leave immediately. However, he had been to many clinics for his back pain but none of them could cure it, so he had no choice but to stay here and give it a try. But he had made up his mind that if Luo couldn't solve his back pain problem after a while, he would not pay him. "Does it hurt in this location? Does it come and go, or does it only hurt when you walk?" Of course Luo couldn't sense Suyuntao's mental activities, he just patiently asked about the specific situation of his back pain. After asking some questions, Luo had a rough idea of the cause of Suyuntao's back pain. Then, he stretched out his hand and silently summoned the room space, and began to further scan Suyuntao's physical condition to confirm the guess he had just made. Suyuntao was still wondering what the light blue spherical light shield that Luo had just summoned was and why it suddenly disappeared. Then he heard Luo's voice, which directly determined the cause of his back pain. "You have kidney stones. You need surgery to cut open your kidney and take out the stones." Suyuntao's eyes widened when he heard this. He quickly waved his hands and said in horror, "There are stones in the kidney? Do we need to cut open the kidney and take out the stones? This is not allowed. Brother Su, don't be afraid. I will be very gentle and you won't feel any pain." With a pleasant look on his face, Luo reached out and pulled out the Yama sword from his waist, ready to cut open Suyuntao's body with his frozen hands, squeeze out his 2 kidneys, cut them open, and then remove the stones inside. However, before Luo Dong could move his hand, an idea suddenly occurred to him, and he slowly took Yan Mo back, thinking maybe I can develop a fruit skill like this, so that I can remove the stones in Brother Su's kidney without cutting open his kidney. Seeing that Luo stopped freezing his hands, Suyuntao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He patted his chest with his hand, rolled his eyes at him unhappily, and said with lingering fear, "You kid, Can you just cut open this kidney? Don't joke with me. But, since you found the cause of my back pain, I will go back and find another doctor to treat it. Afterwards, Su Yuntao struggled to stand up from the chair, ready to escape from this dangerous place in his eyes. At this time, Luo suddenly reached out and pressed his shoulder, and then gently pushed Su Yuntao back to the chair, and said amiably, "Brother Su, don't leave in such a hurry. I have a way to remove the stones in your kidney without surgery." "Oh? What's the solution? Tell me, but don't scare me like you did just now." Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao looked at Luo with suspicion, fearing that he would suddenly draw his knife again if they disagreed again. Luo didn't say anything, but just repeated in his mind 3 times, "I need a skill to shatter kidney stones by vibration. I need a skill to shatter kidney stones by vibration. I need a skill to shatter kidney stones by vibration." Then, Luo calmly extended his left middle finger and whispered in his heart, "Room vibrator." The next second, his middle finger was indeed covered with an invisible vibration force. Luo actually developed a surgery fruit skill on the spot, and this is also the right thing to do. The so-called power of devil fruit is actually the power of thinking in essence, especially for the devil fruit of the psychic type. As long as I think it is right to do so and it is in line with my devil fruit ability, in general, the devil fruit will respond to the ability user's thoughts and develop the envisioned skills. This is even more true for Law's surgery fruit. All the skills developed are too abstract. With his internship experience as a urology student in his previous life, Luo also developed a series of original surgical fruit skills: vaginal surgery, erection surgery, appendix surgery, sperm freezing surgery. Immediately afterwards, Luo suddenly stretched out his arm, and his middle finger, which emitted a powerful vibration force, poked Su Yuntao's waist fiercely. "What are you doing? Ouch!" Su Yuntao immediately let out a scream and jumped 3 feet high from his chair. However, the pain came and went quickly. The vibration force on Luo's middle finger instantly shattered the large stone in his kidney, turning it into a pile of gravel powder. The reason why Su Yuntao felt pain just now was because the stones in his kidneys suddenly began to vibrate violently. After shattering Su Yuntao's kidney stones, Luo immediately cancelled the ability of the surgery fruit. Then, he turned around and poured a large glass of water, handed it to Su Yuntao, and said, "Brother Su, drink more water now, and you can get rid of the kidney stones." Su Yuntao took the cup of water doubtfully, and drank cup after cup of water. Soon, the urge to urinate came, and Luo quickly took Su Yuntao to the toilet to excrete the stone powder in his body. A quarter of an hour later, Su Yuntao happily pushed open the door of the clinic and walked out with big strides. When he walks now, his face looks refreshed, his waist and legs no longer hurt, and he can now carry a bag of rice up several floors. "Xiao Luo, your medical skills are so amazing. Thank you so much for curing my back pain. When I go back, I will promote your clinic." Su Yuntao stood at the door of the clinic and waved to Luo inside to express his gratitude. Luo also waved goodbye to him and watched Su Yuntao walk away. Then, Luo extended his middle finger again and used the fruit skill vibrator he had just developed, thinking in his heart as expected. The development of the ability of the operation fruit requires superb medical skills and a huge imagination. Only by combining the two can the bug ability of the operation fruit be fully utilized. The vibrator skill of the surgery fruit not only has medical functions such as shattering kidney stones, gallstones, dental stones, tonsil stones, and massaging the prostate, but it is also an extremely powerful killing skill. Luo can use the Great Wilderness Prisoner Sky Finger to send a powerful shock force into other people's bodies and shatter their internal organs. It's just like the hidden power in internal martial arts. With one punch, the inside of an object is shattered directly. More importantly, Luo can also use this skill on himself. Can you guess what else this skill can do? End of this chapter. Chapter 47, Vajra Indestructible Divine Art. Chapter 47, Vajra Indestructible Divine Art. That's right, Luo was thinking whether he could use the vibration power attached to this skill to practice body training. In his previous life, he had read many secret books about internal martial arts on the internet, such as The Secret Diao-Chan Power of Wudang Mountain, The Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound Method of Longmen School, The True Teaching of the Hung and Ha Tu Sounds of Qingcheng Mountain, etc. Although he had not practiced it himself, he had carefully studied the practice process of each kind of internal martial arts and found that these internal martial arts secrets all had one common feature without exception. That is to use sounds of different tones to generate vibration forces of varying sizes to exercise different parts of the body in stages. For example, the Chuanzhen Longmen School's secret internal martial arts technique, Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound, imitates the snoring sounds made by tigers, leopards, and other cats when they are dozing, as well as the rumbling sounds of thunder on rainy days. To practice meticulous vibrations on different parts of the body, the early stage is to refine the skin, the middle stage is to refine the bones, and the late stage is to refine the marrow, which is the 3 steps of self-cultivation. In internal martial arts, changing muscles, changing bones and changing marrow, according to each level of self-cultivation, practitioners of internal martial arts can master different depths of strength, which is also divided into 3 levels: bright strength, dark strength, and the most mysterious transforming strength. At first, Luo was not going to try to practice internal martial arts. After all, he had never practiced it before and had no experience in this area. On the other hand, he is still young and his body is not fully developed. If there is any step in the cultivation that is wrong, will it have a bad impact on his physical development? However, so many things happened in the past year or so that changed Luo's previous thinking and made him start to prepare to practice internal martial arts. The first big thing. Because Luo absorbed Xiaowu and Er Ming's 2 sets of 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones, as well as several pieces of extremely high-quality 10,000-year whale glue, not only did his root bone qualifications improve greatly, it also made his physical fitness improve by leaps and bounds, even making his physical fitness at the level of a great soul master comparable to that of an ordinary strong attack-type soul king. The huge improvement in physical fitness and the assistance of the ability of the surgery fruit gave Luo the confidence and courage to practice internal martial arts without having to worry too much about any adverse effects on his body. The second big thing. There is still a big problem in Luo's recent practice, that is, the large amount of heaven and earth energy that he condensed through the room space can never be fully absorbed. When he first started practicing, because Luo's physique had not improved, the amount of heaven and earth energy that his body could absorb was very small. If it weren't for the ability of the surgery fruit to condense a large amount of heaven and earth energy and force it into the body by virtue of the advantage in numbers, Luo's cultivation speed would not be able to barely keep up with Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the others. Even so, the amount of heaven and earth energy that Luo's body can absorb is always only 1 in 100. Every time he practices, a huge amount of heaven and earth energy escapes from his body. It's like a broken wooden barrel that leaks everywhere. You can only keep pouring large amounts of water into it to barely keep the barrel full. Now, Luo's physical bones have been greatly improved, and his Yama spirit has been successfully promoted to the top-level spirit, but this problem still exists. Although it is not as exaggerated as before, there is still a lot of heaven and earth energy that has not been absorbed and cultivated in time. This is because the endurance of the meridians in each person's body is limited. Once this limit is exceeded, it will inevitably cause particularly severe damage to the meridians. When Luo was in Soto City last month, he tested his and Xiaowu's training. With the help of the ability of the surgery fruit, his current training speed is about 2 to 3 times that of Xiao Wu. If he were any faster, it would cause irreversible damage to his meridians. Therefore, such an idea came into Luo's mind. Is it possible to use the energy of heaven and earth that cannot be absorbed into the meridians in time every time you meditate to temper your body and complete the practice of internal martial arts? In this way, the role of the vital energy of heaven and earth can be fully utilized, so as to avoid such a huge waste. Luo also thought about it. He planned to integrate all the steps and points on how to temper the body from the internal martial arts secrets he had read, and practice with the help of the ability of the surgery fruit. He did not ask how much attack power he could have after practicing, but only focused on tempering the strength of the body. In one word, hard. 2 words, fleshy and hard, Luo named the new integrated technique Vajra Indestructible Divine Art, hoping that his body could also be cultivated into an indestructible golden body. Of course, Luo hopes that his body can remain in an indestructible golden state forever, rather than being able to transform into a little golden man only when needed. If you want to do it, just do it. Luo plans to start practicing internal martial arts in the afternoon. But first, he had to find Xiaowu to work with him to absorb the 100,000-year-old whale glue. At this moment, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the room behind the clinic. Luo had already opened the room space in advance. And a light blue spherical light shield covered the entire room to prevent the 2 people's voices from being heard. Is this the whale glue that's 100,000 years old? It doesn't look much different from the whale glue that's 10,000 years old. Xiaowu pinched her nose with one hand, widened her beautiful eyes, leaned over the table, and carefully looked at the human head-sized piece of 100,000-year-old whale glue in the iron box. Why are you pinching your nose? Just smell it and you'll know the difference between a 100,000-year-old whale glue and a 10,000-year-old whale glue, Luo said with a wicked smile. At this moment, he was standing behind Xiaowu, his arms gently around her slender waist, his head resting on her shoulders, and the hot air from his mouth just sprayed on her pink cheeks. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu rolled her eyes at Luo and said unhappily, "Do you think I'm stupid? I just accidentally sniffed a few times before, and the strange fragrance of the 10,000-year-old whale glue, I couldn't help it. This is whale glue that is 100,000 years old. It must be more effective than whale glue that is 10,000 years old. If you take a few sniffs of it, wouldn't it be?" Xiaowu did not say the rest of the words, because her face had instantly turned red, her eyes were faintly flashing with watery waves, and her steps gradually became weak. "What are you doing?" Ouch! Xiaowu resisted in a soft voice, and her big wine-red eyes couldn't help but narrowed into 2 slits. Luo pretended to know nothing, looked at Xiaowu innocently, and said ignorantly, "What did you say, rabbit spirit? I don't understand what you mean. This is my newly developed domain skill, which can bring powerful vibration force. Don't you like it?" End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Xiaowu can't condense a spirit ring? Chapter 48, Xiaowu can't condense a spirit ring? Seeking recommendation on follow-up reading, at this moment, Luo secretly used the fruit skill that he had just developed this afternoon. "I just asked you, are you afraid of me?" Luo pressed his cheek against Xiaowu's and whispered in her ear. Xiaowu narrowed her eyes slightly, her cheeks flushed as if she had been painted with rouge. She nodded gently at first, then quickly shook her head, with a painful expression on her face, as if she was neither crying nor laughing. Seeing this, Luo quietly increased the strength of his skill and asked again, "Bunny spirit, is your waist okay?" This time, Xiaowu finally seemed to have a great reaction, and her 2 eyeballs began to tremble. At the same time, Xiaowu's hands tightly grasped Luo's wrists. After a long time, it seemed that her waist was not seriously injured, so Xiaowu bit her lower lip tightly and forced out a word. "I can bear it. I'm not afraid of your punishment." But when he saw Xiaowu biting her lower lip, Luo knew clearly in his heart that her waist was about to break, because she had been like this several times before. Once she was on the verge of collapse, Xiaowu would subconsciously bite her lower lip. Obviously, Xiaowu's body had completely collapsed, and her mind had completely lost consciousness. Looking at Xiaowu, who was lying on the ground in a mess, shaking violently with fear, Luo couldn't help but give a wicked smile, just like a proud Shiba Inu. "You dare to fight me? You are such a courageous rabbit." Luo wiped his hands, then turned and walked to the table, pressed his thumbs on the 100,000-year-old whale glue, and growled. Room, cardiopulmonary shock. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of green lightning gathered on the 100,000-year-old whale glue like green snakes, gradually gathering huge heat to soften it. After the 100,000-year-old whale jelly was completely softened by lightning, Luo carefully picked up the hot iron box, raised his head and took a big sip of the 100,000-year-old whale jelly that was like maltose. However, with just this one bite, Luo felt that his body was about to burst by the endless heat. The boiling hot blood rushed towards his body like a boiling river, and the effect was far better than the effect brought by the 10,000-year-old whale glue. He couldn't help but immediately widen his narrow starry eyes, and his eyes were all red, just like a white rabbit in heat. Faced with this expected situation, Luo did not dare to be negligent. He forcibly suppressed the horrific desire that emerged in his heart, closed his terrifyingly red eyes, and began to expand the invisible room space to the maximum range that could be achieved at present. With his current soul power level of 27, the room space of the surgery fruit is enough to expand to a terrifying range with a radius of about 1,000 meters. This also means that Luo can condense more vitality of heaven and earth. Soon, a layer of light white mist gradually filled the room where Luo was. All of this white mist was condensed from the pure energy of heaven and earth. However, Luo did not plan to use the energy of heaven and earth to cultivate his soul power. Instead, after absorbing it into his body, he would start to temper his body in conjunction with the infinite heat generated in his body after taking the 100,000-year whale glue. At the same time, Luo activated the ability of the surgery fruit, and his body was instantly covered with a layer of powerful vibration force. Soon, Luo began the first level of self-cultivation of internal martial arts, training the muscles and skin of the body. Right now, Yi Jin. An unknown amount of time had passed. When Luo finally opened his eyes, a gleam of light instantly shone in them. It was obvious that his cultivation had improved to a certain extent. Is this the practice of internal martial arts? It is indeed different from the meditation practice of soul power. Luo lowered his head, carefully examined his body, and thought to himself. Luo Jing was seen with bare chest, bandages wrapped around his abdominal muscles and arms, a thick red rope tied around his waist, and a black horse-faced skirt with a red flame pattern on his lower body. On the smooth and delicate skin of his exposed upper body, there was a faint white glow at this moment, as if his body was coated with a layer of crystal-clear glass, which was the vitality of heaven and earth that had not yet been completely refined. Is the strength about 10% greater? I just wonder if the body's defense has been enhanced. Luo clenched his fists tightly, feeling the tremendous power surging through his body. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Then, Luo clenched his right fist, closed his eyes, and followed the method of exerting force in the secret manual of internal martial arts. He mobilized all his strength and hit the air beside him hard. Snapped. A loud bang suddenly sounded in the room. As if someone had suddenly fired a gun inside. This is exactly the Ming Jin realm among the 3 levels of strength in internal martial arts. As the saying goes, a single sound is worth more than money. The characteristic of Ming Jin is the power of the fist that is punched out. The loud bang that explodes in the air is as conspicuous as water spurting out from a silver bottle, so this state is called Ming Jin. In the past life during the Republic of China, there were countless martial artists who could never reach the realm of Ming Jin and deliver this priceless punch with a loud bang. However, as long as the level of self-cultivation of internal martial arts has entered the realm of Yi Jin, it is not difficult to deliver this powerful punch. The first principle in the practice of internal martial arts is train the body, not the strength. The physical fitness of the practitioner is the top priority. The so-called obvious force and hidden force are just products of the practice. The internal martial arts technique Vajra Indestructible Divine Art compiled by Luo himself is currently at the first level. Then, he took out a fine steel dagger from his soul guide ring and tried to see if he could cut a small cut on his arm. It's so hard. It's like cutting cowhide. Although Luo's skin was eventually cut by the dagger, he still felt very happy in his heart. You have to know that this was his first time practicing internal martial arts, and he was able to train his skin to be as tough as cowhide. Even a dagger made of fine steel would have to use some force to cut his skin. It can be seen how much the practice of internal martial arts has improved Luo's defense. Perhaps when his internal martial arts level is improved, Luo's defense will be comparable to that of a small ant. By then, Luo will develop the surgery fruit to awakening, and all 9 soul rings will be attached with the same 100,000-year soul rings. It's so terrifying. After testing his body's defenses, Luo could no longer suppress the desire in his heart. Then, with red eyes, he looked at Xiaowu who was sleeping beside him, stood up and walked over. Just like that, more than a year later, Xiaowu suddenly came to Luo's clinic that afternoon and the first thing she said was, "Luo, I can't condense my second soul ring." End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Gynecological Master. Chapter 49, Gynecological Master. What, rabbit spirit, you can't automatically condense your own spirit ring? Luo raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiaowu in surprise. At this moment, Xiaowu's palm-sized face was tightly wrinkled, and she looked bitter. She frowned and explained in confusion. When I was training last night, my soul power level had already reached level 20. Logically speaking, my second soul ring should have appeared at that time. But I don't know why. I waited until noon, but my second soul ring still hasn't been successfully condensed. So I hurried over to you to see what's wrong with me. In this year and a half, which is only a year away from 2.5 years, Luo's soul power level had already reached level 30 in the first few months. However, at that time, Xiaowu's soul power level was still stuck at level 19, and it would take some time to reach level 20. Therefore, Luo planned to wait until Xiaowu's soul power level reached level 20, condensed her second soul ring, and was promoted to the realm of Great Soul Master before going to the Star Do Great Forest with her to obtain Daming's 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. In any case, the soul power cultivated before obtaining the soul ring will remain dormant in the body, and will burst out together with the soul power attached to the soul ring after obtaining the soul ring. Therefore, Luo was not particularly anxious to get Daming's 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Daming was at the Lake of Life anyway, so it was always in time to get it, and it would not affect his own cultivation progress. Who would have thought that Xiaowu would come to him and tell him that she could no longer condense her own spirit ring automatically? This couldn't help but inspire Luo's research spirit as a urologist. He now urgently wanted to cut open Xiaowu's body and check what was wrong with her body that caused such strange things to happen to her. Logically speaking, after a 100,000-year-old soul beast transforms into a human, it does not need to hunt for soul rings from other soul beasts. It can condense soul rings of each level on its own, right? Suddenly, Luo had a flash of inspiration and blurted out, "I know the reason. It must be because I cut off the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone in your body." Ah? Why? Xiaowu looked at Luo in confusion. Luo took a deep breath and expressed his opinion. "I estimate that the reason why you can automatically condense soul rings after your 100,000-year soul beasts transform into humans is because of the soul power provided by the 100,000-year soul rings in your body. If that's the case, then wouldn't it mean that I wouldn't be able to advance to the level of Grand Soul Master in my entire life?" Upon hearing this, Xiaowu immediately expressed her concerns in a trembling voice. The next second, Luo immediately gave Xiaowu a loud slap on the head, with a look of disappointment on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "You rabbit spirit have been with me for such a long time, why are you still so stupid? Then how can I condense a spirit ring automatically? Can you cut off your 100,000-year spirit ring and press it back into my body?" Xiaowu covered her forehead tightly with her hands, staring at Luo with tearful eyes, and asked fiercely also, "Don't flick my head all the time. The strength in your hands has suddenly become so strong that even if you flick my forehead lightly, it will hurt me." Luo scratched his head subconsciously after being confronted by Xiao Wu, and laughed awkwardly. His Vajra indestructible divine art broke through to the 4th level of bone changing yesterday. His physical fitness was greatly improved again, so it was difficult for him to control his sudden increase in strength for the time being. Often he feels that he has used very little effort, but others may perceive it as a great effort. However, Luo felt that as long as he got familiar with it for a few more days, he should be able to control his current body very well. And the reason why he was able to practice internal boxing to such a level in just 1.5 years was all due to the help of a large amount of high-aged whale glue. In addition to the piece of 100,000-year-old whale glue the size of a human head obtained from the elephant armor sect, Luo also purchased 4 or 5 pieces of very good quality 10,000-year-old whale glue, as well as some other cultivation resources in the name of preparing a new type of spring brother. Now Luo can be said to be a well-known doctor in the entire city of Nottingham, and even in the larger province of Fasno. Basically, no matter what type of disease it is, whether it is andrology, gynecology, pediatrics, surgery, or any other department, once it falls into his hands, it can be easily solved, especially for men's and gynecological diseases. Luo has an extremely unique set of treatment methods. Both male and female friends of Everbright are blessed. By this time, many people no longer thought that Luo's Yama spirit was a useless spirit, but an auxiliary spirit with very unique functions. Although he still can't hurt people, it can make him an exceptionally good doctor. According to the classification of the Soul Master world, Luo should now be considered a harmless healing Soul Master, or an auxiliary Soul Master. After all, what is a doctor to be afraid of? Rabbit spirit, are you stupid? Although you can't condense soul rings by yourself now, can't you absorb the soul rings of other soul beasts? Luo expressed his thoughts. When Xiao Wu heard this, she immediately realized what was going on. She grabbed Luo's hand and hurried to the Stardo Great Forest to find a soul beast that suited her. Don't panic. Don't panic. Let's pack up today and report to the academy. It won't be too late to leave then. And I have an important guest to meet today. Go back to the academy and pack up your things first, and come see me tomorrow. Luo hurriedly grabbed Xiao Wu, who looked anxious, and advised her in a bad mood. After Xiao Wu left, Luo began to wait for the arrival of tonight's guests. In the evening, a young couple holding a baby walked into Luo's clinic hand in hand. In the afternoon, Luo used the room vibrator fruit skill to cure a beautiful lady's inability to experience the highest happiness. Just when he was getting bored waiting in the clinic, he saw the young couple walking in. He couldn't help but said with joy, "Brother Yang, Sister Yang, you are finally here. Xiao Luo, long time no see. The last time we met was last time." The young couple also greeted Luo enthusiastically. "Come, please sit down." Luo motioned for the two to sit on the chairs, then stood up and poured a cup of tea for each of them. "When I received your letter 2 days ago, I have been waiting for you. Today, I finally got you here." End of this chapter. Chapter 50, The Broken Clan, Clues to the Immortal Grass. Chapter 50, The Broken Clan, Clues to the Immortal Grass. Ha 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 ha, we are going to Tiandu City to discuss a business in a few days. It just so happens that the child's mother and I are on our way, so we came to Notting City to see you. Yang Potion said kindly. On the side, his wife Yang Balian held their son who was just over 3 months old. After coaxing him softly, she turned and smiled at Luo Wenwan. Luo and Yang Potion met each other more than a year ago. They are both members of the Poi clan, and Yang Potion is the nephew of Yang Wudi, the clan leader of the Poi clan. At that time, Luo's clinic had just been opened, probably less than 2 months. Since the Poi clan had been engaged in a large amount of medicinal materials business after leaving the Haoshan sect, and in order to practice the Avatra indestructible divine art, Luo needed to purchase 10,000-year-old whale glue and some other auxiliary medicines for practice, so he reluctantly established a relationship with the Poi clan through a middleman drug dealer. At that time, Luo's medical skills were already well known throughout the city of Nottingham. It just so happened that Yang Potion had a minor health problem and often had stomachaches for no reason. Once, the middleman drug dealer who was responsible for selling the medicinal materials of the Paji clan recommended Luo's business card to Yang Potion after learning about Yang Potion's physical condition. So, with a skeptical attitude, Yang Potion went to Luo in person and asked him to cure his stomachache for no reason. Luo's medical skills did not disappoint his expectations. He diagnosed that his physical illness was caused by gallstones and quickly crushed the gallstones. What really made Luo and Yang Potion form a deep bond was that Luo saved his 3 lives. After curing the gallstones, Yang Potion was convinced that Luo was truly a capable person in the field of medicine, so he secretly revealed to him another unknown hidden illness of his. That is, he was born with a physical defect that was not even as good as a thumb, so after being married to his wife Yang Balian for more than a year, they have not been able to have a child. And this time, Luo did not disappoint Yang Potion's expectations. He performed a major rhizome surgery on him, allowing him to regain his virility and become a real man. Soon, he and his wife Yang Balian got her pregnant in less than 2 months. This was the first time Luo saved Yang Potion's life, making him a real man. The last 2 lives happened 3 months ago. Yang Potion brought the pregnant Yang Balian to Notting City to visit Luo, and happened to catch Yang Balian in labor. Luo took action again and performed a caesarean section on Yang Balian, ensuring the safety of both mother and child. In this way, Yang Potion owed Luo a total of 3 huge favors, which are what he called 3 lives. When he came back to visit Luo this time, Yang Potion said in the letters he wrote in the first 2 days that he would bring him some very large gifts as a way of repaying Luo for saving the lives of his family of 3. This is a printed copy of the herbal secret manual passed down by our Poi clan. I know you are particularly interested in herbs, so I brought it here for you to see. Just don't let anyone else know. After a warm greeting, Yang Potion took out a thick gold-plated book from the soul guide necklace around his neck and handed it solemnly to Luo. The cover of the big book reads Catalogue of all herbs in the continent, and it obviously records a variety of herbal medicines. After Luo Gang got the big book, he just glanced at it briefly. His eyes immediately froze, and then relaxed quietly. Brother Yang, how did you know that I wanted to learn about herbology? Luo put the herbal encyclopedia into his soul guide ring, and then asked curiously. Yang Potion then took out a small pile of white porcelain bottles with red labels from his soul guide necklace, carefully placed them in front of Luo, and then said with a smile. We, the Poi clan, are not only good at preparing medicinal materials, but also good at making poisons and detoxification. These are all various antidotes made by my uncle Yang Wudi. The red labels on them record the effects of each antidote. Little brother, keep these antidotes for yourself after you graduate. After a pause, Yang Potion continued to explain. When I came to visit you before, I overheard you say that it would be great if you could learn the effects of different herbs so that you could improve your medical skills. I dare not give you the secret medicine recipes passed down in my family, otherwise my uncle will definitely skin me alive. However, I can still give you this herbal encyclopedia that records the information of various herbs. Hearing this, Luo couldn't help but reveal a pure, untainted smile on his face, and thanked him. Thank you, Brother Yang. I didn't expect you to care about such a small matter. Then, Luo quietly leaned close to Yang Potion's ear and whispered, Brother Yang, how do you and sister-in-law feel about the operation I performed on you before? Are you satisfied now? Upon hearing this, Yang Potion subconsciously rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, You are such a smart kid. If I didn't know that you are a third-year student at Notting Junior College, I wouldn't believe that you are only 8 years old now. When Luo heard him say this, he just smiled without saying anything, and hurriedly put the antidotes on the table into his soul guide ring. Finally, Yang Potion took out the last gift and placed it heavily on the table. An iron box containing another piece of 100,000-year-old whale glue. Ahem! I know you are busy developing a new type of that thing. Therefore, you need some old whale glue as a medicinal material for your experiments. So this time, brother, I specially brought you a piece of 100,000-year-old whale glue. It's just a little small, only the size of a cantaloupe. Don't dislike it, little brother. Luo hurriedly held the iron box in his arms, gently opened the lid, sniffed the strange fragrance of the 100,000-year-old whale glue, then immediately closed the lid and put it into the soul guide ring. Hehe, how can I say that? Isn't this just a waste of money for you, brother Yang? Luo rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, but he still had no intention of returning the 100,000-year-old whale glue to Yang Potion. Seeing Luo's cute miserly look, Yang Potion and his wife pointed at him and laughed out loud. Afterwards, Yang Potion and his wife sat in Luo's clinic for a while, then got up and left, preparing to return to the Paji clan's caravan to Tiandu City to discuss business. After sending the two people out, Luo hurriedly took out the herbal encyclopedia, opened it, and turned to the page he had seen before. There was only a plant painted on it. Star aniseed black ice grass. End of this chapter.